Quest Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of Scandalous Secrets, One Night with Baby Consequences by Rebecca Baker, narrated by Anu Sauter and Bastian Allen. Chapter 1. Monica. I had to get out of here. I looked around the restaurant at other women acting coy with their first dates or sitting on the same side of the booth during probably their 30th date. I sucked in a defeated breath and reached for my wine glass, taking a long sip of chilled Sauvignon Blanc. The citrus flavor danced on my tongue, and I looked anywhere but at the man who was droning on in front of me. He was cute. Not my type, but cute enough. His hair was a mousy brown and kind of lay like a floppy hat on his head. It seemed like the kind of cut he got in college but just never grew out of. And at 40, that was something you should probably grow out of. His brown eyes were puppy dog-like. That's what he was, a puppy dog. A 40-year-old puppy dog named Dean. "So, that's why I lost my job," he said with a sigh. I had no idea why he lost his job, because I hadn't been listening since he told me about how he lied on his resume about charity work in Uganda. He might look like a puppy, but he was not innocent. I wondered why my editor had set me up with this idiot, or why I had agreed. I said I had given up on dating, yet here I was, at a corner restaurant in Midtown Manhattan, wearing too much makeup and plotting how to get out of here. We hadn't even ordered food yet. "So, what do you do?" asked Dean, leaning in as he shook his hair out of his face. Wow! He was asking something about me. It only took 20 minutes. "I'm a writer," I said, my fingers sliding up the stem of my wine glass. "Oh, like a blogger?" "No, like a writer. Novels." "Wow, anything I would know?" he asked, leaning back in his chair and studying me as if he didn't quite believe me. "Do you read romance novels?" He snorted and shook his head, his mousy long hair shaking with him. "Then probably not." I tried to ignore his insult, especially since my last book had been a total flop. I had no leg to stand on. I normally didn't read reviews. My agent did. Typically, she shared the ones that really mattered, the good and a sprinkle of bad to save my pride. But this time there was hardly more than a dash of praise, and it came from my diehard fans who would defend me until the end. But even some of them had turned on me. I couldn't blame them. I had been in a complete rut since the book prior, which had made it to the Amazon bestseller list in the romance category. That one I had been inspired for. My best friend had found herself in a sticky spot in life, but in the end, it landed her with a beautiful baby girl and a loving husband. A wealthy, loving husband, like billionaire status. It was such an unexpected story. That's what people craved. The fantasy in life, the excitement of meeting someone new, and the messiness that came with falling in love. It was the typical romance trope of opposites attracting. People ate that up. I knew they expected me to follow it up with a book just as good, but I had nothing to draw inspiration from. I had been seeing someone for a while. His name was Josh. He was a writer like me, but in the sci-fi genre. It was nice to have someone to talk to who understood this life of writing in coffee shops, word counts, and deadlines. My editor had set me up with him. I should really stop trusting her with my love life. She thought it would be a good match because we had so much in common. And it was a good match. Until it wasn't. Our first date was one for the books. Literally. I didn't think we stopped talking or kissing or coming up for air the entire time. I was completely consumed by him. His intellect, voice, passion for writing, his hand on my knee. It was nothing like this date, where the only thing I wanted to do was find an exit. Maybe I'd been lonely for so long that I got lost in Josh. We became practically inseparable after that. He came to work out of my favorite coffee shop, and I went with him to his. We enjoyed too many lattes as we typed away on our laptops, sharing kisses and a few edits as we went. It went on for 6 months until he found someone else. Someone 10 years younger who he had met at a book signing in upstate New York. She was a pretty little thing. Blonde, big boobs, blue eyes. Of course I'd Googled her. I needed to see, needed to torture myself, inspire myself. Which was probably why my last book had been a flop. It had been angsty and there had been no happy ending. You can't not have a happy ending. At least not in romance. Plus, there was the stalker. I had a book-obsessed fan who lurked outside my apartment and followed me almost everywhere. The police did nothing until it really got bad and he broke into my apartment. Thankfully, I wasn't home, but it was enough to finally make an arrest. So yeah, it had been a year. Writing wasn't exactly at the top of my list of priorities. I'm more of a graphic novel guy, said Dean with a shrug. Less words. I said with a single nod. Will you excuse me? I didn't wait for his response as I stood and made a beeline for the bathroom. I stood by the sink and pulled my phone from my purse. I scrolled down to my best friend Hart's name and hit send. She picked up after 2 rings. Uh-oh, she said on the other line. You're only 25 minutes in. Yeah, and I'm ready to get out, I muttered. Oh, Monica, I'm sorry. Ditch the guy and come meet us for dinner. Daniel and I are at that new Thai food place in the West Village. I'm there, but how do I get out of this? Just say you're not feeling well. I sighed. Okay, I'll be there soon. Good luck, she said. I hung up and slid my phone back in my purse before assessing myself in the mirror. I had put on a green sweater dress, gold hoops, and pulled my hair back into a slick ponytail. All of this for nothing. At least I would get dinner after all, even if it meant I was the third wheel on a date with Hart and Daniel. I loved them, but they were just another reminder of my lonely life. Still, they were better than that shaggy dog out there. I took a deep breath and pushed through the bathroom door, making my way back to the table where Dean had a freshly topped-off whiskey in his hand. Ah, there you are. I wasn't sure if you wanted another drink. We should probably actually order. I'm sorry, I said, touching my hand to my stomach and wincing. I'm actually not feeling very well. Oh? Yeah, I think it might be a stomach bug or something. I think I should go home. Well, I can take you, he offered, without an ounce of sincerity in his voice. I waved him off. No, it's okay. You just got a drink. Don't let me ruin your night. I'll call you. It sounded more like a question, and he didn't get up as I made my way to the door. I hailed a cab and slid inside, letting out a sigh of relief. 15 minutes later, I arrived outside the Thai restaurant. I greeted the hostess before spotting Hart and Daniel in a corner booth looking cozy. As I walked over, their faces lit up, making me feel less like an intruder. Scooch in, said Daniel after standing to give me a hug. I slid into the booth next to Hart, giving her a kiss on the cheek as Daniel took the chair opposite us. He waved over the waitress and ordered me a glass of white wine. I gave him a warm smile as I thought about how far we had come. The guy I once had loathed for my friend now knew my drink order. So was it that bad? Asked Hart. He was like a frat boy trapped in a 40-year-old man's body, I groaned. Yikes, I'm sorry. Daniel chuckled as he took a sip of bourbon. He was used to girl talk. I thought he secretly enjoyed it. Where's Bridget tonight? I asked. She's with my mom, said Hart. Oh? They came into town last night. Again, added Daniel with a smirk. I think they like being grandparents, said Hart with a laugh. I smiled, thinking about how their daughter Bridget had been the driving force behind Hart mending the estranged relationship with her parents. She was a beautiful little miracle. And she was my goddaughter. The waitress came back with my glass of wine and took our food order. We ordered family style. Green coconut curry, pad thai, hot and sour shrimp soup, chicken satay. The food came quickly and we barely got any more words in because our mouths were so full. Everything was so good. Well, we have some good news, said Hart, looking at Daniel and back at me with a smile. Oh? I asked, perking up. Are you having another baby? They started laughing and shaking their heads. Not yet, said Hart. We're still catching up on sleep from the last one, Daniel winked. No, I actually know someone who's looking for a personal assistant. Hart told me you did some PA work before becoming a writer. Maybe it could be good for you. Really? I asked thoughtfully. Hart nodded enthusiastically. I know writing hasn't been easy lately. Maybe it would be good to have another job in your back pocket. You can write on your days off. I thought about it for a moment. I hadn't really entertained the idea of another job besides writing. Writing had been my life for many years, but lately I wasn't so sure. You know, that might actually be great. Perfect, said Daniel, pulling his phone from his pocket. He typed something out. This could be really good for you, said Hart, squeezing my hand. A few moments later, Daniel's phone pinged on the table. He read the text quickly. All right, it's settled. You start tomorrow, he said, putting his phone down with certainty. My eyes widened. Tomorrow? I haven't even interviewed. The guy owes me a favor. Plus, he trusts me. Wow, I thought. That seemed way too easy. I tried not to think that it was too good to be true. Maybe the universe was being kind to me after everything. Once the bill was paid, which Daniel insisted on covering, we said our goodbyes in the crisp evening air. Despite how the night had started, it had ended on a high note. I thanked them for everything and got into the cab Daniel had hailed for me. Where to, miss? Asked the driver, looking at me through the rearview mirror. I thought for a moment. I should probably go to bed, but I was too nervous about this new job that had suddenly fallen in my lap. Are there any new bars around here? Yeah, a place just opened up a few blocks over. Okay, take me there, please. He nodded and pulled the car away from the curb. Maybe a little nightcap would put my nerves at ease.
Chapter 2. Troy. Back again, Mr. Gunner? Asked the raven-haired bartender behind the counter. Her eyes danced in a tango of curiosity and desire, a look I had seen before from pretty women. She handed me a drink menu with a sly smile across her baby pink lips. Please, call me Troy, I said, taking the menu from her as if I needed it. I already knew what I wanted. It was the same thing I drank most nights. I'll have an old-fashioned, the one with the smoked cherry, please. Coming right up, she said. I sighed and leaned back in the cognac leather bar stool, taking in the view of the nearly empty bar and the short skirt of the bartender that revealed just enough to beg for more. She knew what she was doing. "Troy," said a voice behind me. I turned and saw one of the investment managers from my father's firm approaching me with a petite platinum blonde on his arm. "Jeremy," I said with a nod. "You here all by yourself?" he asked, looking at the empty seats to my left and right. "It would seem that way," I answered. "Well, I'm sure it won't be for long," he said, eyeing the bartender, who had returned with my drink. "Here you go, Troy," she said, with an emphasis on my first name. She slid my drink over, smoke still rising from the top in a gray haze. I thanked her and swore I could somehow hear the smirk that spread across Jeremy's face as he watched the flirtatious encounter before him. God, the guy was such a prick. I was sure he would report back to my father that I was out at the bar on a Monday night, but it didn't stop me from taking a long sip of my drink. I was 38 years old. I didn't need a babysitter. Although I was sure my father would disagree. It seemed like he had eyes everywhere, filling him in on everything I did, in and out of the office. If they didn't work for him, it was the press feeding him information on page 6. Care to join? I asked somewhat reluctantly, knowing it was the polite thing to do. I didn't like the guy, but he didn't work at my father's firm, and I was a businessman. It was best to keep things cordial. Sure, you don't mind, do you, sweetheart? He asked the girl on his arm. She shook her head no and sat beside him at the bar. So, how are things at your firm? Asked Jeremy as he handed his date a menu, not bothering to introduce her to me. She would probably be gone by morning. There was no point. Plus, I doubted his wife would be too keen on him introducing his mistress to colleagues. Things are good. Busy, I replied. The good part was a lie. The busy part was true. Ever since I branched out from under my father to start my own hedge fund firm, I had been busting my ass trying to prove that I was good enough to do it. Still, it never would have even left the ground if it weren't my father, and everyone knew that. My firm was a subsidiary under my father's company, which was one of the most successful investment firms in the country. His legacy was known far and wide, and my reputation as his son who grew up with a silver spoon meant that no one took me seriously. It didn't matter that I was the top of my class for my undergrad or for my MBA. I was always going to be seen as the son of Bryson Gunner, the legendary investment banker. He wouldn't let me forget it either. Today at work was particularly stressful, which was why I usually ended up here for a drink or two after dinner. Bourbon always mellowed me out after a long day at the office. So did a flirtatious bartender with legs for days. Busy is good, said Jeremy. It means you're making money. Ain't that right, sweetheart? He said, nudging his date. I wondered if he had forgotten her name, or by some off chance her name was actually Sweetheart. The thought made me laugh quietly to myself before I took another sip of bourbon. Jeremy shot me a look, but seemed to let it go as he waved down the bartender. We'll take a Cosmopolitan and a double whiskey on the rocks. Coming right up, said the bartender. When she walked away, Jeremy's eyes lingered where every man's eyes in the place did before he turned to me and wiggled his eyebrows at me. She's something, isn't she? He said, under his breath. I gave him a solitaire nod. So, he slapped his hands on his knees. What's it like having your own firm? I've always wanted to do it myself, but, it's not that easy for someone like me. Someone like you? I asked, and raised a brow. Without connections. Not all of us can be the son of Bryson Gunner, God, this guy was a prick. I looked around the bar for some sort of life raft to save me from decking this guy in the face. Something that was tempting, but it would also piss my father off, which was something I was trying to avoid right now. He was still getting over my latest scandal, which was not a big deal. Who wouldn't want to be photographed with 2 different women in one night? 2 sisters, to be exact. Even better, honestly. Not to my father, though. He kept threatening to take hold of my firm if I didn't get my act together. There was nothing my father hated more than his image being tarnished, and I wasn't helping. Hey, sorry, man. I didn't mean to offend you, said Jeremy, without a single note of sincerity. You didn't. And that was when I saw her. My life raft. A petite brunette wearing a sweater dress that hugged every curvy inch had just walked through the door. Her eyes were set on the bar, and she walked with a quiet confidence to a seat at the other end of the counter. I watched her hips sway as she moved, and how the hem of her dress inched up ever so slightly to the curve of her perfect ass. If I thought the bartender looked good, she now didn't even hold a candle to this dark-haired beauty. I just saw my date walk in, I lied, barely looking at Jeremy as I picked up my drink and walked over to the newcomer. Jeremy said something after me, but I couldn't hear. I didn't care. "Is this seat taken?" I asked, pointing to the bar stool beside the woman. She turned slowly and looked at me, her caramel brown eyes assessing me. She was even better up close. Her skin was tan and smooth, and was only accentuated by the sage green of her dress that hung off her shoulders, drawing my eyes to her collarbones that were begging for my lips to brush against them. "It's all yours," she said casually, going back to reading the drink menu. I sat down next to her and sipped on my drink, sneaking glances. Each one came up with something else that turned me on. Her lips were pouty and set against her prominent Cupid's bow, making it hard to not wonder what they tasted like. Her dark hair was pulled back into a ponytail that fell across her back, and I wondered if maybe it was black instead of brown. "See something you like?" she asked, not looking up from her menu. Shit, I was caught. "Oh, sorry, I was just... What's good here?" She interrupted my lousy attempt at an excuse for why my eyes kept finding her. "Their dirty martinis are the best in town," I said. "Perfect." She waved the bartender down. "I'll have a dirty martini, please. Extra dirty." The bartender looked from me to her and nodded curtly. A brief look of disappointment crossed her face before she turned away. "What's your name?" she asked, turning toward me. I did everything I could to not let my eyes wander to the strapless neckline of her dress, which fit snugly just above her breasts. "Troy," I said. "And you are?" "Monica," she said, holding out her hand. I was taken aback by how firmly she shook my hand, and how much it sent a jolt right through me. "What brings you to the brasserie tonight?" I asked, leaning back against my seat and looking at her curiously. "A date from hell," she answered with a sigh. I couldn't help but feel a tinge of unwarranted jealousy for this stranger I had just met, knowing she had been out with another man before this. But I also felt relieved that this meant she was most likely single. Lucky me. "Tell me about it." "Seriously?" "I could use some entertainment after the day I had." I shrugged. Monica groaned. "I need a drink first." "Extra dirty martini?" said the bartender right on cue, sliding it over. "Do you want another one, Troy?" Monica gave me a look as I nodded. "First name basis, huh?" she asked as the bartender walked away. "It's not like that." She teased before taking a sip of her drink. Her eyes widened slightly. "Wow, this is good." "Told you. Now, tell me about this date." She proceeded to tell me about her date with some Joe Schmo who clearly didn't know how good he had it. I wondered how she had even been set up with a guy like that. He sounded like a jobless Justin Bieber wannabe. No match for who sat before me. I listened intently, watching as she talked animatedly. I was hooked. She was a fantastic storyteller. "I know we just met, but you are far too good for that guy," I said. And I meant it. It wasn't a line. Her cheeks flushed before she looked down at her drink, which was now bone dry. "I think I need another," she said on a giggle. I laughed and signaled to the bartender for another. "I'm starting a new job tomorrow," admitted Monica, bringing my focus back to her as the bartender brought over another martini. "So you want to go hungover?" I asked jokingly. She gave me a playful shove. As she pulled away, I wished her hand would stay against my chest. "I'm just nervous," she said, biting her lip. That one bite made me hard. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and took a long sip of her drink. Wow, you really are nervous. Just a little, she admitted, holding up 2 fingers and pinching them together. You know, I leaned in. I could help with that. Is that so? She asked, leaning in too, our faces just inches apart. Mm-hmm. And how would you do that? She asked, her eyes intent on mine. I reached my hand up and cradled her chin between my thumb and index finger, tilting her face up toward mine slightly. Her eyes fluttered closed just as I pressed my lips against hers. Her lips were moist against mine and tasted salty and sweet as I ran my tongue across them. She let out a little moan, and I took the opportunity to explore her open mouth. She pulled back slightly and looked at me, and her caramel eyes looked as if they had been lit ablaze. Your place or mine? She asked breathlessly. It was probably the most forward a woman had been with me. No playing hard to get, no games, no coyness. It was straight to the point, and sexy as hell. Mine, I said, as I threw a few hundreds on the bar top before taking her hand and leading her to the door, passing an open-mouthed Jeremy on our way out.
Chapter 3. Monica. As I held this practical stranger's hand, a very handsome stranger at that, I felt a rush of excitement and nerves run through my body as he pulled me through the bar. This was so not like me, to make out with a man I had just met at the bar. At least not 35-year-old me. The Monica in her 20s was a different story. Yet here I was, following him out the doors to the sidewalks of Manhattan, with his taste still in my mouth. Troy. It was a good name. And fitting for him. He was like a Greek god, with thick, dark hair that parted to the side effortlessly. I would give anything to run my fingers through it, and I fully planned to tonight. His eyes were a kaleidoscope of green and amber, and their intensity sank through me like hot coal. I knew nothing about him other than he was sexy as hell. He knew next to nothing about me. Something about that fact made me that much more turned on by him. The fitted charcoal suit he wore and the size of his strong hand around mine also increased his appeal. He held on to my hand as he hailed a cab with an assertiveness that caused 3 yellow cars to pull up to the curb. He chose the first and opened the door, helping me inside. After the door closed behind him and he told the driver his address, I expected some sort of awkward silence where we both questioned if this was a crazy idea. Instead, his hands were suddenly in my hair, and his forehead was pressed against mine as he looked at me with that same intensity. There was no awkwardness, just tension. A lot of it. I tilted my chin up as an invitation, and he took it with a slow eagerness that made my insides burn with desire. His lips grazed against mine lightly, and his eyes never left me. I felt my breath hitch as my eyes closed, waiting for what came next. He kissed me more firmly, his fingers getting tangled in my hair. I felt his tongue against my lips, parting them and meeting mine in a slow dance. I didn't know how long we were kissing before I felt the cab pull slowly to a stop as the driver put it into park. I reluctantly pulled away and looked out the window to see a large glass building that lurched into the sky so far that I couldn't see where it ended in the haze of the late-night sky. I looked at Troy, who gave me a smile that said this was his home. I swallowed hard as I wondered who the hell this guy was. He paid the driver and opened the back door, sliding out and coming round to my door. He opened it and offered me his hand. My heart felt like it was skipping several beats. I somehow knew tonight was going to be good, which was why the anticipation was getting to me. I hadn't had good sex in years. You know, the kind where your toes curl up as the wave washes over you? That was something I'd been missing in my last relationship. Troy leaned in and gave me a quick kiss before leading me into the building. "Good evening, Mr. Gunner," greeted the doorman. Troy Gunner. His name was even sexy. "Good evening, Manny," said Troy. He led me to the elevators and pressed the button, waiting for the doors to open and never letting go of my hand. Once inside, he pulled a key card out of his wallet and held it up to the sensor before pressing the button marked PH. Penthouse. He had a penthouse? Who was this guy? I tried not to let my curiosity show on my face as we rode up several dozen floors. The elevator came to a slow stop, and the doors opened to a large, dark room with windows for walls. The city lights against the inky sky was our only light. It was breathtaking. Troy stepped out of the elevator and gently pulled me to follow behind him. We walked across the room toward what felt like the edge of a cliff. My heart started racing. I didn't know if it was because we were so high up or the way he was looking at me as I took in the view below. "Wow," I whispered. "I could say the same thing," he whispered, but he wasn't looking at the city. I swallowed hard, a warmth rushing through me as his words landed like music on my ears. He stepped behind me and put his hands on my hips as we looked out the large expanse of windows. I felt his breath against the back of my neck, and I allowed myself to get lost in the calm steadiness of it. His lips brushed against the side of my neck, and with soft kisses, he moved up past my jawline to my ear. I felt his teeth graze against my earlobe before his tongue ran against it slowly, torturously. I let out a soft sigh as I reached my arms up and wrapped my hands around the back of his neck, giving his hands the freedom to roam as they pleased. And they did. His strong hands grazed up my sides until they found my breasts through the soft material of my sweater dress. He cupped his palms and massaged them as he began kissing my neck. I pressed my body firmly against his and felt his erection against me. I sucked in a breath at the sighs. I turned my head slightly toward him, and our eyes met. I tilted my face up to meet his, and his mouth found mine. He kissed me deeply as I pressed further against him. I felt him groan into my open mouth, and suddenly his hands reached up and pulled the top of my dress down, revealing my bare breasts. His hands grabbed them eagerly, and I moaned with pleasure as his fingertips grazed against my nipples. After a moment, he pulled away from our kiss breathlessly, and his hands quickly moved to my hips as he turned me to face him. I pressed my bare back against the window, its coolness biting into me. He tugged at my dress and shimmied it down my body until it fell in a heap at my ankles. I kicked it gently to the side as I watched his green eyes wander up my body as I stood there in nothing but a black lace thong. "Jesus," he whispered. "You're beautiful." I reached for him and gripped his hips, pulling him toward me. I shrugged his jacket off his shoulders and tossed it aside. My fingers fumbled with the buttons of his shirt until they found a desperate rhythm and freed him from it, revealing his tanned, toned torso. My eyes grazed across his muscles hungrily. He undid his pants and let them fall to the floor. He was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I bit my lip as my eyes fell to the waistband of his briefs, begging to see more. He reached up and trailed his thumb against my bottom lip, freeing it from my teeth that dug into it with desire. "That right there will drive me straight insane," he said. His fingers wrapped around the hemline of my lace thong and pulled it down gruffly. I sucked in a breath at the desperateness of it. His fingertips trailed up my inner thigh until they met against me. I could already feel myself wet against his touch. He ran his thumb over my clit in circular motions, his eyes watching mine as they filled with pleasure. A small smile crossed over his perfect lips as he dipped a finger into me, while his thumb continued moving against my clit. I sucked in a sharp breath as a sensation washed over me. He began moving rhythmically, in and out, circling me. I squirmed around the strength of his fingers. I reached my hands up and grabbed his dark hair, pulling at it desperately as he moved faster. A tremor began to grow from deep within me. It grew stronger until I closed my eyes and cried out in ecstasy. He slowly removed his fingers from my wetness. I took a few gasping breaths before opening my eyes and finding him looking at me with the sexiest look on his face. Pride, cockiness, arousal. I needed him right then. I grabbed the waistband of his briefs and pulled them down, revealing his large erection. My eyes hungrily took in the size of him as he kicked his briefs aside before meeting his eyes again. Knowing it would drive him crazy, I dug my top teeth into the flesh of my bottom lip. It was an invitation. He accepted it in one swift movement as he gripped my hips and lifted me up, so my back was against the window and my legs were wrapped around him. I gasped at his strength and the ease of him picking me up. I felt the tip of his erection against me as I looked down at him, my arms around his neck. His breath was heavy, matching mine. "I need you right now," I whispered, my eyes on his. Without hesitation, he adjusted my hips and lowered me slowly onto his cock. I felt every inch of him against my walls, filling me up gloriously. I clenched around his cock as he pushed every inch of it into me. He let out a low moan as his fingers dug into the flesh of my upper thighs. He pulled out just as slowly as he had entered, and with the new intensity in his eyes, he plunged into me quickly, making me cry out. He pumped in and out with strong thrusts. My legs quivered around him as he began moving faster. I heard the rhythmic slaps of our bodies meeting each other over and over. I cried out again as pleasure pulsed through me. I struggled to hold myself together as his fingers dug even deeper into me. His eyes closed as he unleashed into me, moaning loudly. My walls convulsed against his length. Waves of pleasure rolled through me before we collapsed into a heap on the floor. The next morning, I woke up in Troy's bed, where we had stumbled in a desperate state, with our hands all over each other, ready for round 2, which was just as good as round 1. His arm was draped over me, and he was breathing steadily. I watched him sleep for just a moment, admiring how one man could be this freaking perfect, even when he slept. Then I remembered the job. I started today. I glanced over at the clock on his nightstand and felt a slight panic. I had to be there in just over an hour. Carefully, I scooched out from under Troy's arm and placed my feet on the hardwood floor. I scanned the dark room for my clothes, but came up with nothing. I tiptoed out of the bedroom and walked toward a stream of light coming from down the hallway. I reached the living room where we had been last night. Now I could see the massiveness of this place in the morning light. I shook my head at the size of the room before spotting my clothes in a pile by the window. I slid on my thong, followed by my dress, and found my purse nearby. I debated waking Troy up and saying goodbye, but all of this seemed too good to be true. Amazing guy, amazing lay, amazing money. There is no way that it could work out. I made the decision to leave it as a mind-blowing one-night stand and pressed the button for the elevators.
Chapter 4. Troy. I woke up to the small sliver of morning light that came cascading through the curtains in my bedroom. Slowly, I opened my eyes and blinked a few times as they adjusted. I then remembered last night and felt around the bed, only to find it empty. I sat up and looked around. Sure enough, the woman from last night was gone. Monica. At least, I thought that was what her name was. I ran my fingers through my hair and felt a strange cocktail of confusion, relief, and emptiness. I'd had one-night stands in the past, but I usually woke up from those trying to get the woman out of my place. This time, she did it on her own, and I wasn't entirely sure I liked that, or that I had wanted her to leave. I lay back against the down pillows and let out a sigh as I thought about the night before. Her eyes, her mouth, her body, her surrounding me. It was like a slideshow of her was playing in my head, flashing before me too quickly for me to get a grasp. I shut my eyes and groaned. It had been mind-blowing sex, quite possibly the best I had ever had. I would have gladly gone for round 2 this morning, but clearly I was the only one who had that sentiment because I lay here alone. I rolled over and looked over at the clock. It was 9:45 a.m. Shit! I was late for work. I pulled the covers off me and padded to the bathroom, the cool wood floors nipping at the soles of my feet. I didn't hear any sounds of life in my apartment, so she was truly gone. I turned on the shower and waited until the room filled with steam before stepping inside. Quickly, I washed and dried off, but swore I could still smell her on me. I wasn't complaining. It was a sweet smell, like jasmine, one I wouldn't mind waking up to again. Hurriedly, I dressed for work, choosing a navy suit and a crisp white button-down. I would just have to have coffee and breakfast at work. I was already over an hour late, which really wasn't that big of an issue because I owned the place. But I still liked to have a professional reputation. Plus, I was sure it would get back to my father and I would face another empty threat of him taking my firm away. If Monica, if that's what her name was, had stayed this morning, I would have gladly showed up 3 hours late to work. If not, called out completely. Screw my dad. I smiled to myself as the night flashed before me once again. I only wished the lights had been on. Out on the sidewalk, I hailed a cab and slid inside. I gave the driver the address and settled in for the short ride to work. My father didn't understand why I took cabs when I could easily afford a driver, but there was something about hailing a cab that got me. It was in true New York fashion, and I loved the city. Despite having millions to do with as I pleased, I wanted to stay grounded in some ways. Not many, but some. 10 minutes later, the cab pulled up to the curb outside my building. The large concrete and glass structure looked even more gray and dull than usual as the clouds rolled in. I let out a sigh as I paid the driver and walked up to the heavy doors of the entrance. They were opened for me by 2 doormen. I gave them a nod of acknowledgement as my footsteps echoed through the large lobby. I hoped today would be less stressful than yesterday. Up in my office, I sat down in my large leather desk chair and rubbed my eyes groggily. The lack of sleep from last night paired with one too many old fashions was getting to me. I needed coffee, stat. I was about to call in my personal assistant to go get me one when I remembered I didn't have one. My previous assistant had moved back to Seattle to be closer to family. Or at least that was her excuse after I ended our secret office fling. She left last week. I scrolled through the morning's emails and saw one from my office manager, Kathy. Troy, just a reminder that your new personal assistant starts today. She will be in training for a good portion of the day, but I will be sure to introduce you to since you haven't actually met her, if time presents itself by the end of the workday. Warm regards, Kathy. I chuckled to myself over her email. Kathy had been scrambling to find me a new assistant, which wouldn't have been hard if she would stop running everything by my father. I swore she and Jeremy were cut from the same cloth. always running to my dad over every little thing. I didn't know what it was about my father, but everyone felt like they owed it to him to fill him in on every little thing in my life. I was sure Jeremy had already told him about me leaving the bar with a woman last night. Kathy had probably fretfully told him that I hired a personal assistant without her knowing. Last night, I had texted her telling her the position was filled and that Daniel would be in touch with contact information. She tried calling a few times, but I ignored her calls and she eventually gave up. I owed Daniel a favor and I trusted the guy. He was one of the more admirable businessmen in the city and had built quite an empire for himself. I would be lying if I said I wasn't envious that he had done it all on his own, without the help of his rich and successful father. We were often compared to one another throughout the years, both young billionaires in New York, one self-made and one under his father's thumb, both with reputations that preceded us in the papers. Well, at least he used to. Now he was married with a kid. No one ever thought the guy would settle down, but there he was, proving everyone wrong. Now, I was the one the tabloids were after. Despite all of that, we had managed to remain friendly acquaintances. He had helped me out with his AI software for my company. Like, literally helped out. He didn't send anyone to do it. He walked me through it himself. I could tell how passionate he was about it. And for good reason. His launch was splashed all over the papers and shown all over the news. It was his most successful yet, and his first deal overseas. So yeah, I owed him a favor. When he texted me last night about having a personal assistant in mind for me, I took him up on it without even really thinking. I was a bourbon deep and figured it would be one less stressor in my life to have it taken care of. After all, at the end of the day, I was the head of the company and what I said went. Except today, as the head of the company, I had to get my own coffee. I rode the elevators back down to the lobby and emerged out onto the sidewalk. I walked down the block to my favorite coffee shop and stood in the small line. Most everyone had already gotten their coffee because they were on time for work. "Mr. Gunner, good to see you," said the young barista. He must have been 19 and was here almost every time I came in. We would always make small talk. I could tell he was a hard worker just based on how seriously he took making a cup of coffee. "Good to see you too. How is school going?" I asked. "Made Dean's List, again." "Bravo," I said, slapping the counter. "Thank you. Just trying to follow in your footsteps. So, what can I get you? The usual?" "Yes, please." "Iced Americano coming right up. Can you add on a breakfast sandwich too, the sausage and egg one?" "Sure thing, Mr. Gunner." After I paid, a few minutes later, the barista called my name from the end of the counter and slid me my drink. I thanked him and left a generous tip on the counter. His eyes widened, and before he could say thank you, I slipped out the door. I never wanted to make a big deal out of my wealth, but I wanted to help when I could. Back in my office, I went through the rest of the morning's emails. As stressful as yesterday was, today was the exact opposite. I was actually kind of bored. That was the thing with this job. It was either hair-tearing out stressful or mindlessly boring. There was no in-between. But it was all I knew, all I had grown up around. Thankfully, I had an afternoon meeting that would give my brain a little exercise. Unfortunately, it was with Jeremy. There was a knock at the door, and Kathy led Jeremy inside. "Troy, my man, good to see you again. Heard you strolled in late today," he said, with a smirk and a shared look with Kathy. "Must have had a late night with that hot brunette last night." Kathy looked from Jeremy to me, annoyingly soaking in that little tidbit of information. "Please, have a seat. Thank you, Kathy," I said, dismissing her. She closed the door behind her, and I warded off any personal questions from Jeremy and just tried to focus on the meeting. He had an investor who was interested in potentially opening up a hedge fund, but lived overseas. He was using Jeremy as a liaison, which was irksome because I was more than capable of making the deal myself. After an hour of video calls and using Jeremy as an unnecessary middleman, I finally closed the deal. Feeling triumphant, I thanked Jeremy for his time, even though I was sure he only did it to secure himself a favor. That's how the business world worked. Nothing was for free. Everything was for you to gain something. That was how I wound up with a personal assistant I had never interviewed or even had a resume from. Once Jeremy left, it was nearing the end of the workday. I really had no reason to stay at the office. Sometimes I would leave early or wrap up work at my home office. But then I remembered I still had to meet my personal assistant. I groaned. Where was she? I emailed Kathy. Kathy, any update on the personal assistant? It's nearly 4. I hit send. A few minutes later, my email pinged. Troy, we will be there in 5, and I thought the workday didn't end until 5. I rolled my eyes at her response. Good. At least they would be here soon, so I could get this over with and head home. I was still tired from the night before. The Americano had helped a little, but had worn off by now. I planned on grabbing dinner on the way home and passing out early. No nightcap would be needed tonight. A few minutes later, there was a knock at my door. Come in, I said. Kathy poked her head in. Your new assistant is here. Bring her in. I nodded. Kathy opened the door and stepped inside, followed by a woman in a cream skirt suit that I immediately recognized. I stood up and swallowed hard as our eyes met. Shit.
Chapter 5. Monica. I felt my stomach drop about 40 floors down to the lobby of the building as I made eye contact with Troy. I thought the name Gunner sounded familiar when his office manager mentioned it during my training. I didn't think anything of it, though, even though my mind had drifted to the night before with the man who now stood in front of me. My now boss, as it would seem. He wore a fitted navy suit that was most likely custom-made to his godlike body that I had gotten a very good view of last night, even in the dimness of his living room. His hair was effortlessly pushed to one side, with a strand falling across his forehead as if it were on purpose. It was perfectly out of place. I saw the stubble of a 5 o'clock shadow running up his jawline. I wondered if he had been in a rush this morning too, not having time to shave. It looked good on him. Then again, anything probably would. Mr. Gunner, this is your new personal assistant, Monica, said Kathy, leading me further into the room. Further into the lion's den. I felt my ankles wobble in the black pumps I'd convinced myself to wear this morning as I took another step toward him. These were a bad choice, no matter how professional they looked. I knew I should have said something, acknowledged him, anything, but I was left speechless. I felt frozen to the spot, mute. I wiped my hands nervously down the front of my cream skirt, worried they left a trail of sweat down the front of my thighs, as I saw Troy register who his new personal assistant was. Our eyes met briefly. His green ones were darker than last night, as if they had some sort of storm brewing in them. I quickly broke his gaze that he tried to keep calm, but I saw the nerves behind it. How could I have been so stupid? I had never had a one-night stand in my life, and the one time I do it, it happens to be with my boss the day before I started my new job. I don't know what came over me or my judgment last night. It had felt so right in the moment, and even after I left this morning, I felt anything but regret. It was like I was living out some sort of fantasy. A handsome man came up to me at the bar, and my head immediately became clouded by the way he looked at me. Flirtations and buzz from our drinks were high, and then his mouth was on mine, and the next thing I knew, I was asking him to leave with me. It was straight out of one of my books, but this was real life, my life, and things had just gotten complicated. Obviously, I couldn't know he was going to be my boss. I knew nothing about the job or who ran the company from the lack of details Daniel shared. I probably should have asked more questions over dinner last night when he propositioned me, before blindly accepting a job. Hell, I hadn't even had an interview. And I knew nothing about Troy, besides he drank old fashions, owned a top-floor penthouse in the East Village, had large hands that knew exactly what they were doing, and was easily the best sex partner of my life. But now I knew he was the head of this corporation, which was one of the most successful hedge fund companies on the East Coast, hence the floor-to-ceiling view in his massive apartment. I learned everything about the job and the company, but nothing about him. I also found out that he had a reputation for sleeping with his personal assistants. A nice little tidbit that Kathy threw in during my training today. It felt oddly uncomfortable for her to air such intimate dirty laundry about her boss. I got the sense that maybe she wasn't too fond of him, but then again, maybe she was just a woman looking out for another. She said nothing had been proven, of course, but with his reputation, it wouldn't be surprising. I wondered what that reputation might be. Now that I stood before him, I suddenly felt a tinge of jealousy, knowing about the others who had come before me. His hands on them, his mouth on theirs, probably right here in this office. I felt my cheeks flush as I glanced at his desk where I was sure he had taken someone right then and there. Hell, I was even thinking about it just standing here. How was I supposed to work for him when I had seen him naked? He had been all I had fantasized about all morning when I reluctantly rushed home from his place, then all through getting ready for work and the ride to this very office building. I couldn't get his green eyes out of my mind or his fingertips leaving white impressions on my thighs as the city sprawled out below us. Now it seemed like it would be even more difficult to forget him, if I took the job, that is. Which I really needed. I didn't know how badly until this morning going through training and seeing the steadiness of a 9-to-5. There wasn't uncertainty about what readers would think. There wasn't writer's block making it impossible to meet deadlines. There weren't bad reviews that shook my confidence. The pay was also generous. When I signed my contract this morning, I could hardly believe the zeros that lined up before me like dominoes. I wondered if they had given me the wrong contract. I was just a personal assistant after all, but after scanning it over again, I realized I was correct and eagerly signed on the line. Don't get me wrong, I loved writing. It was my passion. It was my life. But since my last book flopped, my confidence had been shaken. It's hard to come back from that. Earning trust from readers was one of the most difficult things when they were just reading words on a page and hoping to get lost in a story. When that trust was broken, it was hard to get back. And you never heard the end of it. Headlines read, "Will Durrell's next book prove she still has it? Has Durrell lost her special touch? There's no happy ending for you here." I've had books in the past that had taken a dip in reviews, but nothing like this. Maybe it had been the success of the book prior. People ate up the story about Hart and Daniel. It was unexpected and wrapped up with a happy ending, like it was tied with a red velvet bow. When I shared that it was based on a true story, while keeping them anonymous, of course, fans went wild. It steadily climbed up the bestsellers list until it was number 1. Then my breakup happened, and the stalker. There was no happy ending in my life, making it difficult to write the one my readers wanted. I hadn't written since, much to the disappointment of my agent who was hounding me. I knew there was a real threat of being dropped from my publisher, but I just couldn't will myself to sit down and type anything. I needed a break from writing, but that meant less money coming in, which was why I took this job. One that I now see might have been a mistake. I heard Kathy clear her throat as Troy and I failed to introduce ourselves to each other, or utter a single word at that. I lurched forward awkwardly, trying my best to keep my composure, and trying my best to act as if I hadn't just slept with the man in front of me. "Hello, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Gunner," I said, holding out my hand. He hesitated for a moment, before taking it in his and shaking it gently. It wasn't a firm, businesslike grip. It was more intimate, tender. It made me suck in a silent breath. "Please, call me Troy." "It's nice to meet you, too. Monica. Monica. Doral. He held my hand a moment too long before I slipped it away, all the feelings of last night returning in a single touch. I wondered if he felt it too. My cheeks flushed as Kathy looked between the two of us curiously. I wondered if she somehow could see the tension that was building between us with each passing second. It felt like the room was going to explode. Daniel had nothing but good things to say about you, Monica, said Troy. I'm happy to hear that. Daniel is a good friend of mine. Now. It wasn't always that way. I heard Kathy snort slightly as I looked at her curiously. I could tell when I met her that she wasn't too thrilled with how I'd been hired. It seemed like she usually had a say in everything, and I was quite the surprise walking in this morning. I wasn't sure if I was all that fond of her either, based on my first impression. I felt a small relief that she wasn't going to be my boss, and that was saying something given the circumstances. Well, I'll leave you two to get better acquainted, said Kathy curtly. I noticed her shoot Troy a look before she stepped outside, closing the door behind her. I wondered if it was a warning look, one that said, "Don't sleep with her." Little did she know that had already happened. I could have sworn Troy rolled his eyes when she turned her back to him. For a moment, I debated following her out the door, quitting before I even started. It would make things way less complicated. But again, I needed this job. I needed the money. Plus, Troy had done a favor for Daniel in hiring me, and Daniel had done one for me. I couldn't screw that up. Not when he and Hart had put themselves on the line for me to help me out. What would my walking out say about them or their judgment? I kept thinking about how Daniel had said Troy trusted him. I wouldn't be the one to break that trust. Troy cleared his throat and adjusted the collar of his white shirt, which brought out the tan of his skin that peeked out below the buttons. I remembered my fingers working the buttons of another shirt last night. Fumbling, desperate. About how I was feeling right about now. I swallowed hard as I pushed the memory away. It was still so fresh in my mind. I didn't know how I was going to get through the day today or any other day after. I wondered if he was as nervous as I was, knowing he knew everything that lay under this cream suit. If he was, he didn't show it. He had that same confidence about him, whereas I was totally shaken. I was envious of him in this moment. "Please, take a seat," he said, with a tight-lipped smile as he gestured to the cushy leather chair in front of his massive desk. I eyed the glossy oak surface. He had definitely had sex on here before. The thought made my stomach turn. Was it jealousy? Or the fact that I had been another one of his apparent conquests? I sat down and smoothed out my skirt, giving my hands something to do as they shook relentlessly. I took a deep breath and willed myself to calm down as I watched him ease into the chair across from me. Here we go.
Chapter 6. Troy. I tried to keep my wits about me as Monica sat looking somehow even more delectable than the night before. The cream suit brought out her olive skin and hugged her in all the right places. Her dark hair was down and in bouncy waves just past her shoulders. She carefully tucked it behind one ear as her caramel eyes avoided mine. I didn't mind. It gave me more time to look at her, to take her all in, to take all of this in. I was totally screwed. That much was for certain. My father had already warned me that if I slept with another personal assistant, he would take full ownership of the firm. Because it was a subsidiary, he had full rights to. He had no proof I had ever slept with any of my assistants, but the rumors swirled, and he caught wind of it. Probably thanks to Kathy. I never denied my sexual encounters, but I never admitted to them either. They were just flings, nothing serious, just a bit of fun, all consensual. They were always willing, if not eager. It was hard not to get close to someone you spent so much time with and who knew the ins and outs of most of your life. Plus, Kathy always seemed to hire the hot ones. It was like she did it on purpose, like she had it out for me. Serena, my last assistant, had been unexpected. She played hard to get for a while. I assumed she wasn't interested after the first few months of takeout and late nights in my office. She had said she had a boyfriend, so I dropped my coy advances and stuck to business. As best I could. I am a man, and she was a natural blonde with perky breasts that she let peek out of her blouses in a way that made you want just a little more. She always caught my wandering eye, but never hassled me for it. She seemed proud of it. Kathy seemed both pleased and disappointed that she had found an assistant who stuck to work and resisted my gentle advances. But then, one late night, Serena was emotional in talking about how her boyfriend broke up with her. I consoled her with a hug, and she took it further by putting her mouth on mine, and then other places, right here in this office. I was happy to be a rebound for her, and her pleasure-filled moans told me she was happy too. But over time, she grew attached and wanted more from me. Things I couldn't give her, like the stability of a relationship. I told her that from the very beginning, right before she pushed me onto this desk chair and straddled me. She knew it would never turn into anything. Still, she got it in her pretty young head that she could change me. She couldn't. Things got complicated, which was why she quit and moved away, and why Monica sat before me, ready to take her place. This was a different sort of predicament. How was I to know my new personal assistant would be someone I had already slept with? I couldn't technically get in trouble for that, but I could get in trouble for the thoughts running through my head right now with Monica sitting in front of me. I couldn't help but glance at the small amount of cleavage that protruded from under her suit jacket, or the way her skirt rode up as she crossed her smooth legs. Those black heels did wonders for her, and I imagined what she would look like standing in them with nothing else on. The torturous fact was that I had already seen her, explored every inch of her with my eyes, my hands, my mouth. I knew what she tasted like. I knew what she sounded like when she moaned. I knew what she felt like around me. These thoughts made me hard against my slacks, and I was glad we had this desk between us. A desk I would gladly take her on right here, right now. She shifted in her seat, and I knew I had to say something. "I'm surprised to see you again," I said, leaning back in my chair and waiting for her to meet my gaze. No such luck. "I would have hoped I would have seen you when I woke up this morning," I added. That got her. Her brown eyes looked up suddenly, catching mine. I'm sorry," she stammered. I held my hand up and shook my head. "It's okay. I know how a one-night stand works." "Well, I don't," she said, chewing on the inside of her cheek. This surprised me. She seemed so confident at the bar. She was the one who invited me to leave with her. Now I found out this was all foreign territory for her. A part of me felt relief, because thinking of her with someone else made my jealousy turn its ugly head. She was doing wonders for my ego, telling me I was her first. "I'm not sure what came over me," she said softly, looking down at the ground. Whatever it was, I'm glad it did. "And then this morning I woke up in your bed and panicked. I didn't want to be late for work." "And then you found yourself here." I looked around my office and back to her. "You were the last person I expected to meet today," she admitted, biting her lip nervously. My eyes fell to her fleshy pout and I licked my lips with desire. Did she know how fucking sexy she was? Did she know what that did to me? I showed her last night up against the window, putting on a show for the whole city to see. I swore I could still feel her trembling around me as I released into her. My cock throbbed slightly. She caught me staring and released her lip from her teeth's grasp. Her cheeks turned a rosy shade of pink. She remembered. "What do we do now?" she asked. "Well, I think it's best we pretend last night didn't happen." "Agreed." She nodded. I was a little disappointed by how quickly she agreed to that, but it was for the best. Even though I wasn't sure how I was going to pretend nothing happened when I knew how good it felt inside her. I wasn't going to forget that anytime soon, especially when she was dangled in front of me like a goddamn carrot. But I didn't want to risk losing my firm with my father annoyingly micromanaging me. Plus, Kathy would sense something was up. It already seemed like she did. "Glad we're on the same page," I said, wondering if we actually were. "So, what would you like me to do for you?" she asked, sitting up a little straighter as if to show she meant business. But the words brought me back to last night at the edge of my bed, when she asked those same words on her knees. I hadn't expected to go again so quickly after our romp against the window, but after lying breathless on the hardwood floor for a few moments, our mouths found each other again, and we stumbled to the bedroom. She was hard to resist, especially when she took control. She had shoved me on the bed and looked at me with eyes that whispered with an intimacy all the things she wanted to do to me. So I let her. I let her slide those luscious lips down my length, shivering as I felt her tongue run against the underside. She took me all in as I gripped the sheets until my knuckles turned white, her eyes never leaving mine. How the hell was I going to get that image out of my head? I don't have anything I need right now," I said, internally shaking my head free of the memory of her mouth around me. I did need something, but it was something I couldn't have. If I kept thinking about it, there was no stopping me from shoving all of this paperwork off of my desk and pulling her on top of it. "Are you sure?" she asked. I nodded as I adjusted uncomfortably in my seat, my erection standing tall under the cover of my desk. "I actually have an afternoon meeting," I lied. "So you're free to go. It's nearly 5 anyway." I needed her out of my office so I could sort myself out. She nodded and stood from her seat. She waited for a moment as if waiting for me to stand too. I wished I could to shake her hand, but that would be impossible in my current state. I just gave her an awkward single nod and watched as she turned toward the door, my eyes immediately dropping to her backside. I couldn't help it. It looked even more luscious in the cream fabric of her well-fitted skirt. When she shut the door gently behind her, I let out a deep breath. I had to get it together. We would be working together for the unforeseeable future. I couldn't let my arousal get in the way of our business relationship. There was a knock at my door, and I wondered if she had forgotten something, or if she was back for round 3. "Come in," I said, with too much eagerness. My hopes deflated as Kathy popped her head in. "How did it go?" she asked. "Good. She seems very capable," I said. And she was, from what I knew outside of the office. "She hasn't been a personal assistant in a few years," said Kathy, with a hint of warning in her tone. "It can't be that hard," I said. She raised an eyebrow and looked at me unconvinced. "Oh, come on, Kathy. Give her a chance," I said with a shrug. She rolled her eyes as she stepped out and closed the door behind her. I knew she was going to have an extra watchful eye on Monica, which meant there really could be no funny business between us. This was my last chance to prove to my father that I could do this, that I deserved this. The disappointment of seeing Kathy at my door had not only deflated my hopes, but also my erection. I was safe to leave now. I grabbed my briefcase and headed for the door. As I stepped into the hallway, I spotted Monica at her desk just across the way from my office. She was getting her things organized, unaware of my presence. I watched her for a moment as she stacked papers and organized the drawer of her desk. Her face was one of concentration as she leaned down and looked at her computer, reading something on the screen. She pulled her hair to one side as she read, revealing her long neck where I had left an invisible trail of kisses. She really was a knockout. I quietly turned and continued down the hallway toward the elevators. The whole cab ride home, I thought about Monica, and how eager I was to see her again the next morning. It would be torture, but at least she wouldn't be a stranger. When I got home, I fell face first onto my bed with a groan. Today had been an unexpected one, and my brain was stirring. The smell of jasmine and sweet sweat filled my lungs as I breathed in deep. The slideshow of the night before flashed through my head instinctively. I closed my eyes and tried to shut them out, but it was no use. I sighed frustratedly as I walked to the bathroom. I needed a freezing cold shower. This was going to be a hard situation, in more ways than one.
Chapter 7. Monica. I waited a while to leave the office after watching Troy slip out the door without so much as a goodbye. Could I blame him, though? This whole thing was so awkward. I wondered if his afternoon meeting had been canceled, or if it had been made up to avoid me. I probably would have done the same thing. But we couldn't avoid each other forever. "How was your first day?" asked Kathy, striding up to my desk with her purse. "It was good, just settling in," I replied as I shuffled some paperwork on my desk mindlessly. "What did you think of Troy?" I felt a guard go up, like she had just asked me something extremely personal. I wondered if there were two sides to that question. Had she picked up on the tension between us? It wouldn't be hard. It filled the room like a thick smoke. "He was very professional," I answered. "I can see why he has earned so much success." She snorted through her nose. The second time she had done that. She must really not like him. I gave her a curious look. "Well, good luck," she said, drumming her fingers on my desk. "Thank you." I watched her turn and walk down the hallway toward the elevators. I breathed a little sigh of relief, knowing I was finally alone with my thoughts. Alone now, I opened my emails and scrolled through to make sure I hadn't missed anything. It was all just onboarding that I had already completed. I leaned back in my chair and glanced toward Troy's empty office across the hall. It was like I could still feel his presence long after he had gone home. How could one night with him have such a hold on me? This morning, I had done everything to convince myself that it was just a one-night stand, and it didn't mean anything. Even if it was a triumphant feat to leave him in that cloud of a bed this morning, when all I wanted to do was stay. Clearly, I was not cut out for intimacy without the strings attached. But I had sensed a tinge of disappointment in his voice when he brought up me leaving unannounced this morning. Or did I imagine that? He didn't seem like the sort of man to care, especially with his reputation with his personal assistants. I wondered how many he had gone through. I was sure I could find out easily from Kathy, but I kind of didn't want to know. I'd already had one too many unwarranted, jealous thoughts this afternoon of people I had never met. I put my head in my hands and ran my fingers through my hair frustratedly. I needed to talk to someone about this. I reached for my phone and scrolled to Hart's contact to type out a quick text and hit send. Me. "SOS, can we grab dinner?" Hart. "Of course." I smiled at my phone. No questions asked. She was there for me. That was why she was my best friend. Me. "The tavern in 30? Hart. "See you then." I slid my phone in my purse and stood from my desk. It was nearing 6 o'clock. It seemed like the rest of the office had emptied out too. Knowing I would be back here tomorrow was a strange feeling. I hadn't worked a 9 to 5 in so long, and was used to a more fluid schedule where I could work where and when I wanted. It would just be something I had to get used to again. Among other things, like seeing those green eyes again. The cab ride to Queens took longer than expected because of the evening traffic, but I was relieved when I got to the restaurant to see I was the first one there. The hostess led me to a corner booth, and I immediately ordered a glass of white wine. I took a sip and let the cool crispness run through me as I unwound from the day. "You started without me?" asked Hart, standing with her hands on her hips. I laughed and scooched over so she could sit down. "Sorry I'm late," she said. "Bridget was practically climbing up my leg, but then Daniel put puppets on his hands and it was like I was invisible. I swear she loves those puppets." I laughed at the thought of Daniel with puppets on his hands. He really was a good dad. He had completely stepped up and given my best friend and their baby a good life. I was so happy for her. So was the rest of America when they read my book. "I would pay to see that," I said, taking another sip of wine. Hart held her hand up and politely waved the server over. "I'll have one of those," she said, pointing to my wine. "And I'll have another." I wasn't even finished with my first. When the server walked away, Hart eyed me curiously. "What's going on?" she asked. "First the SOS text and now the drowning in wine? Are we back in our 20s or did something happen?" I groaned as I fiddled with the stem of my wine glass. "Oh my gosh, Monica, is it the stalker?" she asked, sitting straighter and reaching for my hand. No. I shook my head profusely. "Nothing to do with him." Hart breathed a sigh of relief. I knew she worried about me. I honestly hadn't heard from him or seen him in months, not since he got out of jail. I had asked the police for an update, but they said they couldn't reveal any information due to confidentiality. It was frustrating, but I was able to put a restraining order in place. I had also moved since the break-in and had been trying to keep a low profile. Queens wasn't my first choice to live, but with the current market, it was the only place I could find that fit my small budget. Hart and I used to live together in Brooklyn. I took over the remainder of her lease when Daniel asked her to move in together. I loved that little loft. There were so many memories there, especially with my goddaughter in her early days. It was a shame someone could come in and tear all those memories apart, tainting them with shades of fear. I was just so thankful that she and Bridget had moved out by the time everything had gotten so ugly. I would never forgive myself for being the cause of their personal safe space being invaded like that. Since moving, I had kept a low profile. I hadn't done any book signings or appearances. Not that anyone would really want to come after my last book. "Then what is it?" she asked. "Well, I started my new job today." Hart smacked her hand against her forehead. "Oh my gosh, I'm the worst friend ever. How could I have forgotten? Bridget has been teething and I swear she's a gremlin. I don't know up from down with the lack of sleep." "It's okay, seriously." I gave her a reassuring smile before it was eaten up by a nervous one. "Did you like it? How was your first day?" I took a long sip of wine. "It was good. Just have to get used to a corporate job again." "You will, and you can still write in the evenings. This won't be a forever thing if you don't want it to be." "I met Troy," I said, my voice jumping an octave. "And? How did you like him? I've only met him a few times, but he seems really nice." "You've met him? You could have warned me that he was a Greek god." I narrowed my eyes at her. She laughed and took her wine glass from the server who had just brought it over. "The thing is, I had already met him before," I said coyly. "Oh? I didn't know that." She took a sip of wine. "Yeah, I kind of slept with him last night." Hart spit out her wine right onto the table as her eyes bulged out of her pretty face. "What?" she choked out. I put my hands up to my face to hide the burning red that had taken over them, and peeked out of the slits of my fingers at my best friend. "Tell me everything," she demanded. I slid my hands down my face and explained to her how I had met him last night at the bar after our dinner together. One thing led to another, and then I was up at his penthouse. I had no idea who he was or that he would end up being my boss. "You asked him to leave with you? This is so unlike you. This is so exciting," she said, clapping her hands. "Will you stop that?" I said with a laugh, grabbing her hands and pulling them under the table. "There's nothing exciting about it. Everything is so complicated now." "What did he do when he saw you?" "I think he panicked, just for a second. Then he went back to being cool as a cucumber." Hart nodded in agreement before a sly smirk crept over her face. "What?" I asked. "How was his cucumber?" "Oh my God, Hart!" I couldn't help but giggle. "Oh, come on, Monica. Details. I need details." I waited a few moments, knowing it was torturing her. "Best sex of my life," I sighed, leaning against the back of the booth. She squealed and some of the people in the restaurant looked over curiously. "But that's not the point. How am I supposed to do my job? He's my freaking boss." "This is so crazy. You know what? It sounds like a great plot for a novel," she said suggestively. "Maybe you could find some inspiration for your next bestseller?" "I don't know." "Well, what would the heroine in this scenario do?" she asked. "She would probably spend the entire book having wild, passionate, secret sex all over the office with the hottest man she'd ever met," I admitted. "Exactly," she said with a curt nod. "But this isn't a novel. It's my life. I can't do that," I said. "Plus, I found out Troy has quite the reputation for sleeping with his personal assistants." Hart groaned. "Oh, he's one of those." "Yep, and I don't really want to be added to that list, even though I kind of already was." Hart laughed. "That doesn't count. You didn't know," she reassured me. "Still, I can't risk my professional reputation to live out some fantasy. I need this job. I need the money. You think I was living in Manhattan with how high Queens has gone up. I can barely scrounge up rent right now." "I know," said Hart, putting her arm around me and giving me a squeeze before releasing me. "You know I'm here to help you out with whatever you need." This wasn't the first time Hart had offered to lend me some money while I caught my bearings. I felt like she thought she owed it to me after her life turned upside down with her unexpected pregnancy. But I just did what a best friend would do and helped her the best I could. I never wanted her to feel like she owed me anything in return. So I always refused her offer of financial help. I didn't think it was smart to mix friendship and money, no matter how tempting the offer was sometimes. It also wasn't smart to sleep with your boss, but here we were. This was my mess to sort out. "I'll figure it out," I said. "But thank you." "Okay, but I'm getting dinner tonight to celebrate your new job." "In that case," I joked, "I'll have the most expensive thing on the menu." She laughed as she waved over the server, and we both ordered a bacon cheeseburger with extra fries, the most expensive thing on the menu. That was why I loved this place. It also felt like a safe bet that Troy, Mr. Billionaire, wouldn't ever step foot in here. It wasn't like I could actually avoid him. I would see him in the morning. The thought made my stomach do a flip. I hoped the feeling would eventually subside.
Chapter 8. Troy. After my frigid shower, that was more uncomfortable than relieving, I stepped out of the water and wrapped myself in a towel. Thankfully, it had helped my growing feelings subside after my short time with Monica. I walked to the black marble sink of my bathroom and placed my hands on the counter, studying myself in the mirror. "How could you be so stupid?" I muttered. I should have asked Monica more questions last night. She had brought up the new job, and I hadn't even asked what it was or what she would be doing. It would have probably given me some clue that she would be walking into my office this afternoon as my new personal assistant. All I knew was that she had gone on a shitty date and was in the mood to make out at a bar, and there was no way I was passing that up. Plus, it wasn't like I really spent time getting to know the women I met. All of it was small talk, no substance. We rushed through our words just trying to get to the end result, which ended up in my bed, or theirs. I didn't want anything else from them. Words complicated things. But apparently lack of words complicated things too. I groaned as I ran my hands down my stubbly cheeks. I needed a shave. There hadn't been time this morning after waking up late, and alone. For some reason, that still seemed like a thread of disappointment that ran through me. I grabbed my electric razor and began carefully shaving. When I was done, I cleaned up the sink and walked over to my bedroom and into the large master closet. I did a slow turn as I debated whether to put on sweats and stay in, or put on another suit and go out for my usual nightcap. As tired as I had felt all day, the cold water had woken me up some. This was usually the time I went out for a solo dinner and then headed to the bar for a few drinks to numb my body and brain so I could sleep. It wasn't the best habit, but one I had grown used to over the past 2 years since I had opened up my own firm. It was highly unlikely I would run into Monica again. Fate couldn't be that tricky. The idea of seeing her slink up to the bar the way she did last night was an attractive possibility, but one I wouldn't bet on. In the 0 to none chance she did, what happened last night couldn't happen again. No, it was best to just see her in the office. Not that the office setting had stopped me before with previous personal assistants, but it had gotten me in hot water. If I truly believed my father's threats, then pursuing Monica would mean kissing my firm goodbye. My phone buzzed just then from the nightstand in my room. I walked past the bed, still unmade with tangled sheets, and picked up my phone. I sighed as I looked at the caller ID. It was my father. Did I really want to do this right now? I had better just get whatever he wanted over with. I slid the green answer bar. "Hello?" I answered. "Troy," his usual cool greeting. "Hey, Dad. What's up?" "Well, I just got off the phone with Kathy." I rolled my eyes. Of course he did. "Yeah? And?" "Well, she gave me a bit of interesting news." I sighed quietly as I let whatever he was trying to say drag out like a movie that didn't need to be 3 hours long. "Oh? What's that?" I sat on the bed, still wrapped in a towel. The scent of sweet jasmine still lingered, and I tried my best to ignore it and memorize it at the same time. I needed to wash these immediately, or get rid of them altogether. There was no way I could sleep in them knowing they were wrapped around her naked body at one point. I got up and walked back into my closet, taking a seat on the plush love seat that sat in the center of the room next to my drawers of watches and ties. I fiddled with my newest Rolex that sat on the glass surface of the small dresser as I waited for my father to get his point across. "She told me you hired a new personal assistant." "Yeah, that's right." "What happened to the old one again?" he asked, even though he already knew. "Serena moved back to Seattle to be closer to family," I said. It was the truth, with a little bit of complicated history left out. Right, that's right." I could tell he was unconvinced, even though he nor Kathy had any proof of Serena and my late-night rendezvous. Despite having the opportunity of possibly destroying my life when I couldn't give her the relationship she wanted, Serena admitted she was in love with me. She didn't want to hurt me, which was why she left quietly. "And your new assistant?" "Monica," I said, her name reverberating through me. "Where did you find her?" "She was highly recommended by Daniel Jacobs." That shut my father up for a few moments. "Wow," he finally said with surprise. I knew he had admiration for Daniel, He made sure to say so any time his name came up. "I admire that boy," said my dad. "Building his business from the ground up from his very dorm room. All on his own, too." I looked up at the ceiling and tried to keep my annoyance at bay. "Smart guy," I said in a curt agreement. "Yes, I heard that you didn't even interview this girl, though. Kathy didn't get so much as a resume or any notice before she started this morning." "Well, Dad, it is my firm, and my personal assistant works very closely to me, and only me. I felt like I should have the decision to choose who that was." "All of the personal assistants Kathy has chosen seem to be to your liking," said my dad somewhat pointedly. I knew what he was implying. Even though he had never directly accused me of anything happening with my assistants, the implication was there. I had always been discreet about my personal affairs in the office. None of it had ever been on page 6. The Victoria's Secret models were a different story, but I kept my work life under wraps in that regard. Still, he had his little spy, Kathy, tattling in his ear nearly every day. With my first personal assistant, there was an afternoon coming back to the office after lunch and too much champagne. We were both so desperate that we didn't make it out of the elevator. She was the one who initiated that when she hit the emergency stop button and went down on me right then and there. I made sure to return the favor back in my office. I was still surprised we were never caught or that the NYFD didn't come to save us, only to find my pants down and her mouth around my dick. That would have ended up on page 6. "They have been, but I owe Daniel Jacobs a favor, and I trust his judgment," I said. "Well, if Daniel had anything to do with it, then it's fine by me," he said. "Great," I muttered. "Just remember," he started, "if anything gets out, you lose the firm. I can't have you tarnishing the pristine reputation of my company. Understood?" "Understood." "Right, well, I better go. Your mother is waiting downstairs for dinner." "Tell her I said hello." Bye, son." I hung up the phone and tossed it on the plush carpet of my closet floor in frustration. I was nearly 40 years old and still had to answer to my father. Not only that, I had a babysitter named Kathy who, for some reason, had it out for me. I wasn't going out tonight. I wasn't in the mood. I threw open my closet drawers and pulled out a pair of black sweats and slid them on, along with a baggy Mets shirt. Then I strode out to my bedroom and looked at the bed with all the reminders of Monica that were wrapped up in the sheets, and began ripping them off in a manic state. I threw everything into a pile on the hardwood floor and looked at it breathlessly. I was pissed off. At my father, at Kathy, at myself for not being able to control myself around a beautiful woman. I knew it was going to take everything in me to keep things professional with Monica. She was the most beautiful woman I had set eyes on, and knew how to move her body in a sync with mine that I had never experienced. I almost wished I had never gone to that bar last night, because I never would have met her to experience sex that made me hard even when I was losing my shit right now. It was like biting into a sweet apple and never being able to again. It was almost better not to have tasted it in the first place. Hurriedly, I kicked the pile of sheets toward the wall, intending to send them down the garbage chute later. I needed to get rid of any trace of our night together. I walked down the hallway and to the living room. The sun had already set, leaving the sky a pink and purple watercolor painting casting its colors over the room. I looked out the large windows and wished I could cover them up, because all I saw was her against them, her legs around me as she threw her head back and moaned. I could still hear her, feel her. I wondered if she could too. I wondered if when she walked into my office this morning, if everything came rushing back to her. If I affected her the way she did me. To know I was her first one-night stand made her all the more appealing. Knowing I could have her in that way without knowing anything about each other, that was a true act of passion. One I hoped she would never forget. One I hoped she would think about when she touched herself in a way I had to will myself not to again. Lost in thought, I walked to the corner bar of the room and pulled down a bottle of bourbon. I pried the top off and took a generous swig before sliding a glass tumbler from the shelf to top off. I set the bottle down with every intention of coming back to it soon, as I carried my glass over and plopped down on the couch, turning my back to the windows. I took another generous sip. Just because I wasn't going out tonight didn't mean I had the intention of staying sober. Not when I had to see her again tomorrow and the day after that, and so forth. I could let her go. Quit before we started. I had just told my dad to trust me with my decision. I couldn't prove him right.
Chapter 9. Monica. My alarm pierced my ears, bringing me out of a deep sleep. I could thank the 2 glasses of wine for that. I rolled over and swatted out my phone until it finally gave me the relief of silence. Picking it up, I squinted as the glare from the screen told me the time. It was 6 a.m. I groaned, as if I wasn't the one who had set the alarm in the first place. Normally, I didn't wake up this early. As a writer, I could wake up when I wanted and take things slow, enjoying a cup of coffee and hardly ever needing to change out of my pajamas. This corporate job was serving to be a rude awakening. Literally. I hadn't needed to torture myself with such an early morning, but I thought it would be best to feel prepared and ready to take on the day. The opposite of what I felt yesterday when I woke up in Troy's bed at 8 a.m. A memory I couldn't push out of my head, or even from my dreams, where I had no say if he showed up. And he did, over and over again, like an endless loop of his hands on my skin. I shut my eyes tight and shook my head as if it would loosen the grip he had on my mind. No luck. I sighed and pushed the covers off of me, unable to stop comparing them to the silky feeling of the charcoal gray sheets that covered his bed. I wondered if he had the same dreams as me, or if I had just been a fleeting thought, just as fleeting as our night together. Tiredly, I walked down the small hallway to my bathroom and turned the shower on. Maybe the water would wake me up. I brushed my teeth as I waited for the steam to rise over the shower curtain. When the water was hot enough, I slipped off my pajamas and stepped inside, letting the water rush over me. I had half a mind to give myself some release after last night's dreams, where we were again pressed up against the window, but instead, I quickly washed and rinsed off. It was better not to see my new boss in that way, even though I had gotten a generous glimpse of all he had to offer not even 48 hours ago. I had to see him for what he was, a blip in judgment, a one night only, more importantly, my now boss. I spent the next hour getting ready, spending an annoying amount of time on my hair and makeup. I told myself it was for the job, but there were other underlying reasons to look good. Today, I curled my hair so it fell in bouncy waves past my shoulders, and applied a light layer of makeup for a clean, polished look. I chose a black pair of slacks and a cream satin button-down, along with a pair of gold ballet flats. Thankfully, I had some office wear from when I had meetings with my publisher or book signings. I brewed a cup of coffee before I headed out the door earlier than I needed to. New York traffic could either surprise you or ruin your whole morning. Usually it was the latter, especially coming from Queens. I hailed a cab and slid inside. "Where to, miss?" asked the driver, adjusting the rearview mirror. "Gunner & Co. on Park Avenue." He nodded and put the car into drive, easing away from the curb. Traffic was what I expected. A nightmare. But even still, I arrived outside the large concrete and glass building 30 minutes early. I looked out the cab window and up at the very gray building, wondering what I should do. I didn't want to spend any more time than I needed to here with him. It was already going to be hard enough in the set 8-hour workday, which could very well turn into a 10-hour workday. You never knew as a personal assistant. "Is this the right place?" asked the driver, eyeing me curiously. "Oh, yes," I said. "Sorry." I grabbed my wallet from my purse and handed what I owed him. "Thank you," I said as I opened the door and stepped out onto the sidewalk. I walked through the large glass doors that the doorman opened for me. He tipped his cap as I walked past him and into the cool marble-floored lobby. I hadn't really taken the time to look around yesterday in my rush, but the building was massive and luxurious. The walls were of the same marble as the floors, making the room seem like it was never-ending. Above the front desk hung a photo of Troy and a man I presumed to be his father. They both looked so serious standing in their black suits and black ties. I could see he got his good looks from his father, along with his company, according to Kathy. I tore my gaze away from the photo and those dark green eyes and walked toward the elevators. I rode up 20-something floors and took a deep breath just before the doors slid open, pouring me out into the expansive space of offices and cubicles. There were very few people here, given it was early. I smiled at those I passed, trying my best to remember their names after Kathy's introductions yesterday. As I passed Troy's office, I noticed he wasn't in it. I breathed a small sigh of relief as I stepped behind my desk and slid into my seat. As if I could avoid him forever. I would be the one working closest to him for the unforeseeable future. I laughed quietly at my stupid self as I tried to get it together. "Good morning," said Kathy as she strode to my desk. "Good morning," I said brightly. "You're here nice and early." Her eyebrows raised, and I couldn't tell if she was impressed or judging me. "Well, it's my first official day. I wanted to make a good impression." She said as she walked away. What was with this woman? I watched her go before I fired up my computer, the large monitor coming to life. Drumming my fingers on the desktop, I looked around the office at the others who were starting their day. I knew nothing about hedge funds, but it seemed to be a much more serious world than I was used to with writing. It was hard not to doubt myself, but Daniel had put me up for the job. Favor or not, he seemed to think I was capable. A notification bell sounded, bringing my attention to my email. There was an email from Troy sent late the night before. I sucked in a breath as I reached for the mouse, clicking to open it. I watched as words poured across the screen. I scrolled to see how long the email was, and was shocked to see that it could easily be 10 pages long if I printed it out. I scrolled back up to the top and began reading. Monica, I trust you're settling in well. I realize we did not go over the expectations of your job yesterday. I apologize. It is probably better to have them listed out in an email, so you can easily refer back to it if need be. I expect you at the office on time at 9 a.m. sharp each morning. Before you arrive, I need you to stop by the coffee shop on the corner just east of the building. It's called Le Café. If you arrive at 8:30, you should beat the morning rush. I like an iced Americano, half a scoop of ice, 1 pump of sweetener, a splash of cream. It should be a dark color. If it's too light, I will have you take it back. You can let the barista know it's for me. He should know just how I like it. I read the coffee order again, just to make sure this guy was as neurotic as he was making himself out to be, or if it was just my imagination. After reading the entirety of the email, which ate up about 30 minutes of my morning, it was confirmed that Troy was particularly neurotic about a lot of things, like his dry cleaning, the color codes of his calendar, his lunch order and all its modifications, how I should sign my emails when communicating with contacts. No wonder he had written it out in an email. I would never be able to remember all of this. I couldn't help but wonder what I had gotten myself into. I had worked with some micromanagers before, but nothing like this. After I read through his expectations, I moved on to opening the calendar he shared with me with a list of his affairs for the month that I would be helping out with. It felt oddly intimate to have access to the goings-on of his life. But this was normal for a personal assistant. It just felt intimate that it was him. I looked through the calendar longer than I needed to, just out of pure curiosity. I finally moved on to the to-do list he had left me for the day. There was a lot, and most would keep me out of the office for the majority of the day. I wondered if that was on purpose. Probably. I didn't mind, though. It meant more time away from him to get over what had happened between us. If there was any getting over that. I glanced at the time on my computer and saw that it was just past 9. Troy had mentioned in his email that he would be late coming in today, so I still had time to go get his coffee and make sure that it was just to his liking. I would hate to screw up something as simple as a coffee order on my first day, no matter how complicated it was. I grabbed my purse and left the office, walking down the block to the quaint little cafe on the corner. I must have missed the rush because the line was trickled down to 2 people. As I stood there, I opened up his email and read his order again, trying to memorize it. When the barista called me up, I read the order aloud. "Is this for Mr. Gunner?" he asked. He must have been about 19. I nodded. "Sounded familiar," he laughed softly. "Are you his new assistant?" Knowing he had met the old one, and probably the ones before that, brought up a little hint of jealousy, knowing that they had been more than assistants at one point. "That's me," I said. "I'm Monica." "Nice to meet you, I'm Josh. I'll make sure it's perfect." He winked, and it put me at ease. I took the coffee back up to Troy's office, placing it on his desk that remained still unoccupied. I glanced around briefly, trying to get more of a sense of who he was, but it was bare of any personality. Hurriedly, I slipped out the door and walked back to the elevators, crossing my fingers I wouldn't bump into him on my way out. Thankfully, there was no sign of him. I guessed as the boss he was free to come and go as he pleased. I felt the tiniest pang of disappointment for missing a chance of seeing him. But then it vanished, knowing that this was for the best. Troy knew what he was doing in coming in late and keeping me busy and out of the office. He was making it easier for both of us.
Chapter 10. Troy. I opened the heavy door to the restaurant and stepped inside. The hostess greeted me as she always did, with a coy smile and a tousle of the hair. "Mr. Gunner, it's nice to have you join us again," she said as she organized menus. "I thought I told you to call me Troy." I chided her as I leaned against the hostess stand. This made her cheeks turn a rosy shade of pink. I was a shameless flirt. There was no denying that. I figured if a woman got pleasure out of it, then what was the harm? Plus, it also meant I would get the best seat in the place. "Troy?" she said, as if trying out the word on her tongue. "Will anyone be joining you tonight?" She looked behind me, a hopeful expression on her face to see there was no one with me. "My sister will be meeting me." I glanced at my watch. It was just past 7. She will probably be fashionably late. "In that case, let me get you seated at your usual booth by the window while you wait." The hostess grabbed 2 menus and the wine list and stepped out from behind the hostess stand. She swished her hips through the restaurant, making it difficult to focus on anything else as we weaved around tables. "Here we are," she said, gesturing to the booth that had become very familiar to me for business meetings, dates, and dinners with my sister. "Thank you," I said, giving her a warm smile as I slid into the booth. "No one does your job quite like you do. Keeps me coming back." She bit back a smile before she walked away. The way her teeth dug into her lips only reminded me of Monica. It was like she'd tainted all women for me in a way that brought my thoughts directly back to her. It had been 3 days since we slept together, and it was like I couldn't get a taste of her out of my mouth. "Did you get a chance to look at our wine menu?" asked the server who had come up to the table while I was lost in a memory. "Oh, I'll do a bottle of the best cab on the menu." He nodded and strode away, returning just a few short moments later with a dark glass bottle in his hands with an ornate gold label. He carefully uncorked it and poured a small serving into the wine glass before me, waiting for me to taste it. I took a sip and swirled the notes of black cherry and spice around on my tongue before swallowing. "Perfect," I said, as the warmth of it ran down my throat. He poured more into my glass and left the bottle at the table before walking away. I took another sip and leaned back against the plush backing of the booth. "Starting without me?" asked Erica as she approached the table. "Are you old enough to drink?" I joked. She gave me the finger as I stood and gave her a hug. "Hello, big brother," she said, giving me a squeeze before releasing me and sliding into the booth. I took a seat opposite her and poured her a generous helping of wine. She was 24, but still my little sister, so I liked to give her a hard time. She could dish it right back. Erica took a sip of wine and sat back in the booth, her familiar green eyes looking at me as if she already had questions to be answered. We looked so alike. Same dark hair, olive skin, eyes that changed with the lighting. "What?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "I haven't seen you in the papers since last week." "And? That's a good thing." "Yeah, but I also feel like that was my way of keeping up with you. You're so busy all the time. I even asked some of my journalist friends if they had anything on you." "Erica!" I said exasperatedly. "Only kidding," she said with a wink. Erica was a journalist for the New York Times. She mostly wrote about politics. It wasn't our father's first choice of career for her, or second, but she found her passion in college for political science and always had a knack for writing. She was one of the youngest writers for the Times, which was a feat that my father hardly acknowledged. So I stepped in as the role of cheerleader. "But really, what's going on in your life?" she asked, taking a sip of wine. "Work, work. Oh, and more work. You sound just like Dad." She rolled her eyes. I groaned. "Any new ladies in your life?" I thought about answering truthfully and telling her about Monica, but there was nothing really to tell. We had one night together, and now we had to pretend like it never happened. I knew I could trust my sister, but I also knew I would just be getting her hopes up. She was always on me about settling down, but that wasn't in the cards for me and Monica. "No," I shook my head. She eyed me curiously as if she didn't believe me. "Dad said you hired a new assistant. Maybe fourth time's a charm?" she suggested with a smirk. "Oh, shut up." I shook my head. We ordered a dinner of steak and lobster and another bottle of wine. We spent the rest of the evening talking about her job at the paper and my strained relationship with Kathy at the office. It felt good to talk to my sister, who was always a good listener, but also gave me shit when I deserved it. There were moments where the wine made me want to be loose-lipped and bring up Monica, but I bit my tongue. It was like I was finding any part of the conversation to somehow relate to her, which was ridiculous because I hardly knew the woman. Hell, I had hardly seen her all week. She had been on a wild goose chase of errands that I had sent her on. Maybe I missed her. After Erica and I had hugged goodbye on the sidewalk, I hailed a cab and headed home. I was drowsy from the wine and the savory steak and lobster that filled my stomach. I changed and clambered into bed, drifting off into a deep sleep that felt like it was interrupted too soon by the blare of my alarm. I sat up slowly in bed and stretched my arms over my head. I just had one more day of trying to avoid Monica, and then it was the weekend. My head would be free of thinking up the minuscule tasks I had to come up with for her to do, and my imagination could stop running wild whenever I glimpsed her in the tight skirts she would wear. A part of me entertained the idea that she wore them for my benefit. I went into the office on time for the first time that week, after spending my mornings waiting for Monica to leave the office. I figured I should end the week with something good for Kathy to report back to my father. When I arrived, Kathy gave me a simple nod of acknowledgement as I made my way down the hall to my office. I saw Monica sitting at her desk and typing on her computer. She didn't greet me as I walked by, either because she was distracted by work or avoiding me. Probably the latter. It gave me the opportunity to take in her dark hair that was pulled up in a high bun and the white blazer that revealed an ample amount of cleavage. Her lips were painted a deep red that I hadn't seen before. I swallowed hard as I turned and went into my office. I settled into my desk and reached for the iced coffee that sat on a tile coaster. It was the perfect color, just as it had been all week, since I wrote her that ridiculous email of expectations. I took a sip and savored the taste of the lightly sweetened espresso. Perfect. It was perfect every time. Just as I swallowed my sip of coffee, there was a knock at my door. I looked up and was surprised to see Monica standing there. Hello, Monica. Come in, I said. She strode inside, and I noticed the white skirt that hugged her curves and matched her blazer. She looked incredible. It turned me on and pissed me off at the same time because I couldn't have her. I have that document you asked for me to get signed, she said, holding up a paper. I looked at her for a moment as I tried to figure out what she was talking about. There had been so many that I had made up over the past few days that it was hard to narrow down which one she was talking about. She raised an eyebrow as she watched me rack my brain. Was that a little attitude I sensed? Then it clicked into place. I had sent her on a wild goose chase yesterday, making her go across town to a made-up client to get a bogus signature. I would have an attitude, too. Yet, here she stood with what looked to be a signed document in her hand. Oh, yes, thank you, I said, waving her over. She handed me the document, and I looked it over as if it had any meaning to me. I felt her eyes on me, probably trying to catch me in a lie, but I did my best to ignore her. I wondered how she had completed this made-up task, but assumed she had just signed it herself. Everything looks in order here, I said, as I stacked the paper against my desk and set it into a pile of paperwork. I will email you a list of things I need you to get done by the end of the day. She nodded and turned toward the door, balancing perfectly in a pair of nude pumps. My eyes instinctively fell to her backside as she walked the short distance to her desk, only tearing them away as she turned and sat down in her chair. I spent the next 15 minutes coming up with tasks that would fill Monica's day, but were also so mindlessly boring that I wouldn't be surprised if she quit. I came up with picking up my suits from the dry cleaner, buying a made-up birthday gift from my mother when it wasn't even her birthday, going to the bookstore to find a book by an author that didn't exist. Really anything to keep her out of the office. And I knew she would do it. In just 3 days, she had proven to be the best assistant I had ever had. And that wasn't just because she was the best sex I had ever had. She was a hard worker who showed up early and left late, and did everything I asked of her, even if some of it was impossible. I hit the send button on my email and heard the notification bell ding from her computer. I watched as she opened the email and read through her menial tasks for the day. She seemed to sigh as she stood up and grabbed her purse from the back of her chair, ready to take on whatever I had thrown at her. A big part of me felt bad. I knew I couldn't do this to her forever. She deserved better. And she had gotten enough of my dry cleaning done where I would be stocked for an entire year. It was time we started working side by side. Just not today. We would start on Monday. I would have all weekend to steel myself for it.
Chapter 11. Monica. The front desk attendant at Troy's apartment gave me a knowing look as I carried up yet another dry cleaning bag full of fresh suits. I wondered how many suits one man needed as I heaved the bag onto the counter. This had been my 5th time to the dry cleaner this week, and my 5th time in his apartment lobby with this same attendant. Another delivery for Mr. Gunner, I said with a tight-lipped smile. At this point, you should just move in, she said. I didn't know why that made me blush, but it made me think of his apartment and how much of it I hadn't explored, and the places he had explored me in it. "Thank you," I said with a nod before turning to the door. I glanced at the time on my phone. It was 5 p.m. That was my last errand of the day. I had timed all of his tasks perfectly so I could get off at a decent time and start the weekend. I had been looking forward to the weekend since I'd started the job. Not because I didn't enjoy it. Despite having such menial tasks to do, I actually liked the job. Apart from the fact I went all over Manhattan yesterday, trying to find a client with a generic name that ended up not even existing. By the end of the day, and many cab fares later, I said screw it and signed the damn paper myself. I knew he had put me up to an impossible task, most likely to avoid me. So I didn't feel bad when I forged a signature for an imaginary George Smith. Besides yesterday, the tasks and the to-do lists he set out for me were easy. Sure, it meant a lot of trips to the dry cleaner, but it wasn't mentally taxing. What was trying to avoid Troy. That part was mentally exhausting, especially when he was all I could really think about. It was like I was finding ways to be next to him, and exploring new ways of avoiding him all at the same time. Now I had the weekend away from the office and him. I wouldn't have to be so on my toes or comparing calendars or looking around the corners of the office, making sure I didn't spend more time than I needed to with him, which I've been next to none. I would be lying if I said I wasn't slightly disappointed by that. I pushed open the large glass doors of his apartment building, the same ones I'd slipped out of that early morning just a few days ago. Somehow it felt like a lifetime ago. I felt like I could breathe again out on the sidewalk as the sun began to dip below the buildings, casting a shimmering reflection over the streets. Just being in his building was stifling, knowing he spent his time off work up on the top floor, eating, sleeping, fucking. I glanced around to make sure he wasn't ambling up the sidewalk and quickly hailed a cab. I didn't want to risk any more time there than I needed to. The ride to Queens was longer than usual, and by the time I got home, I was ready to take a long soak in a bubbly bath with a glass of wine, which was exactly what I did. After I'd rinsed the lavender bubbles from my skin and finished the last sip of Cabernet that pooled at the bottom of my glass, I slipped on an oversized Mets shirt and grabbed a stack of takeout menus from the drawer. I perused through them and finally decided on Grand Sichuan. I called and placed an order to be delivered. While I waited, I turned on the TV and settled in on the couch with a freshly poured glass of wine. I flipped through the channels and landed on the nightly news. Not my first choice, but there was nothing else on. I mindlessly scrolled through my phone and half listened to what the newscasters were saying. It was nights like these where I missed living with heart. It was nice to have the company, even when Bridget came along and woke us up every 2 hours in that tiny loft. I had loved every short minute of it. I knew it couldn't last forever, and was so happy when Daniel asked her to move in with him. She had her happy ending. At least one of us did. Bryson Gunner will be holding a press conference in regards to new shareholders at his company. My ears perked up at the name, and my eyes shot to the TV. There were photos of Troy's father on the screen, followed by one of him and Troy at a recent charity event. I sucked in a slow breath as my eyes took in the details of Troy's tight-lipped smile, his folded hands, his serious green eyes. There didn't seem to be an ounce of happiness in him in the photo, and a small feeling of sadness formed a lump in my throat. I quickly changed the channel. I couldn't escape him. I found a rom-com that I had seen before. There was comfort in knowing the ending already. A happy one, of course. One I couldn't give my readers in my last book. A mistake that still had me reeling and avoiding my agent's calls. My takeout was delivered, and I enjoyed it while watching the rest of the movie, eventually falling asleep on the couch with dreams of emails with to-do lists. When Monday morning came around, I felt refreshed, having spent the weekend holed up in my apartment. I hadn't risked going out again in case there was the most minuscule chance I would run into Troy again. The odds were slim to none, especially where I lived in Queens. I had even checked his calendar to see what his plans were, partly out of curiosity, and partly to save myself a run-in in case I did venture out. On the evenings he left blank, I let my mind wander to what he might be doing, who he might be with, whose body his hands might be on. The thought made me immediately X out of his neatly color-blocked life. It wasn't like he would have penciled in that he was getting laid anyway. In the office, I carried his iced Americano to his desk and placed it on the same glossy black coaster I always did. I inspected the color one more time to make sure it was the perfect shade of dark caramel before taking a seat at my desk. I turned on my computer and opened my emails. A sense of dread washed over me as I saw that my inbox was empty. No long to-do list, no calendar notifications, no word from Troy at all. I racked my brain as I tried to figure out if I had missed anything on Friday's list, anything that potentially would have gotten me fired to earn this unusual radio silence on his end. Thankfully, I didn't have to panic much longer because Troy walked in 10 minutes later, surprisingly early after last week. He wore a light gray linen suit and a pale blue button-down that brought out the color of his skin. His hair looked like it was still damp from the shower, immediately causing my mind to wander back to seeing his body under the city lights. I carefully watched him sit at his desk and take a sip of coffee, not even inspecting the color as I so tediously did. He did give it a slight nod, as if to say he approved after taking a sip. Then his eyes were on me, meeting the unintentional gaze I had on him. I had been caught. "Monica, can you come in here, please?" he asked through his open door. I swallowed hard. I managed, standing from my desk chair and walking toward him. My body was all nerves. I wasn't sure if it was because I thought I was about to get fired or because it was my close proximity to him. I stood in his doorway, waiting for his next move, smoothing out the black skirt I had carefully chosen this morning, not wanting to admit I was dressing more for him than the job. Black pumps weren't the most practical thing to wear, but I did catch him staring just once, and I liked having his attention. Even more than a millisecond. "Please sit," he said, gesturing to the armchair across from his desk. I did as he said. "I wanted to tell you that I'm impressed with your work," he said, folding his hands on his desk. My eyes fell to them briefly, remembering what they felt like on my bare skin, how his fingers explored hungrily. My eyes shot up to his again, as if they were a safer place to look. "Thank you," I said softly. He looked thoughtful for a moment before speaking again. "Going forward, I would like you to be working more closely with me on a daily basis," he said, his brows furrowed as if it were difficult to get the words out. "That is, if you're okay with that." His green eyes, more seafoam today, studied me carefully as his words fell over me. More closely. Daily basis. This was what you signed up for, I reminded myself. This was what a personal assistant did. Don't take it as a compliment. Don't take it as anything more than what it is. A job. "Of course," I said, giving him a reassuring nod that I hoped didn't look too eager. But I was eager. I cursed my stomach as it fluttered at the thought of spending more time with him, learning more about him, seeing more of his life. I placed my hand just below the breast of my blazer, trying to calm my treacherous stomach. As much as I'd spent all of last week avoiding him, the only thing I really wanted was to be close to him. He was like a calm storm that I was desperately trying not to get swept up in, but he was undeniable. "I'm pleased to hear that," he said, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his perfect lips. Why did that sentence sound so sexy coming out of his mouth? I wanted to please him in more ways than I could count. "Well, it's what you hired me for," I said, a gentle reminder that this was just business. A reminder for me, for him. I didn't know. I couldn't be the only one who felt this tension crackling between us, like a fire that had just been lit. He studied me a moment longer, the faint smile leaving as quickly as it had come. I hired you as a favor to Daniel, he reminded me. Touché. But you are proving to be a valuable asset, even if it's only been less than a week, he said. Dry cleaning can be a hard art to master, I said, cursing myself immediately for letting my usual sarcasm escape my mouth on someone who didn't know me well enough to take it well. That same smile reached his lips again, traveling up to his eyes this time. He let out a chuckle and sat back in his plush chair. His green eyes danced this time, and they didn't leave mine. It was a beautiful sight, and reminded me of the photo on the news, so devoid of joy. I knew if I had to hear that recognizable laugh every day, or see that vague smile that most wouldn't even know was there, then this was going to be much harder than I thought. Especially because I now knew how good it felt to make him laugh, on top of how good it felt to make him tremble inside me.
Chapter 12. Troy. I watched Monica walk out of my office to write up a few email drafts I had assigned her. She was wearing those damn black pumps again. The ones that made her smooth legs look like they were 10 feet long underneath another fitted skirt. I swore she wore them to torture me. Everything was to torture me. The skirts, the peak of cleavage, the stain on her lips, the hair pulled back to reveal the nape of her neck where my lips once were. I knew it was cocky to think it was all for me, but the way she looked at me today, the way our eyes met and she didn't back down from the intensity I knew burned between my forest of pupils, it couldn't all be for nothing. I let my eyes linger longer than they needed to before going back to the screen on my computer, Monica's smart words still gnawing on my brain. She had a bite to her, a sarcasm that no one challenged me with in a while, and it made her even more enticing. It made her mouth even more fuckable knowing she could hold her own and call me on my shit. Focus, Troy, I told myself. That was what I kept telling myself for the next 2 weeks, as we spent just about every hour of every workday together. When we weren't working together, she was right across from my office in plain sight. I thought with time I would get bored of this feeling, but it kept growing inside of me. Persistent, irksome, damn irresistible. I watched her now, sitting at her desk as she took an incoming phone call. She held her pen up to her lips, and I remembered how they felt around me. It was impossible not to grow hard at the memory. She listened intently, her brown eyes dancing as she brought the pen away from her pillowy lips and began jotting down a message on a pink post-it. To distract myself, I opened my calendar and looked at the carefully color-blocked schedule I had for the day to see what Monica would be joining me for. Meetings on top of meetings, plus an 8 p.m. meeting with an investor in Australia. I realized it would be our first late night together in the office. I wondered if I could sneak in a dinner together. Her accompanying me wouldn't be out of the norm. All of my previous assistants may as well have been my third arm with how much time we spent together. That was the nature of the job. I didn't want it to look any different with Monica, especially under the suspicious eye of Kathy. More so, I just wanted to find a corner booth and order a bottle of wine to calm the nerves that bubbled inside of me. I typed Monica a quick message on my computer and sent it to her, trying not to make it obvious that I was watching her from the corner of my eye for her reaction to me throwing dinner together in today's schedule. I heard the message bell on her computer ding. Bringing her brown eyes to the screen, it read, Today's agenda, 10 a.m., meeting in conference room. 11 a.m., phone meeting. 12 p.m., lunch. 2 p.m., shareholders meeting. 6 p.m., business dinner at Ocean Club. 8 p.m., phone meeting with overseas client. She seemed to smirk as she typed out a response. A moment later, my own notification bell dinged. I couldn't help but smile as I read her message. You do know I have access to your calendar, don't you? I looked up and saw her watching me. She looked pleased with herself. There was a confidence I hadn't seen from her since the night she asked me, "Your place or mine?" The memory of it made something churn inside of me. I gave her a single nod and went back to looking busy on my computer, when really I was trying to block the memories of her breasts in my mouth or the way her legs wrapped around me, pulling me deeper. She hadn't objected to the dinner. A few minutes before 10 o'clock, she joined me outside my office and we strolled down to the conference room at the other end of the hall. I told her about the potential investor and everything I had read up on him, from dating history to life growing up to previous investments. "How do you know all of this? You seem to know everything about every single client we meet with," she said, raising a brow between taking notes. "You have to do your research with these types of things. You have to know their past and present, what makes them tick, what gets them going. It's the only way you'll earn their trust, and once you have that, you have to know what gets them excited. Investing is not only about making smart moves, it's about acting on feeling." She bit her lip as she soaked in what I was saying, unsure of it all. It took all I had in me not to act on feeling. "That," I pointed to her mouth. "What?" she asked, her brows drawing together. "I thought I told you not to do that." It sounded like such an asshole demand, but it was for her own good, for my own good. She pressed her lips together tightly and went back to writing notes on the yellow pad of paper in her hands, but I saw the corner of her mouth pull slightly into a smile. I couldn't afford to be distracted in front of a possible new client. I also hated the idea of another man lusting after that perfect mouth, which was coated in a blush pink gloss today. The meeting went well. We signed the client. He was a younger guy who unexpectedly came into money after his uncle passed away. It was a sad story, but it led him to me, and I was all the more richer for it. Monica played her part of assistant well, listening and taking notes. It was important for her to see how these things worked. She also showed a sympathy I couldn't when the guy talked about his uncle passing. He ate it right up, but I saw how his eyes wandered to the edge of her blouse. He didn't look all that sad anymore. "You did good in there," I said, as we walked back toward my office. "Thank you," she replied. "I think you distracted him enough for him to throw in a couple more $100,000. "Is that what I am? A distraction?" "You might be sometimes. Not purposefully. Don't take offense to it. I just don't think men can help it when you're around." I swore I saw her cheeks flush. "You were smart, too. Professional. Thank you." I wanted her to know she wasn't just a pretty thing to look at, as I was coming to find out. The rest of the day dragged on, knowing there was dinner and time alone dangled like a carrot at the end of the day. When dinner did finally come, I got my usual corner booth in the restaurant, and Monica sat as far away from me as possible. There was a palpable tension between us in the black leather U-shaped booth. I watched as she intently looked at the menu, as if she was studying for an exam. "The lobster is good," I suggested. She said, not looking up from her menu. "Are you up for wine?" "We are still on the clock," she said, finally meeting my gaze with a shake of her head. I shrugged and gave her an innocent smile. "We deserve it. It was a long day." I watched something come over the doubt in her gaze. "Fine." She rolled her eyes. I waved over the waiter, not wanting to miss this chance, and ordered a bottle of white wine and 2 orders of surf and turf. When the food came out sizzling on 2 large plates, we were already a bottle deep. I guessed I wasn't the only one with nerves. Monica giggled as she tried to pry the meat from the gigantic lobster tail in front of her. "Are you drunk?" I asked with a smirk. "Never," she answered, unable to hide her smile. "I could have you fired for that." "You wouldn't know what to do without me." She leaned in with a challenging stare. This was the closest we had been, and I had to hold myself back from grabbing her and kissing her. She must have sensed it because she pulled away and popped a bite of lobster in her mouth. Mmm, she said, her eyes closing as she tasted the buttery bite on her tongue. Fuck. I had heard that sound before. Did she even know what she did to me? I reached over and finished the last sip of wine in my glass, trying to fight the heated flush that now ran through me. Dinner had been a bad idea. Wine had been a bad idea. My inhibitions were low, so fucking low. After dinner, we decided to walk back to the office, feeling full from the savory lobster and steak and tipsy from the Chardonnay. The sun had already set, leaving us in a purple haze of darkness and city lights. We kept the talk small and tried to keep a distance between us, but every now and then she would sway closer, her arm brushing against mine. It was probably because of the wine. Back at the building, the elevator doors opened, revealing an empty office. Everyone had gone home for the night, including Kathy, much to my satisfaction. I hated feeling like I was being babysat, especially in front of Monica. I led Monica down the dim, quiet hallway to my office where she gathered up files for the meeting as I settled in at my desk. I picked up the phone and dialed the long number for my client overseas, placing it on speakerphone. It was almost lunchtime there, and he sounded eager to get the meeting done so he could go on break. We quickly went through his investments, which had made him a shitload of money, leaving him with next to nothing to change in his portfolio. It was a successful call that ended leaving Monica and me alone in my office with nothing else to do for the night. I wasn't ready for it to end. "Well," she said hesitantly from her seat across from me. "I guess that's it for the day." I noticed she didn't get up yet, but instead remained seated in the warm glow of my desk lamp, playing with the hem of her skirt. My eyes immediately were drawn to her fingertips trailing the smoothness of her thighs against the tweed fabric. "Another successful one in the books," I said, not breaking her intent gaze. The crackling embers between us were now a full-fledged flame, and there was no possible way she didn't feel it too. I had to be closer to her. I stood from my desk and walked around to where she slowly stood, looking toward the door, unsure if she should go or stay. She looked back toward me as I slid my hand across the shiny surface of my desk, brushing against the ballpoint pen that sat dangerously close to the edge, and now fell to the marble floor. She did exactly as I hoped and bent over to retrieve it, and I followed suit, also knocking a stack of papers over. Our hands brushed against each other, and it sent a current through me that would make it impossible not to have her tonight. Her eyes slowly met mine as we stood up, clutching a few stray papers between the both of us, leaving the majority of the pile at our feet. She was just inches away from me as I wrapped my hand around her lower back and pulled her in, closing the gap between us.
Chapter 13. Monica. Troy's hands wrapped around my waist, pulling me against his solid body, and as much as I had been practically begging for it all night, now I was looking around the office, wondering if this was a good idea. It was empty. There weren't the watchful eyes of the office manager, who had shown a particular interest in me, in us, for the past 2 weeks. There wasn't anyone here. The hallways were dark, and the only sign of life was the bronze desk lamp glowing on the mahogany desk, and our shaky breath that rose and fell in sync. I brought my gaze back to his eyes sprinkled with flecks of amber from the golden light. It looked as if they were ablaze. I felt a heat rush through me, and even as the alarm bells went off in my head, I couldn't help but let it take over. The past 2 weeks had been hell for me, being so close to him and not being able to have him in the way I had on the first night we met. A quick look from him across the hall, a simple brush of his hand against mine, his deep voice when he talked business, confident, powerful, cocky. It all sent me spiraling. Every night I would go home wound up so tightly from trying to hold myself back, trying to stay focused on the one thing I was there for, which was work. But now, in this office, I knew I didn't keep coming back for the job, or the money. It was him. I kept coming back for him. And every day on the cab ride home, I left without him. I left without fulfilling my desires that were practically eating me alive. I spent my nights in bed, replaying every little moment from each day. It was like foreplay, until I reached the main event, which was our night together those few weeks ago. Against the window, my legs wrapped around his waist as I moved up and down the length of him, grinding my body against his. On the floor by his bed, watching his eyes roll to the back of his head from the power of my mouth and tongue around his delicious length. My body squirmed under my hand as I thought about him. My vibrator was so overworked, it stopped functioning, leaving me to the touch of my hand. I got off every single night and kept thinking it would be enough to keep my needs at bay, but it would never be as good as the real thing. And now, here it was. The real thing. He slid a hand up my back until it grazed the nape of my neck and sent a hum down my spine. His hand met the back of my head, and his fingers tangled in my hair, pulling slightly so my face looked up toward his. His eyes fell to my lips, and it was as if all his stolen glances had piled together into this one intent gaze. I let myself succumb to the desire I felt seeping from his office. A desire I hoped he had, no matter how dangerous it was. I let my eyes flutter closed as he leaned in and brushed his lips against mine softly, feeling his breath against me. I let out a whisper of a whimper and tilted my face upward, begging for more, and I could have sworn I felt him smile against my lips. He was enjoying this slow torture of pleasure. I, on the other hand, was tired of waiting. My hands flew to the back of his head, pulling at his hair, pushing him toward me as my mouth met his hungrily. I didn't waste any time prying his willing lips open with my tongue and groaning as I tasted him. A taste I missed. He explored my mouth with his tongue, slick and strong. I pushed my hips toward him, needing to be somehow closer than we were with our bodies pressed against one another tightly. He pulled away quickly, leaving me wanting more. I looked at him with confusion, wondering if he thought this was a mistake. A minuscule part of me wished he did. We could stop right now, save ourselves this complicated mess. But the bigger part of me wished he wanted this as much as me. I looked up at him, breathless, trying to read him. He stepped back, taking a few steps toward the door, his eyes never leaving mine. Was he leaving? No, 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 I begged in my head. His hand reached for the handle of his office door, and he swung it closed. The sound of the lock clicking filled my ears, and my face suddenly felt flushed. He took a slow but determined step toward me, with a new look in his eyes. I swallowed hard, and took a step back until my backside was against the edge of his desk. His hands reached for my hips, sliding up the sides of my body, his fingers grazing my bare skin underneath my blouse. My breath hitched at his touch, and I had to forcibly bring my eyes to meet his, knowing I was about to crumble under the weight of them. "I've wanted this so badly," he said, his voice gruff. "You have?" I whispered. "Don't act like you haven't noticed," he said, his hands running back down the sides of my body. "Don't act like you haven't knocked the air out of me just by walking through my door, or that I haven't grown hard imagining what was under these tight little skirts." I swallowed hard as his hands moved down my skirt, shifting it up toward my hips before his fingertips grazed the hem at mid-thigh. "Don't act like I haven't wanted to fuck you every single meeting, every single call, every single business lunch." His words alone were enough to make me explode into a million pieces right here against his desk. Now his hands were moving toward my inner thigh, trailing upward, dangerously close to the pair of red lace panties I had worn. Courtesy of my new paycheck, I picked up some pieces from La Perla, internally begging he would one day see them, have his hands on them. Then his fingertips grazed against the soft lace, and my breath hitched as I involuntarily closed my eyes. I felt him lean in, his breath on my neck as he moved a finger against me, against the lace. His lips grazed my neck as he pulled the lace aside, giving him access. He dipped a finger into me with ease as my slickness surrounded him. "It seems you've wanted it too," he whispered in my ear. I shuddered as he swirled his finger inside of me before getting to his knees before me. He carefully unzipped my skirt and shimmied it down my hips so it pooled on the floor. I watched his eyes widen as he took in the red lace panties that were now at eye level. "Are these for me?" he asked, looking up at me with a smirk. "It's all for you," I said. He brought his mouth closer to me, and just the feeling of his breath against my most sensitive parts nearly brought me to the edge. He pulled the delicate panties down my legs and soon brought his mouth back to meet me. He started moving his tongue against me, flicking it lightly, and I jerked at every single lap he took. I grabbed the back of his head, spreading my legs as he tasted my wetness. He moaned quietly, sending a vibration up my spine. He knew exactly what he was doing. I felt warmth pulsing through my body, pulling me apart as I slowly started to lose control. His tongue slipped inside me, and I let out a moan, and another, each one growing louder until the heat exploded through my body. I shuddered as I felt weak against the desk, thankful it was behind me or I might collapse. Troy looked up at me and smiled as he pulled himself to stand in front of me. He licked his lips slowly, as if savoring my taste. It was the sexiest thing I had ever seen. I reached for his strong chest, placing my palms against its strength before sliding his jacket off his shoulders. I unbuttoned his shirt and peeled it off of him, revealing his bare abdomen. I ran my fingers gently over his rippled muscles and kept moving them down. I could see his erection straining against the fabric of his pants. I reached for the clasp of his pants, unhooking it and moving the zipper down until his pants slipped to the floor. I reached my hand down and felt him through his briefs. His hard length throbbed against my hand. I needed to feel him bare against my skin, all 7 inches of him. I reached up and tugged at the waistband of his briefs, pulling them down and exposing him. I gasped slightly as my eyes landed on it. I placed my palms on the desk behind me and pulled myself up so I was sitting on the surface. His eyes were intent on my every single movement. The power I felt having him for the taking made me pulse. I slowly spread my legs, watching his eyes widen as I opened myself to him. I was his for the taking. "Fuck," he whispered, taking an intent step toward me. Then his hands were on my blouse, not bothering with the buttons as he ripped it off of me, exposing my breasts that were dressed in red lace. His hands cupped around my breasts, massaging them with a desperate roughness that made my nipples peak. He pulled my bra down, revealing my bare breasts. He barely took them in with his eyes before he took them in with his mouth, surrounding them with his wet warmth. I felt his cock just inches away from my wanting edges. I throbbed, knowing he was so close to filling me with the pleasure I'd been fantasizing about. I repositioned my hips slightly on the desk until I could feel his tip against my slick opening. His eyes shot to mine, and I did what I knew would be irresistible for him. I bit my bottom lip, tugging at it slowly with my top teeth. He let out a slow breath, completely unmatched with the quickness of his hands that were now gripping my hips. He positioned himself against me and dipped slowly into me. I let out a moan as I threw my head back, lifting my breasts to his eager mouth. His tongue swirled around my nipples as he pulled out and pushed back into me. I brought my head back up, needing to see his every movement, his every flick of the tongue, every inch revealing itself before disappearing inside of me again and again. His face was a contorted mix of pleasure and vulnerability. He was so fucking beautiful. I reached up and grabbed his bare upper back, digging my fingers into him as I let the pleasure take hold of my body. His movements were quicker now, thrusting into me with so much unbridled power. I clung to him as I let him fill me harder and harder each time. I tightened around him as I felt another orgasm resurfacing. "Faster," I demanded in a breathless whisper. He did exactly as I said, his cock rubbing against me in a way that made my legs quiver and that familiar heat rise. I dug my fingertips harder into him as he unleashed into me, slamming into my body, desperate to release. And I was desperate to release with him. So I did, screaming at the top of my lungs as he fell on top of me on the desk.
Chapter 14. Troy. I pulled Monica from my desk down to the cool marble floor, barely flinching as the cold bit into my skin. She settled in on top of me, her naked body against mine, keeping me warm. She laid her head on my chest and I felt her breath start to calm, slowing down and matching mine. My heart was still racing, though. That had been everything I had been wanting since the night I laid eyes on her at that bar. I heard her let out a gentle sigh, and I brought my hand to her hair, stroking her head gently as we laid there in silence. Cuddling wasn't my usual cup of tea with women, but with Monica, I could stay here all night with her in my arms. The smell of jasmine and sweat filling the air. I breathed it in, remembering how desperate I was in trying to forget it the day she left my apartment. Despite my body being completely wrecked, I could have gone a couple more rounds. I simply could not get enough of this woman. Had she been wearing those sexy pieces of lingerie under her suits this entire time? The thought made me wish I had found out much sooner than tonight. I wondered what other pieces she had in her collection to tease me with. I would give her a raise right here and now for her to add more to it. If that was what I could expect to find every day, then there was no way I could stay away from her. And I had no plans to. Fuck my father's threats. I wanted this thing between us to keep going. I didn't want it to be a one-time or two-time thing. I wanted this to happen again and again, as much as I wanted. Her being my personal assistant made that easy with how much time we spent together. But it also made me cautious of my father's spies. I had gotten away with it before, though. I could do it again. "What are you thinking about?" asked Monica, perching her chin up on her elbow as she looked up at me. "About how I don't know how to stay away from you." "Do you want to?" "No." She said, settling back onto my chest. "What are you thinking about?" I asked. "I was thinking the same thing." She laughed softly. I slid my hands down her smooth back and pulled her up my body, so her beautiful face was hovering over mine. I placed my palms on either of her cheeks and brought her face to mine, our lips meeting in a soft kiss. Then I felt her tongue slide across my lips slowly, making me come to life again against her bare stomach. She pulled back and looked at me with a lazy smile, knowing exactly what she was doing as she felt me grow hard against her. "You are relentless," I said, nipping her lips gently with my teeth. She let out a giggle before sitting up, swinging her legs on either side of me. I propped myself up on my elbows and watched as she slid against me, her body rolling in waves. Nothing stood in the way of me easily finding my way back inside her. She continued to grind against me, her eyes intent on mine and a smile across her lips. It was a smile of control, power, knowing she had me exactly where she wanted me. I was rock hard. I let her have her way with me, trying my best not to lose control as she teased me. I felt her become slick, making it easier for her to slide up the length of my shaft and back down. She reached down and rubbed her fingers against her clit in slow, circular motions, matching the rhythm of her body against me. She let out a low moan, and that right there almost sent me over the edge. I gripped her hips and lifted her up, not being able to take any more. I needed to be inside of her, feel her. All of a sudden, a light down the hallway turned on, and we heard a door close. She scrambled off of me quickly. "Oh, my God," she whispered, crawling toward her clothes that lay by my desk. "Shit," I whispered. Who the hell was here at this hour? It had to be nearly 11 p.m. I grabbed our clothes and her hand and pulled her behind my desk and out of sight of the windows to my office, where I had recklessly left the shades up. The door was thankfully closed and locked, but anyone could see in. My heart raced as we leaned our backs against the drawers of my desk. "Who is it?" she whispered, her eyes wide as she held an arm over her breasts. Her perfect breasts. I was suddenly pissed that someone had interrupted us when I was ready to have them in my mouth again. My eyes lingered on the creamy flesh that couldn't be fully covered by her forearm. I could see the pink of her nipples peeking out. "Troy!" she whispered sharply. "Focus!" I let out a soft laugh. "Sorry, I can't help it." She bit back a smile, but the worry was still in her eyes. "Who is it?" she asked again. "Probably security or the night crew," I said. "I'll go look." I started to stand from behind the desk. "Troy," she said, pulling me back. "You're butt naked." She let out a little laugh as I gathered my clothes and slid them on behind the desk. I noticed her eyes linger on my erection that hadn't gone back to sleep. She wanted it again just as badly as I wanted her around it. Damn whoever was out there. I wondered if I could send them away so we could finish. I stood up from behind the desk, now fully clothed, and held my finger up to my mouth as if to tell her to stay quiet. I walked over to my office door and unlocked it. I opened it and peeked my head out the now lit hallway. I didn't see anyone. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. I stepped out of my office and closed the door behind me. I heard movement at the end of the hall and walked toward it. I held my breath as I waited to see who it was. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw one of the night crew guys plugging in a vacuum. He had headphones over his ears and I could hear the music blasting. He didn't notice me and most likely hadn't heard anything. If he was just starting his shift, then this was the first room he was cleaning. He hadn't even made it down the hallway toward my office. I slipped back down the hallway and entered my office. I was disappointed to see Monica zipping up her skirt, as if I really expected to go for round 2 now that we weren't alone in the building. Her blouse hung loosely on her, the buttons ripped off from my impatience earlier. She looked down at her exposed chest and back at me, shaking her head. "Sorry about that," I said. "Well, who was it?" she asked, looking toward the door as she clutched her blouse closed. "Night crew," I said, sliding off my jacket and handing it to her. "Here." "Does he know we're here? Did he see us? Or hear us?" There was a worry in her eyes as she slid my jacket over her shoulders. "Nah, he's got headphones in and hasn't made his way down the hallway yet. It's hard to hear even your screams with Metallica blaring." Monica's cheeks flushed, but she seemed to relax, her shoulders pulling away from her ears. That was a close call. While I was sure I could have paid the guy off, it was better off a secret. This whole thing had to be a secret, which I wasn't sure how to tell Monica yet. Whatever this thing was. I knew I didn't want it to stop, but I also knew the risks of us getting caught. They were far greater than her simply getting fired, which I would feel bad for. But losing my firm would be even worse. If my father found out about this, I would ruin this final chance with him. He would swoop in and take control of this company that I built, all the while saying, "I told you so." I couldn't take that. More than anything, I wanted to prove him wrong, all while doing everything behind his back that proved him right. I wanted to have my cake and eat it too. And Monica was delicious. But I also didn't want to share all of that with Monica. We didn't know each other that well yet, besides every inch of each other's bodies and our business practices. I didn't know what she was looking for, whether it was a relationship or just sex. The first I couldn't give her. The latter I could. My previous personal assistants wanted more from me. They wanted to go public. They wanted to be on my arm as my girlfriend. They wanted me to love them. They wanted to be my one and only. I could never give that to them. I hoped Monica would be different, that this could be just as simple as really great sex. Discreet, really great sex. "We should go," I said, somewhat reluctantly. She nodded. She helped me straighten my desk so that it didn't look like we had just had sex on top of it. I looked out into the hallway. I could hear the vacuum running a few doors down. I motioned for Monica to follow me as I stepped into the hallway. There was something exciting about sneaking around like this. So exciting that I wanted to invite her back to my place to finish what we had started on the floor of my office. One thing at a time, though. We had to get out of there. I pulled her past the room swiftly, and we ran to the elevators, holding our breath as if the guy could even hear us anyway. We tumbled through the open elevator doors, and as they closed, we both doubled over in laughter. I ran my hand through my hair and shook my head as I looked at her. Her hair was a mess, and she was swimming in my jacket. "Holy shit," I said. "We are going to have to be more careful," she said, shaking her head. I stopped laughing and looked at her, trying to hide my surprise. She wanted to continue whatever this was. I wasn't the only one who wanted to keep this discreet. I felt an ease wash over me. This could work. "We don't have to be careful at my place," I said, taking a step toward her. I placed my hands on either side of her on the railing in the elevator. She looked up at me with her familiar caramel eyes, the ones that had rolled to the back of her head not even an hour ago as she came in my mouth. I could still taste her. "Now?" she asked as her breath caught. I nodded slowly. She said thoughtfully, looking down at the ground. Was I wrong about her wanting this? I furrowed my brow as I tried to read her. "But I work tomorrow," she said. I watched as her mouth pulled into a smile. She was messing with me. "I think your boss would be okay with you coming in late," I said. "Lucky me." She stood on her tiptoes and gave me a soft kiss on the lips, pulling away just before the elevator doors opened.
Chapter 15. Monica. I slipped out of Troy's apartment building, wearing the same skirt from yesterday and a white button-down he lent me. No one at the front desk seemed to bat an eye as I walked out of the glass doors and out onto the sidewalk. They had seen me enough over the past few weeks to know I was his assistant. Thankfully, it was a different front desk woman and doorman than the ones who had let us in last night. For all any of them knew, we had a late-night meeting or an early morning meeting. Out on the sidewalk, I glanced up at the glass building as if somehow I could see Troy, who was probably still in bed where I left him naked in the sheets. I shook my head and let out a soft laugh, realizing how bad I had it for him. It was ridiculous. I stepped to the curb and held my hand up, hailing a yellow cab. As I slid into the back seat, I gave the driver my address and leaned my head back against the seat. I closed my eyes and couldn't fight the smile that crept over my face. Everything about last night had been unexpected, but in the best way. Besides almost being caught by the night crew. But ultimately, him showing up had led me back to Troy's apartment, where we carried on the rest of the night entangled in each other. I wondered if we had slept at all. Maybe I had dreamed some of it, but the way my body felt convinced me none of it was a dream. A little sore, mostly satisfied, begging for more. I couldn't help but feel giddy, knowing I would see him in an hour. I could have slept in, and having his arms around me, I almost let myself doze off again. His steady breathing was like a sound machine putting me to sleep. His naked body, on the other hand, was like an alarm clock blaring in my ears. I forced myself to get out of bed, even after he grabbed my hand and pulled me back in. I didn't want to be late, even though I knew I could have gotten away with it. It didn't feel right to abuse the relationship, or whatever it was, with my boss. I still wanted to remain professional, even though there was nothing professional about us. Nothing professional about the way he tasted his fingers after they had been inside me, his piercing eyes watching my reaction as my mouth fell open. God, he was sexy. I squirmed slightly in the back of the cab at the thought. My eyes shot open, and I sat up straight, trying to get a grip. Once I arrived home to my small apartment, which was probably the size of Troy's bedroom, I turned on the shower. Under the hot water, I washed away the smell of his cologne and salty sweat, but I couldn't wash away the places he had touched me. His hands and mouth had left permanent, invisible impressions all over my skin. I doubted I would ever not feel him. I doubted I would ever not want to feel him. Out of the shower, I made a pot of coffee while wrapped in a towel. My hair was wet and hanging loosely over my shoulders. I didn't have time to dry it, but that was fine. If it came between more time in Troy's bed or finagling a blow-dryer, I would choose the former over again. My phone pinged on the countertop beside me as I waited for my coffee to finish brewing. I picked up my phone and smiled as I saw Troy's name on the screen. Troy. I'm probably going to be late today. Me. Tsk. How unprofessional. Troy. It's not my fault. Someone kept me up all night. Me. I wonder who that could be. Troy. Show me. I read the words again and looked down at the pink terry cloth towel. It wasn't La Perla, but it would have to do. I held up the phone and snapped a photo, hoping he found my makeup-free wet dog look sexy. I hit send. Troy. Fuck, can you come back here? Me. Down, boy. Are you still in bed? Troy. I can't seem to get out of it. Are you sure you can't come back? Colin's sick with your boss. In fact, I think he's sick too. Cough, cough. Me. My boss has a very important meeting in 2 hours. He can't miss it. I watched the 3 dots bounce on the phone. Troy. I'm up. Christ, I forgot. Me. What would you do without me? Troy. Get more sleep. I laughed before typing out a response. See you soon. I poured a mug of coffee and took the steaming cup to my bathroom to finish getting ready. I applied the basics: concealer, blush, mascara. Then I pulled my wet hair into a low bun. In my closet, I picked out a matching white set from La Perla and put on the cream skirt suit from my very first day at work. Satisfied with what I saw in the mirror, I drank the last of my coffee and headed downstairs to get a cab to work. A few minutes after 9, I arrived with an iced Americano in hand, shocked that I hadn't been any later. Kathy gave me a small nod of acknowledgement as I walked past her, and for some reason, I felt like she knew the reason I was late. I knew I was being paranoid. I looked up and spotted the security cameras that I was so blissfully unaware of last night, and swallowed hard. I would have to ask Troy about those. I walked into his office and set his coffee on the coaster. I looked around quickly to make sure there was no evidence from last night, but there was nothing other than the memories in my head. I ran my hand over the glossy finish of the desk, biting my lip. It was like I could hear his low groan in my ears, feel his fingers eagerly exploring. "Good morning, Monica," said Kathy, breaking me from my thoughts. My cheeks blazed as I turned around to find her standing in the doorway, eyeing me curiously. "Good morning, Kathy," I said, just dropping off Troy's coffee. "I see he's late. Again." "Big meeting today," she said, rapping her knuckles on the doorway before walking out of it. I let out a breath that I didn't know I had been holding and followed her out the door, taking a seat at my desk across the way. I opened my emails and found one from Troy with his usual list of things to do for the day. I looked for an innuendo or a flirty signature, but there was none. I felt stupid for the disappointment that pulled at my heart. But then I realized our emails were probably monitored. He was just being smart. He was a businessman after all. A businessman who had done this before with another personal assistant, if not more than one, I reminded myself. The thought gnawed at me annoyingly. I shook my head slightly as I tried to convince myself I wasn't like the others. But wasn't that what every girl told herself? I couldn't help but believe it. Our chemistry, the way our bodies moved as one. It was too good that it had to be more than me just being another personal assistant passing through. A few minutes later, Troy strode into his office, and I felt my stomach do a somersault. He was here earlier than I expected. I sat up straighter in my chair and pretended not to notice, but I felt his eyes on me. I didn't dare look up, thinking I might spontaneously combust right there from the heat of his stare. My phone pinged on my desk. "Troy, playing shy, are we?" I bit back a smile and typed out a quick response. "Me. I'm working. You know, it's a thing people do sometimes when they're not sleeping in." "Troy, you're feisty." "Me. You have no idea." "Troy, I think I do after last night. And this morning." I sunk a little further in my chair, using my computer as a way to cover the burning of my cheeks that matched the heat rising through my body. I swore I heard him chuckle from his office. This is different, I told myself. And I kept telling myself that over the next 2 weeks, as we spent practically every waking hour together. I went wherever he needed me to, for business or pleasure. I didn't care that I was at his beck and call. That was the job. The rest of it was just a perk. There were hardly any more menial errands. I had been to the dry cleaners maybe one time. I didn't have to trail any imaginary clients trying to get a signature for a made-up document. Troy wanted me with him, and I wanted him to want that. Because I wanted to be with him. I craved it, almost obsessed over it. We went on long, expensive lunches and indulged in champagne, careful to keep our distance just in case someone were to see. But under the table, we always found a way to touch each other, whether with my ankle sliding up his leg or my hand grazing his thigh. It was thrilling to pretend, when the sensation of his touch made me want to tear out of my skin. Our car rides together were less restrained in the bit of privacy we found in the backseat of a cab. His hand wouldn't stop at a simple graze of my thigh. Instead, his fingers would trail up my leg until he reached what he sought most. He liked to feel what I had on, knowing he would take it off later. I never wore pants anymore because of it, and sometimes didn't wear anything underneath at all. Usually on those days, we didn't make it back to the office. We would work late in his office, actually work. We weren't just having sex the entire time. We had jobs to do. Plus, we didn't want to risk getting caught when we had come so close last time with the night crew. But focusing on work was hard. I would often find his gaze on my mouth or my cleavage, and the heat from his stare was enough to make me melt right there, which was why most nights I ended up at his place to find the release we craved after a day of foreplay. No one batted an eye if I showed up at his apartment at 10 p.m. to bring him a report, and the changing of shifts left the morning shift none the wiser as I slipped out. It was almost perfect, except for the part that I doubted I was anything more than his plaything. Even worse, that I was being paid to be. Sometimes I felt ashamed. As fun as sneaking around was, part of me felt dirty about it. If anyone found out about us, it would be chaos. I would lose my job, lose the man, and lose my dignity. But I couldn't stop. The feelings I had when I was with him, whether next to him at a meeting, listening to his authoritative voice making decisions and demands, or in his bed as he hovered over me, planting kisses on my collarbones before taking me completely, they were too good to let go. It was as if one of my novels had come to life, and I now knew what it felt like to be completely consumed by somebody. It was no wonder readers ate those books up. It was something they desperately wanted. I didn't know it could exist outside of the pages of a book, and it was something I now had.
Chapter 16. Troy. I heard my father's booming voice down the hallway and felt a pit of dread at the bottom of my stomach as I slunk deep into my desk chair. Hearing Kathy's maniacal laughter that was so forced it made my skin crawl didn't help. They were coming my way. I wondered what he was doing here unannounced. As I heard their voices and footsteps edging closer to my doorway, I looked up and tried to catch Monica's gaze that was following the nearby commotion. She had no idea what was coming, and I hadn't the time to warn her. When my father came to the office, people did anything to get noticed by either laughing at any lousy joke he told or talking really loudly on the phone to make it seem they were on a very important call. He would feign being impressed, but deep down, he was judging every single person. She was most likely his next victim, as she sat across from me wearing the brand-new sheath dress that I had sent to her apartment. I bought it because I knew the color would complement her dark hair, but also because I imagined taking it off her. "Ah, you must be my son's latest victim." My father cleared his throat before letting out a chuckle. "I mean, personal assistant." I saw his back turn to me as he towered over Monica's desk. She stood from her chair and held out her hand, giving him a warm smile that was nothing more than genuine. "You must be Troy's father, Mr. Gunner. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Monica." My father took her hand and shook it the way he did with any woman, like he would break them. "That's quite a grip you have there," said my father, looking down at their hands. I bit back a smile, knowing that Monica was not about to act like a weak woman around him. I stepped out of my office, partly to save her, but partly save myself from watching this awkward encounter. It was probably only awkward to me seeing my father meet the woman I was secretly sleeping with. "Hey, Dad," I said, placing my hand on his back. "Troy!" He gave me a single nod. "I was just getting acquainted with your new assistant." Yes, I see that. Why don't you join me in my office and tell me why you've graced us with your presence today?" He tipped an imaginary hat at Monica before following me into my office, where I shut the door behind us. "She's a pretty one," he said, taking a seat. "Is she?" I asked with a shrug, sitting behind my desk. "Don't play coy with me, boy." "Dad, she's my assistant, nothing else." "Good. You know what's at stake." As if he didn't remind me every time we talked. But could I really be mad? I was doing exactly what he expected of me, sleeping with another personal assistant. But I kept telling myself this time was different. Different how? I didn't know. but I couldn't admit this to my father. "Why are you here, Dad? Is it just to check up on me? Don't you have Kathy for that?" It took everything not to roll my eyes. "Your aunt's birthday is today." "Of course," I said, completely unaware. "We're hosting a party upstate tonight." He looked at me expectantly, like this was something I should know. It wasn't on my calendar. "I know. I'll be there," I said as I made a mental note to have Monica order a gift. "Good." He stood from his seat and made his way to the door, giving a wave without looking back as he slipped through it. I knew he hadn't come all this way to invite me to or remind me of my aunt's party. He dropped in to see how things were going, get his usual report from Kathy, and probably judge my every decision. It was a monthly occurrence that I had annoyingly gotten used to. Yet, with Monica here, it felt more irritating than usual. Embarrassing. I was nearly 40 and had Daddy checking in on me. Once I was sure he was gone, I walked up to Monica's desk and casually drummed my fingers on her desk. She looked up and gave me a small smile as her fingers continued to type on the keyboard. "Sorry about that," I whispered. "About what?" she asked. "My dad." I rolled my eyes. "Oh, he was harmless." Little did she know. "I need you to do something for me." "Anything," she whispered, and a sexy smile crossed over her lips, making me want to take her right then and there. "Fuck." She laughed out loud and stifled it quickly with her hands as she looked around the office. No one had heard. "What do you need?" she asked seriously. "I need you to order a gift from Bloomingdale's that I can pick up after work." "Okay. Anything in particular?" "Something a 70-year-old woman would like," I said with a shrug. She looked up at me curiously. "It's for my aunt. Her birthday party is tonight." I had half a mind to invite Monica to join me, but thought better of it. It was a family function, not a work event. She would be out of place, and my father would see right through our little facade. Plus, there were no guarantees with a little champagne in me I would be able to keep my eyes or hands off her. "I'm on it," she said. "Thanks." I knocked on the surface of her desk before heading back to my office. Later that night, I arrived at my parents' upstate home, which was more of an estate than a house, holding a gift-wrapped box containing a cashmere sweater. I rang the doorbell and was ushered inside by the waitstaff who took my jacket and my gift. Jazz music wafted toward me from the large living room where my parents hosted most of their parties. I followed the erratic music and found the room full of family and close friends. I spotted my mother at the long buffet table, inspecting the appetizers to make sure everything was to her liking. My father was in the center of the room telling some sort of animated story in his usual booming voice. I decided to greet my mother first, giving her a hug and 2 quick kisses on either cheek. "Troy, honey, so glad you could make it," she said, with a beaming smile. Wouldn't miss it. Even though I almost had. I watched my mother's eyes drift to the bar that was set up in the back of the room by the open French doors. There was a twinkle to them that I wasn't quite sure how to read. "Why don't you go get a drink?" She gestured to the bar with a nod. I followed her gaze and saw the familiar strawberry blonde hair and slender body of my ex-wife. She was shamelessly flirting with the bartender who was eating it up, just like everybody else. Who could blame him? She was a Sports Illustrated model. "What is Veronica doing here?" I asked, shooting my mother a look. "Oh, honey, she's like family." "No, not really, Mom." "Oh, hush, just go. You don't want to be rude." I clenched my fingers into fists as I walked over to the bar, where Veronica stood sipping champagne in a backless black dress. She looked good. There was no doubt about that. but I felt nothing for her, not anymore. I wondered if I ever really did. We were young when we met. I was infatuated with her and she was infatuated with the wealth of my family. We got married after only 3 months of knowing each other, after an impromptu trip to Vegas. One too many bottles of champagne and reckless sex in a private corner of a casino ended in a wedding chapel. We tried to make it work, but ultimately it didn't. We were too different. She wanted the spotlight, and I wanted to be taken seriously as a businessman. I had asked for a divorce, which she didn't want. My family either. They probably didn't want a divorce tarnishing their outstanding reputations. Despite divorcing years ago, Veronica wouldn't let it go. She kept trying to claw her way back into my life in whatever way she could. "Hello, Veronica," I murmured, barely looking at her as I motioned for the bartender. "I'll have a whiskey neat." "Troy," she said, her voice sing-song. "I was wondering when you would show up." And here I was, not knowing you were showing up at all. I took the whiskey from the bartender and took a long sip. "Oh, don't be like that," she purred, putting her hand on my arm. "I didn't realize you and my aunt were so close," I said sarcastically before finishing my drink and holding my hand up for another. "You're such a sourpuss," she said, crossing her arms and pouting. "I'm going to find my aunt." I took my drink and crossed the room. I found Aunt Gertrude sitting in an ornate floral armchair and holding a plate of appetizers as she looked around the room with glee. My heart thawed slightly after my encounter with Veronica, and I gave her a big hug. She deserved to be happy on her birthday, and whether this party was actually for her or just an excuse for my parents to entertain, she did look happy. "Did you come alone?" she asked, looking around the room disappointedly. "Afraid so," I shrugged. "Oh, Troy, when are you going to settle down?" she asked, patting my hand as I knelt on the floor beside her. My thoughts flashed to Monica, but I quickly shooed them away. "Someday," I assured her, and stood up to give her a quick kiss on the cheek. I scanned the room for my sister. She would be the only one who understood my annoyance over my ex-wife being invited, but there was no sign of Erica. I frowned slightly as I carefully made my way through the crowd. Maybe she was up in her old room. I ascended the stairs and walked down the familiar hallway. I pushed open the door and was disappointed to find the room empty. I turned to leave and came face to face with Veronica, who had a glass of champagne in one hand and a glass of whiskey in the other. "I figured you needed a refill," she said with a coy smile, pushing me further into the room. She closed the door behind her with her foot. "I'm good, actually," I said. She set the drinks down on a nearby dresser and wrapped her arms around my neck. My eyes couldn't help but wander exactly where she wanted them to, down the deep cut of her dress. My eyes snapped back up to hers and I shook my head. "We're not doing this." I removed her arms from my neck and stepped back. "I think a part of you wants to," she whispered, as she reached up and untied the thin strap that held her dress in place at the nape of her neck. Her dress fell to her waist, revealing her creamy, voluminous breasts. I swallowed hard as I tried to keep my head above the whiskey I had drank. I reached for the bed and grabbed a blanket, tossing it at her. "Cover up and get out," I said sharply. She looked at me for a long moment. "Who is she?" she asked, clutching the blanket against her. "There's no one. Is it that hard to believe I would rather be alone than involved with you?" Her mouth opened slightly as I pushed past her, opening the door and leaving her in my sister's childhood bedroom. I quickly walked down the stairs to where the rest of the party was, wanting to get the hell out of there. All I wanted to do was call Monica, but I saw my mother bringing out a birthday cake as my sister carefully lit the dozens of candles that adorned it. I couldn't leave now. I was stuck.
Chapter 17. Monica. I showed up to the office early with Troy's coffee in hand. Despite feeling disappointed by not hearing from him last night, I still had to put on a happy face and be his assistant. We hadn't spent a night apart in a while, and he had promised he would call after his aunt's party. I tried not to let my insecurities get the best of me, especially if he was at a family function. But he was Troy. The most handsome man I had ever laid eyes on, and he was a freaking billionaire. Everyone wanted him. I was still unsure of why he wanted me. Maybe it was because I was easy access for him, given my job as his assistant. It meant a lot of time together, making it easy for him to get whatever else he wanted from me. I didn't hate it, though. I wanted him just as badly. I couldn't get enough. There was an ease in knowing we could have each other every single day, whether at his place or in a private dressing room. That was something we had tried a few days ago at Bloomingdale's as he tried on suits. It was incredibly risky, but mind-blowing. It took everything in me not to scream into his hand as he cupped my mouth, trying to keep my moans at bay. As I rode in the elevator up to my floor, I wondered if I would get used to compartmentalizing my feelings, knowing when to turn them off or lower my expectations. I checked my reflection in the mirrored wall of the elevator, fixing the red lipstick I had applied to match the strappy mesh lingerie I wore underneath this black dress Troy had bought me that day at Bloomingdale's. The bell dinged and the elevator doors opened. I saw Kathy at her usual post, as if she was checking to make sure I was on time. I had been here for weeks now and was never late, despite Troy often begging me to stay with him in his California king cloud of a bed. I always felt like I had something to prove to the nosy office manager, even though Troy was the one I reported to. He was her boss. I gave her a curt nod and strode down the hallway. I opened the door to Troy's office and was surprised to see him sitting at his desk. I did a double take as I held the frosty plastic cup of coffee in my hands. He looked up and gave me that smile that felt like it was just for me. "Close the door," he said. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. In what seemed like one swift movement, he was up from his desk and already pressed against me. His arms encircled me and his hands gripped my lower back. It took me by surprise. For one, he was usually never early for work. And second, he never showed this much affection first thing in the morning, especially when the office was full. I looked around warily, but the door was closed and the shades were drawn. I sank a little more into his arms and looked up at him. "I missed you," he whispered. "You didn't call," I said, trying not to sound too disappointed. He sighed. "I know, I got caught up. My family, they're—" He furrowed his brow. "Frustrating." I stood on my tiptoes and nipped his bottom lip with my teeth. "Don't do it again," I whispered against his mouth, surprised by my tenacity. I felt him grow hard against my lower stomach, and heat flooded through me. "Is that an order?" he asked, his voice low and rumbling. His hand slid to my backside, cupping my curves through my dress. I pressed even further into him and nodded slowly. "And here I thought I was your boss." He gave me a squeeze before bringing his mouth to mine. I willfully opened and let his tongue slide into my mouth, slowly whirling around as if he was tasting every part of me. I groaned and wrapped my hands around the back of his neck, breathing him in. I pushed him against the wall near the door so I could close the distance between us even more with something solid behind his back. "You are feisty this morning," he said, catching a quick breath before I devoured him again. I felt his erection twitch against me, and my God, I wanted him right there. My hands flew to his hair, grabbing it in tufts as I rubbed my body against him, feeling his generous length. He let out a low groan, quiet, but enough to fill my body with its quiet power. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and we quickly pulled apart just before it opened. I took a few quick steps toward his desk and grabbed some papers to look busy, while Troy reached up and smoothed his hair. Kathy poked her head in before Troy could even say, "Come in." "Yes, Kathy?" asked Troy. I could tell he was exasperated as he ran a hand through his dark hair. I stood a few feet away, pretending to busy myself with papers at the edge of his desk. She looked from me to him, a noticeable suspicion in her gaze. I tried to ignore it and gave her a warm smile, even though my insides were shaking. Had she seen us? Heard us? My eyes quickly glanced at Troy and the erection that pressed against his dark pants. I bit my lip nervously, wondering if I was just hyper-aware and maybe she wouldn't notice. "I just wanted to check in on those final reports for the month," said Kathy, looking at Troy, who was standing uncomfortably by the wall I'd left him. "They'll be done by lunch," said Troy curtly. "If you'll excuse me," I said, grabbing Kathy's attention as Troy slipped behind his desk and sat down. "I have to use the restroom." She gave me a single nod, and as I stepped past her, I realized she made no signs of leaving Troy's office. He could handle her on his own. I let out a shaky breath and walked down the hallway to the women's restroom. Even though this lipstick claimed to be smudge-proof, I needed to be sure. I needed to see what Kathy saw just now. I pushed open the door and walked to the countertop mirror, placing my hands on the ledge and gripping it tightly to steady myself after that close call. I assessed my hair, which was still in place, although I couldn't say the same for Troy's after my fingers had run through it in desperation. My dress was only slightly shifted out of place from the friction between our bodies. The lipstick, thankfully, lived up to its claims and remained where it promised to. Phew, I thought, as I turned and leaned my back against the counter. I figured I should give them a couple more minutes before I went back. As I waited, the door to the bathroom opened, and a woman in a light blue sweater dress and thigh-high boots walked in. She looked like she was straight out of a magazine. In fact, I was pretty sure I had seen her in the glossy pages of Cosmopolitan before. "Hello," she said, eyeing me. "Hello," I replied, watching as her gaze fell to the nude patent pumps I wore, up the black dress and to my hair that hung in bouncy curls. If I had thought I looked good when I left this morning, this woman had made it her mission to assure me I did not. I could have been picking up dog poop with the way she looked at me in a judgmental, fleeting moment. "Are you the bathroom attendant?" I let out a small laugh through my nose. She could not be serious. No, I'm not." She rolled her eyes and strode past me, placing her small designer bag on the counter. She pulled out a tube of lipstick and applied the rosy shade to her lips, which formed into a perfect pout. "Can I help you with something?" she asked, shooting me a look. I hadn't realized I was staring, and now I was called out on it. "Oh, I'm sorry. You just look familiar." Veronica Muse," she said, rubbing her lips together and placing the tube of lipstick back in her purse. She must have seen the confusion on my face because I didn't recognize the name. "The model." She narrowed her eyes. "Oh, right. That's it. Nice to meet you." She let out a little huff and walked out of the bathroom. I followed her out, figuring Kathy had to be gone by now. As I walked down the hallway, I noticed Veronica was walking the same path as I followed behind her, trying not to notice how long her legs were. I had never seen her before. I wondered why she was here. I started to get a sinking feeling as she kept passing each door, continuing in the same direction toward Troy's office. Maybe she was an investor. It wouldn't be surprising that a famous model had a hedge fund. Still, something in my gut told me that wasn't why she was here. Excuse me, I said from behind her as she approached Troy's office. Do you have an appointment? She turned and looked at me like I was a bug she had just squashed. She completely ignored me before rapping her knuckles on the outside of Troy's door. Bitch. I slid into my desk chair, hoping to get a grasp on how they knew each other. Kathy was still in his office, looking.
You've come far in the story. Let this quiet melody carry you through a moment of peace. Thanks for being part of our audiobook family.
Tense, but she always looked like that. Both she and Troy looked up at the same time to see Veronica standing there, leaning against the doorframe in her thigh-grazing dress. Kathy's eyes grew more beady than usual as she assessed the woman interrupting. She lifted her chin slightly and walked out of the room, making a face at Veronica as she passed. I was taken aback by it because it was so unlike her. She hardly had any expressions aside from her usual resting bitch face. But this was different. This was a look of despise and disgust. Veronica closed the door behind her with the heel of her black leather boots. I swallowed hard. This was not his client. No professional would ever act like that. This was personal. Kathy shook her head as she began to walk away. "Kathy," I called after her. "Yes?" she asked, turning to face me. "Who is that?" I asked, nodding to Troy's office, trying to seem casual. "That is Veronica Muse. She's Troy's ex-wife and a total bitch." Kathy turned on her heel and left me there with my mouth open as I looked at the closed door to Troy's office, wondering what was going on inside. The shades were still pulled from when we had just been making out like horny teenagers. That now seemed like a lifetime ago with this new information. I couldn't see anything, which gave me a little relief, but I was more so annoyed that I couldn't see the interaction between the two of them. I hadn't expected those words to come out of Kathy's mouth. Troy had been married? To a freaking supermodel nonetheless. He had never told me that. It wasn't like we talked about anything personal, really. We talked about work, and then we took our clothes off. Still, that seemed like a big thing to keep from me. I had so many questions. Questions I didn't know if I had the right to have answers to. Married. The word repeated in my head like an echo that wasn't drowning out.
Chapter 18. Troy. I was still reeling from my conversation with Kathy, that my mind was still unpacking that before it could process Veronica standing in my office in a ridiculously short dress that was probably meant to be a shirt. After Monica had excused herself to go to the bathroom, probably just to get away from the sticky situation we had almost been caught in, Kathy had tiptoed around an accusation that we were sleeping together. "Did I just walk in on something?" she had asked, her hands on her hips as she looked around the room for some sort of clue. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said, as I folded my hands on my desk casually, but in a way that told her I was the boss around here. "You two seemed out of sorts when I walked in." "We were just preparing those reports you mentioned." I shrugged. "Mm-hmm." She sounded unconvinced. "Also, in the future, please wait until I grant you access to my office before you barge in. It's entirely distracting, not to mention impolite." She let out a bark of a laugh. "I'm able to roam this firm as I please. I think you're forgetting who your boss is here." My voice started to rise at her entitlement. "I know exactly who my boss is, and it's not who I'm looking at right now." Her eyes were cold. "I think my father and I need to have a little chat about what your role is here at my firm. And I think I should have a little chat with him about what role your personal assistant is playing. Again." A slight smirk spread across her lips. I tried not to let her threat get to me, but internally, it knocked the air out of me. I caught my bearings quickly, though. "Go ahead," I said nonchalantly. She looked taken aback by my cool demeanor. "But know that if I lose this firm, you'll be out of a job. So that's your decision." I watched as the smirk quickly disappeared from her lips, and her throat bobbed as she swallowed my words. I leaned back in my chair, satisfied that I had gotten to her. That was when I heard a knock outside my open office door. "Am I interrupting anything?" asked Veronica in a sing-song voice as she leaned her gazelle-like figure against the doorframe. What the hell? Could this morning get any worse? "Yes," I said sharply. "No," said Kathy at the same time. Damn it. Kathy gave Veronica a curt nod as she walked past her with little to no acknowledgement. There was probably one thing Kathy and I agreed on, and it was our mutual disdain for my ex-wife. If I had any sign of arousal still lingering for the taste of Monica's mouth on mine, it quickly deflated. Veronica closed the door behind her with the high heel of her boot, and the last thing I saw was Monica shoot me a worried glance, just as the door shut on her beautiful face. My stomach sank. I hadn't told her about Veronica. We hadn't delved into much of our personal lives because our mouths were always too busy doing other things. I hadn't told her a lot of things, like how I would lose my job if I were found out. I took a deep breath, one thing at a time. "Veronica, what are you doing here?" I asked. "Hello to you too, Troy," she said, pushing off the door and stalking toward me like I was her prey. Gazelle turned lion. I rolled my eyes. She pushed papers aside on my desk, making room for her to sit on the edge of it. She crossed her legs and leaned back on her hands, arching her back so her breasts peeked out a little further against the light blue cashmere. "By all means, make yourself at home," I said sarcastically, trying to reorganize the papers she had haphazardly pushed aside. "Why, thank you," she said. "Again, what are you doing here?" I asked. "I just wanted to see you." "I saw you last night." "And I had such a wonderful time with you then." She swung her legs over my desk, so her thigh-high boots and long legs were now grazing against me as I sat in my office chair. "Didn't you?" she asked. I enjoyed seeing my aunt and celebrating her, yes. "Was there anything else you enjoyed seeing?" she asked coyly as she leaned down closer. I could feel her minty breath against my face. I knew what she was referring to, and the image of her standing topless in my sister's childhood bedroom flashed through my head quickly before I stomped it out. Supermodel or not, she was still a bitch, and her perky breasts wouldn't take away from that. I had shut the door on this years ago. Mostly. "Veronica," I said tiredly. "I thought you got the hint last night." She pouted at me with her glossy baby pink lips. "When did you become such a party pooper?" she asked. I sighed, knowing this was my own fault. Even after our divorce, we still had our fun together. If we ran into each other at events, she would end up at my place or me at hers. It didn't mean anything other than just needing to fuck and release. I thought it was the same for her. It had been months since anything had happened between us anyhow. Last night was the first time I had seen her in a while. I wondered why now she had decided to be so persistent in entering my life again. "I'm just stressed with work," I replied, running a hand through my hair. "Well, I can help with that," she said, as if jumping at an opportunity. She parted her legs, placing one on either side of me on the glossy surface of my desk. My eyes darted down to the darkness between her open thighs. "Jesus Christ, Veronica!" I groaned loudly when I realized she had nothing underneath her dress. She laughed out loud, thoroughly enjoying herself. She lowered herself onto my lap, straddling me. Then she placed her hands against my chair, on either side of my head. I felt myself twitch slightly against her bareness. I was a man, after all. "You need to go," I said firmly, looking toward the door. She leaned in and grazed her teeth against my earlobe. "Do I?" she whispered. The words sent a shiver down my spine. I wasn't doing this. I wasn't even entertaining this. I gripped her hips and lifted her off me suddenly. She let out a little gasp as she tried to find her footing. I stood up from my desk chair. I crossed my arms and nodded toward the door. "Go." She sat down in my desk chair and put her feet up on my desk. She had no plans to leave. I needed someone to rescue me. I slid my phone from my jacket pocket and texted Monica. "SOS. Come in here and make up some important meeting. I need this woman out of my office." A moment later, there was a knock on my door. Veronica quickly pulled her feet down from the surface of my desk so not to expose herself to the rest of the office. Veronica peeped her head in, and I watched as she quickly glanced at Monica, sitting comfortably behind my desk. I noticed the hurt that flashed in her eyes before it disappeared. "Shit." Sorry to interrupt," she said softly. "You're not interrupting anything," I said reassuringly. Veronica huffed behind me. "We have that meeting now." "Yes, of course. Thank you, Monica." Monica gave Veronica one more look, who had barely even acknowledged her existence as she picked at her fingernails before walking out the door. Thankfully, she left it open. Whether to save me or to keep an eye on things, I wasn't sure. Either way, I was grateful. "Who is that?" asked Veronica, looking through the open door where Monica was gathering things to look as if she were getting ready for our imaginary meeting. Veronica's voice dripped with disgust. "Her name is Monica. She is my personal assistant," I answered. I saw a flicker of jealousy in Veronica's gaze as it fixated on Monica. I wondered if she had heard the rumors, or if the curve-hugging black dress on a beautiful woman made her insecure. "I really have to go," I said, walking toward the door. Veronica stood up from my desk quickly and strode past me, making it a point to rub up against me as she did so. "I'll see you soon, Troy baby," she called over her shoulder as she sauntered away. I caught Monica looking between us before she quickly went back to stacking what looked to be blank papers on her desk. I knew she probably had so many questions, and the hurt look on her face made my stomach sink. I just didn't know how to tell her everything, and this wasn't the place. "Thanks for that," I said with a smile as I leaned against her desk. "Mm-hmm," she said, barely looking at me. "Monica," I said softly. "Look, I'm really busy," she said. I felt like she wanted nothing to do with me in that moment. Why would she? Even though we weren't in a relationship or had established any sort of boundaries, there were still feelings there. I realized that now as I took on her hurt. This was new territory for me. I would probably feel the same way if I found her locked up in an office with another man. I would go seething mad. What? Stacking blank printer paper? I joked, trying to make light of the situation and the thoughts in my head. The joke didn't land, and Monica frowned. I glanced quickly around the office before grabbing her hand and giving it a squeeze. I needed her attention. I needed to reassure her. She stilled. I quickly released her hand before anyone saw. She sighed as she set the papers down on her desk, willing herself to look up at me. The look in her eyes was enough to break me down and tell her everything right there. But it was too risky, especially after we were almost caught this morning and Kathy brought up her suspicions, her threat. "Why don't we get out of here?" I suggested. "What are you talking about?" "Let's go. Call it a day." She checked her watch and jerked her head back slightly before looking at me. "It's not even 10 a.m., she said in surprise. "And somehow I've had enough work for the day." It was true. I didn't want to spend another minute in this office after this hellish morning. "That was work?" she asked, eyeing my office as if Veronica were still perched comfortably in my chair. "Come on, let's get an early start on the weekend," I said, avoiding her question. She twisted her mouth as she debated it, looking around the office at everyone who was busy working at their computers. I didn't know if she would go for it. She never missed a day, never came in late, despite me trying to keep her in my bed with a swipe of my tongue or the flick of my fingers against her. She always left. She was so professional, to a fault. But I couldn't stand being in here another minute, hearing the click-clack of keyboards and feeling the watchful eye of Kathy on my every move. Probably even now. I just wanted to leave and forget the whole shitty morning, and I needed Monica with me to escape it all. An idea popped in my head, but I didn't know if she would go for it.
Chapter 19. Monica. "Let's go to the Bahamas," said Troy. "What?" I asked, my voice shrill with surprise. I quickly looked around the office to make sure no one was witnessing this little exchange. As if I didn't already have a bomb dropped on me about him having been married. Now he wanted to spring a tropical vacation on me? He looked at me, hopeful like a little kid. It was hard to resist his eyes dancing with excitement, but I was still recovering from seeing his Sports Illustrated ex-wife saunter her way into his office. I didn't have the right to be upset, or jealous even. We each had our own pasts, ones we hadn't really talked about, and while mine didn't include walking down the aisle, I had no right to judge him, or be hurt. Though my self-conscious thoughts were ringing in my head as I compared myself to her long legs and big chest, it again made me wonder why he was with me. "It's been a stressful week," said Troy softly, turning his body so his back was to the rest of the office. A stressful morning, I thought. I looked up at him and chewed on the inside of my cheek as I thought about his proposition. A trip like this was something I had only dreamed about, and in the real world, it would take months, if not a year, to plan for and save up for. Yet here was this billionaire dreamboat suggesting we leave sooner than later. As I looked out the large windows of the office, with frost clinging to the glass and the gray clouds looming in the air, a beach sounded like the perfect escape from the city's harsh winter. Normally, I would be jumping at this impossible chance. But here, in this moment, I realized I was scared. I didn't know if it was because of possibly getting caught and losing this job that I desperately needed, since writing wasn't paying the bills. I hadn't even touched my laptop at home. Or maybe I was scared because I didn't know what this thing was between Troy and me. It felt like I was at the edge of a cliff about to free fall. Into what? I didn't know. "But what about work?" I asked, raising my brows. It was a question that needed multiple answers. We had to be back in the office on Monday, so how would we swing a trip this quickly? And how would we get away without anyone knowing or having their suspicions? It wasn't like we had any business in the Bahamas. At least I didn't think so. We already had Kathy on us, who seemed to be trying to catch us in the act. I still had to talk to him about their conversation in his office. What about it? We'll be back by Monday. It's only a 3-hour flight. One question answered. And what about Kathy? I asked, narrowing my voice. Leave her to me. But what happened in your office? Did she say anything? He waved me off. Nah, she was just asking about those reports. Something in his voice didn't make me quite believe him. I pressed further. Won't it look a little suspicious, us going on vacation together? Do you take all your personal assistants on vacation? I regretted the question as soon as it left my mouth. I didn't actually want to know. He sucked in a quiet breath. No, I don't, he said, backing away slightly. I seemed to have struck a nerve. I just mean, won't it raise some questions? I said, touching his arm. No one will know, he said. I have a private house on a private beach. We can do as we please. I could think of 100 different things we could do as we pleased. The idea was becoming more appealing by the second. We will take my private jet. You say the word, I'll have it ready at the airport. We can leave your name off of the itinerary. No one will know you were ever on board. Private jet? This felt like a dream. He leaned in closer and I shivered slightly under his gaze and the feeling of his breath against me. Come on, he said. I can't think of anything I would rather do than be on a beach with you in a bikini. I felt my cheeks flush. Or nothing at all. I felt a warmth between my legs as his growl of a whisper traveled through me. Suddenly, I didn't have any more questions. Okay, I said, unable to fight the smile that spread across my lips. He knocked his knuckles against the desk and stood up suddenly. I could see his excitement bouncing off of him. It was contagious. You go home and pack. Leave the rest to me, he said, walking into his office. I watched him go, the moment still feeling completely surreal. I wondered how this could possibly be my life. Despite the lingering questions in my head, about his ex-wife, about what this thing was between us, about the risks, I let myself feel excited. I let myself be the main characters in one of my novels, and it felt so damn good. I logged off my computer and gathered my purse, heading toward the elevators and praying I wouldn't see Kathy along the way. While it wasn't out of the norm for me to be running errands during the day, I didn't know if I could pull off the lie. As I slipped by her office undetected and into the elevator, I breathed a sigh of relief as the doors closed. Back at my apartment, I rummaged through the top shelf of my closet for a weekend bag. I hadn't used one in a while, not since my last book signing on the West Coast. I pulled the black quilted duffel bag down and tossed it on the bed, ready to be filled. I pulled open my dresser drawers and began pulling out bikinis I hadn't worn in ages. New York wasn't exactly the place to wear swimsuits. I selected 3, each with Troy in mind. A hot pink strappy bikini, a black one-piece with a plunging neckline, and a white 2-piece halter. Each one I could imagine him easily taking off me, and the thought was thrilling. I smiled as I folded them carefully and placed them in the duffel bag. Next, I selected the new lingerie I had picked up at Bloomingdale's last week. A crimson silk slip and a lacy pale yellow set. I doubted I needed much else, since the house was private, along with the beach. Still, I threw in a few flowy dresses that were perfect for warm weather and sandy beaches. Once I was all packed, I plopped down on my bed next to the duffel bag and looked up at the ceiling. In a few hours, I would be in a different country with the man I was seeing. I took a deep breath, as if I were about to lunge myself off of that cliff. My phone pinged next to me on the bed. I quickly picked it up and saw Troy's name on the screen. I opened his text. Troy. The jet is being fueled up right now. I'll be by to get you in 20. Me. I'm all packed and ready. Troy. Can't wait to see what I'll be taking off you. I smiled and placed my phone on my chest, my heart beating quickly against it. As much time as we had spent alone together in our evenings at his place or in the privacy of cabs or fitting rooms, this would be the first time we had uninterrupted alone time. The thought was exciting and nerve-wracking all at once. It felt like we were taking a step towards something more, but I wasn't sure if he felt that way. I tried to remind myself this was just for fun, to not get too wrapped up. But how could I not? He was whisking me away on a romantic vacation, just us two. 20 minutes later, my apartment bell buzzed, alerting me that someone was downstairs. I quickly looked out the window and down to the street to see a shiny black town car waiting. We usually took cabs, so this was a surprise. I pressed the intercom button and said I would be right down. I grabbed my duffel bag from the bed and locked up my apartment before taking the stairs down, 2 at a time. Outside my apartment building, I found Troy leaning against the brick wall in that effortlessly confident way that made him look like a GQ model. He still wore the same navy suit from this morning that fit him as if it were sewn onto him. I was still in the same black dress he had bought for me. I thought it better to look the part of his assistant, at least while we traveled. I greeted him with a nervous hello as he reached for my duffel bag. I sucked in a slight breath as his fingers grazed against mine. He gave me a look that melted me into a puddle before leading the way to the car that waited. "This is different," I said as the driver opened the door and I slid inside, Troy following behind me. "I wanted to make it special," he said as the door closed behind him, leaving us in the privacy of the dimly lit back seat. I nodded and sat back against the leather, the warm air from the heater caressing my legs and taking the bite out of the cold air outside. The driver had barely gotten into the driver's seat as Troy's hands found my body, wrapping around me and sliding me closer to him. I looked from him to the driver nervously. With a flick of a button on the door panel, a divider rose slowly between the back seat and the front seat. "Better?" he whispered. I nodded. He let out a soft laugh as he pulled me onto his lap. I wrapped my arms around his neck and looked down at him from where I was perched. "Thank you for coming," he said. "Thank you for convincing me to." I smiled. His hands slid up my back, and he pulled me closer to him, tilting his chiseled chin up to meet his mouth to mine. Our lips pressed lightly together, and his fingers gently ran up and down my back, matching the pressure of his mouth against mine. I felt the tip of his tongue run slowly across my lips, and the car suddenly felt hotter than before. I parted my lips, allowing him access to my eager tongue that was ready to taste him again. A low groan rumbled through him as his tongue met mine, massaging it slowly. His fingertips pressed into me, again matching the intensity of our kiss. I ground my backside against his lap as my hands traveled to his hair. I felt him twitch underneath me. I smiled into our kiss, knowing I had this effect on him, and he had the same effect on me, as I felt the familiar sensation between my legs. Soon, the car was slowing down and came to a stop. We had arrived sooner than I would have liked, as we were just getting started. We pulled away from each other, breathless. Troy laughed as he looked out the windows, fogged up from our intense makeout session. He rubbed his palm against the window in circular motions and peered out. "We're here," he said. A moment later, my car door opened and I stepped out. I let out a quiet gasp as I realized we were on the actual runway and a private jet stood before me, its stairs already spilled out and ready to take us away.
Chapter 20. Troy. I took a step toward the plane, stopping when I realized that Monica was not following me. I glanced back and saw her gaze on the sleek, white jet that loomed before us on the runway. Her lips were slightly parted as her eyes followed from the nose of the plane to the tail. I laughed softly. "You coming?" I asked. "Uh-huh," she said, catching up and falling into step beside me. I looked back and made sure my driver was grabbing our bags from the trunk. I was surprised to see Monica had only brought one small bag. It was refreshing after having traveled with Veronica in the past. We could have been going somewhere for the weekend, and she brought enough suitcases stuffed to the brim to last her 2 months. I took the first few steps up toward the plane and turned to hold my hand out for Monica. She took it hesitantly, but followed me as we entered the doorway of the plane. I was very aware of the eyes on us, but figured any gentleman would help a woman up the stairs. Even though her hand in mine was so much more than that, as I felt the heat from her touch course through my veins. It was as if I hadn't just had her pressed against me in the car, feeling the sensation of her tongue against mine. I simply could not get enough. I led her down the aisle of the plane to our seats as the 2 flight attendants made last-minute checks to see that everything was to my liking. Folded cashmere blankets on each seat, a bottle of champagne on ice on the table, soft jazz playing through the speakers. I nodded to them with satisfaction as I sat in the creamy leather seat. Monica took the seat across from me, her eyes not catching mine as she looked around the plane. Her fingers ran down the soft cream blanket that sat next to her on the seat. Her eyes were wide with wonder, and I realized this was probably the first time she had been on a private jet. The thought was thrilling that I could introduce something as a first for her, along with the slew of positions I hoped were firsts for her. I then ventured to wonder if she had ever joined the Mile High Club. "Is it to your liking?" I asked. "Oh, sure," she said, meeting my gaze. "This is fine." She shrugged and gave me a small smile. She tried to come off as unimpressed, and I found it endearing. I knew this life was anything but normal, but I liked sharing it with her. I liked sharing everything with her. She was always so easy about everything. Monica never seemed out of place anywhere we went, whether in a meeting with a bigwig or enjoying champagne at Bloomingdale's. She adapted to whatever we did, just like she did now as she sat across from me looking delectable. I wanted to take her right here on this plane, but knew we had to keep up our appearances. This jet was one of many that belonged to my family. I didn't trust anyone on it not to divulge any details they might see to my father. I still hadn't told him that I had abruptly ordered the jet for my use. It wasn't like I needed to ask permission, but leaving work early and taking a vacation would certainly piss him off. I knew if I explained why I needed to get away, he would understand. Despite my mother being chummy with my ex-wife, my father was much the opposite. He had never been a big fan of Veronica, especially not after we got married so quickly after meeting. Our wild night in Vegas had left a bad taste in his mouth, especially when it was plastered all over the papers. I remember a few of the headlines. Gunner's shotgun wedding. Gunning for disaster. Our stocks had gone down that week, and shareholders were questioning whether I was the right person to take over my father's company, when and if that day would come. But I knew it wouldn't. My father had no plans of stepping down from his position, and even if he did, I doubted I would be the first one on his list to hand his company over to. He said I was reckless, unreliable, wild. The papers agreed. That was why I was determined to make my marriage with Veronica work, even though deep down I knew it was doomed to fail. My father advised me to get the marriage annulled, call it a drunken mistake of passion, and move on. But I wanted to prove him wrong, prove that I could see something through. Years later, I still ended up proving him right when I filed for divorce. He was surprisingly relieved when I broke the news. He had been waiting with bated breath for me to cut ties with Veronica, saying she was only in it for the money and was tarnishing my reputation with her partying and suspected infidelity with a certain photographer. Because of this, I knew if I let him know how she was hounding me lately, he would understand my need to get away. Kathy would back me up, since she was witness to Veronica's incessantness this morning. I hadn't heard from him yet, but then again, my phone was off and I planned to keep it off for the rest of the weekend. I just wanted to focus on Monica. The jet rumbled as it began its journey down the runway, picking up speed as it went. I noticed Monica clutching the armrest, her knuckles turning white as she looked out the window. "Hey," I said softly. She tore her eyes away from the window as the airport blurred past us. "You're okay," I assured her. "I'm right here." She gave me a smile and seemed to sink a little more comfortably in her seat. The jet began to rise in the air slowly, and soon we were in the sky, and Monica's grip on the seat had loosened as she let out a slow sigh of relief. "Champagne?" I asked Monica, gesturing to the bottle. "Sure," she said. I wrapped my hand around the cold foil of the bottle, pulled it from the ice, and carefully popped the cork. I poured 2 generous glasses, careful not to let the bubbles spill over the edge. I handed her a glass. "To our weekend getaway," I said, holding up my glass. "Cheers," she said, clinking her glass to mine. I watched as her lips wrapped around the edge of her glass, just as the sweet bubbles danced down my throat. My God, she was beautiful. Sexy without even trying. I wasn't sure how I was going to last this 3-hour flight sitting across from her and not burying myself inside her. It's not like I hadn't fucked on this very plane before, but I couldn't with her. For the next 3 hours, she was off limits. I put my desire aside and we sipped on our champagne, talking a little about business, a little about each other. I was learning more about her and her writing. I was intrigued by her talent. Though not much of a reader, I was turned on by her success as an author. She had built her own empire and fan base. It was nothing short of impressive. I wondered why she was working for me and not writing, but I didn't want to press her. It was hard enough to drag out her writing career. Thankfully, she didn't drag anything out of me either. She didn't bring up Veronica, even though I was sure she wondered who she was. I wasn't ready to tell her I had been married and divorced. Instead, I told her a little bit more about the dynamic with my father and the pressures of running the firm. She listened intently, and it felt good to talk to someone who didn't judge. I felt like it was the first time we had really talked, rather than fucked. I knew that wasn't something to be proud of, but it was something I was used to with previous flings. For some reason, I was comfortable with Monica. The 3-hour flight ended up going faster than I expected, despite the little bit of torture I was internally enduring from not being able to take off that black dress. When we landed in Nassau, another town car waited for us. Once our small amount of luggage was put in the trunk, we began our short drive to Paradise Island. The sun hung low in the sky as we gazed out at the water we drove alongside, Monica leaning slightly over me to get a better view, which I gladly welcomed. 20 minutes later, we pulled up to the large iron gates that enclosed my house. I leaned out the window and entered the code. Soon, the gates slowly opened, revealing the sprawling driveway that curved down to the 2-story house with white pillars. I heard Monica suck in a quiet breath next to my ear, loosening the tight grip on the facade that she wasn't impressed by any of this. "Wait until you see the beach," I said, with a sly smile. She nudged me with her shoulder and rolled her eyes as the car rumbled down the driveway, parking in front of the house that towered above us. I quickly tipped the driver after he unloaded the trunk, wanting him to get out of here as soon as possible. Once he was gone, that meant it was just us two. Alone. The one thing I had been craving. As I watched the driver disappear behind the iron gates, I grabbed Monica's hand and pulled her to follow me along the side of the house, leaving our bags on the front steps. "Where are we going?" she asked, a sense of excitement in her voice as she tried to keep up. "You'll see," I answered. Soon, we had curved along the house and were standing before the white sand beach sprawled out in front of us. The turquoise water lapped gently against the secluded shore. There weren't houses for a mile on either side of us, making it seem as if the entire coast was ours for the taking. "Wow," breathed Monica, stopping abruptly beside me, but not letting go of my hand. I watched as she took in the view, the sea breeze combing through her hair gently as the last of the sun cast a golden glow on the smooth skin of her face. My view was better as I looked upon her, even as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting pink and purple hues throughout the entire cloudless sky. "Care for a dip?" I asked, looking toward the water. "Now?" she asked in surprise. "Yes, now." "I don't have my swimsuit," she said, looking down at her dress. "You don't need it." I grinned. I slid off my jacket and tossed it on the ground beside me, and looked suggestively at Monica as I started unbuttoning my shirt. She let out a carefree laugh and kicked off her patent leather pumps, digging her toes in the sand. She turned her back to me and looked over her shoulder with a coy smile. I slid my hand up her back to the zipper at the nape of her neck and slowly pulled it down, revealing her bare skin and the red mesh bra and matching panties. I instantly grew hard against my briefs, which were now the only thing I had on. Her dress slipped to the sandy surface and she turned toward me. I immediately picked her up and slung her over my shoulder, taking her into the water as she let out another laugh that was music to my ears.
Chapter 21. Monica. My eyes fluttered open to the morning sunlight that was insistent against my face as it streamed through the white, gauzy curtains. I could smell the sea breeze as it wafted through the open windows and hear the seagulls as they passed overhead. I wondered for a moment if I was dreaming, and if so, I wanted to sleep forever. Especially as I rolled my head and looked next to me, seeing Troy sleeping soundly. His tan skin peeped out from under the sheets we were tangled in. I ran my fingers across his hard chest that rose and fell slowly with this steady breath until they reached the slight stubble of his handsome face. I didn't think I would ever tire of waking up next to him. It felt strange not to have to rush out of here and get to work on time. I smiled at him and snuggled deeper into his arms that were around me, our naked bodies pressed together under white linen sheets. Our bareness reminded me to go retrieve our clothes from the beach, even though they had most likely been taken out to sea with the morning tide. We hadn't bothered to grab them as we ran up the beach after making love in the dark turquoise waters with the last rays of the sun the day before. I could still feel the water lapping around our shoulders as I clutched him tightly, trying to hold our balance as he pulled desperately at the red mesh that clung against my wet skin in the water, while my hands tugged at his briefs, needing to feel the bare length of him brush against me. We let our undergarments drift off and sink, not caring in our quiet desperation. When I woke up yesterday morning and chose that particular set of lingerie, I had no idea it would be sinking to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Nor did I care. Not when his hands were on me, and his tongue moved up my neck until it swirled against the most sensitive part of my ear. I could have lost control just from that, and feeling his strong, wet body hold me just past where the waves broke. But I waited to lose control as he easily found his way inside my slick opening, and my wetness had nothing to do with the ocean. I clenched tightly around him as he pushed deep inside me. We moved to the steady waves, slowly and rhythmically. Our mouths were salty from the ocean as we tasted each other, consuming each other in the magic of this place. It didn't take either of us long to release, feeling every vibration of pleasure in the warm water that surrounded us. My moans were drowned out by the crashing of the waves against the nearby shore. Once we were done, we swam up to the beach and lay on our backs, breathless in the sand. His fingers, rough from the tiny pebbles, swirled circles around my navel, tickling me as I lay there and watched the stars begin to appear in the purple sky. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen, though it came second to the Greek god lying beside me, his eyes scanning every inch of me when he had the night sky calling to him. I had never felt so wanted. In a silent invitation, I arched my back upward, my breasts reaching for the sky, nipples erect. With a slight adjustment, his hand skimmed past my navel, moving down. I shivered at his touch, moving slowly to the place between my legs that called to him, coaxed him. We made love again right there on the beach, my knees digging into the sand as I rode him. It was as if all my inhibitions had been released in the privacy of that beach. I threw my head back, wet hair against my back, as I screamed and trembled around him, feeling him fill me with everything he had. Afterward, he carried me in his arms up the beach and to the house, where I still hadn't even stepped foot inside. When he opened the French doors at the back of the house, we were met with a large circular room that sat in the very center of the house, as if it were the heart of it. White plush couches surrounded a creamy stone table that sat underneath a massive ornate seashell chandelier. It took my breath away. Troy grabbed us some fluffy white towels from a nearby bathroom, and we wrapped them around ourselves. We didn't bother with retrieving our bags that were still on the front steps of the house. We were comfortable as is. He had called in for dinner to be delivered by a private chef. I blushed as he opened the door with just a towel around his waist, blissfully unaware of how good he looked. How immodest he looked as he greeted the chef, who quickly set our food down. I giggled at how quickly he wanted to get out of there. Troy and I set up the authentic Bahamian dishes on the large stone table in the living room. The smells of baked crab, stew, lobster, and fritters filled the air and made my stomach grumble. We filled our plates and sat on the floor around the table, drinking a bottle of chilled white wine and enjoying our private feast as we sat damp in our cozy towels. It was such a special thing, sitting here eating these exotic dishes in an enormous mansion in a completely different country. It felt like a fairy tale, but it also felt so simple at the same time. Like we were at home eating takeout and enjoying each other's company. It didn't matter where we were. I was consumed by every glance, touch, and moment I spent with him. It felt like I could do this in the real world with him. It scared me and excited me at the same time. Now that it was the next morning, I still couldn't believe we were here, or that I was here with Troy in this magical, tropical world that felt like it was just for us two with no one around for miles. I had always wanted to visit the Bahamas, but never expected it to be like this. The luxury of the town car, to the private jet, to this enormous mansion on the beach was something unimaginable. Yet here I was. I had tried not to let it show that I was in awe of everything, tried to play it cool. But Troy could probably sense that this was far more than anything I had experienced. Even though I was aware now that I was awake, it still felt like a dream. I nuzzled into his neck, pressing my lips against him as I breathed him in. He smelled like salt water and sweet sweat. I dared to open my mouth and taste him. He stirred slightly as my tongue ran against his Adam's apple, but soon fell back into a deep sleep. I knew I could have had him right then and there, but there was something so peaceful in how he slept, I didn't want to disturb him. Even though the idea was tempting, especially feeling his length against me. I carefully scooched out of his arms, already missing him as I rolled out of the bed. If I wanted energy for what I'm sure he had planned today, I needed coffee. A full pot, if it were going to be anything like last night. I walked to the closet that was next to the bathroom and bigger than my entire apartment, and found a white fluffy robe hanging. I slipped it off the hanger and onto my body, enjoying the comfort of the soft material as it enveloped me like a warm hug. I even found some matching slippers just below where it had hung. This felt like a 5-star resort. I slipped them on and padded quietly out of the room. I walked down the hallway, warm with the early morning rays of sun, admiring this part of the house I had yet to explore. I doubted I would see the whole thing in the short time we were here, unless we christened every room. The idea was tempting. As tempting as it had been sitting across from him on the jet yesterday. The bathroom was so close, but I knew I wouldn't be able to keep my moans from reaching the flight attendant's ears. So the tension grew between us until it was insurmountable and we had to have each other right there on the beach. As I continued to the kitchen, I took in the white stone columns holding up the tall ceilings, and the backdrop of the turquoise waters peeked through every large window. I slowly shook my head in awe as I continued down the marble-floored hallway toward the kitchen, another place I'd yet to explore. I walked through the expansive living room where we ate last night, the French doors still open to the beach, just a handful of steps away, and through the white arched doorway that led to the kitchen. The room was lined with white quartz countertops and white cabinets that went up toward the tall ceiling. A light blue backsplash brought in the colors of the ocean just beyond. As I spun around the room slowly, I heard someone clear their throat in the corner of the room. I quickly turned toward the noise and found a woman sitting with her feet perched comfortably on the wooden surface of the breakfast nook. She took a sip of coffee as she looked at me over the newspaper she held in her hands. "Holy shit," I breathed as my hand flung to my heart, feeling it race underneath in the fuzzy robe. "Hello to you too," she said with a laugh. "I'm so sorry, I'm, Monica?" I clutched my robe tighter, feeling like she could see the nakedness underneath. "Hi, Monica. I'm Erica." I wondered what I should do with this new information. I racked my brain for the name Erica and who she might be, but came up with nothing. Was this another woman from Troy's past? Or present? The thought made me sick. "I can see that you have no idea who I am," she said, putting the paper down and taking a sip of coffee. "I'm sorry," I started. "It's fine, my brother doesn't normally introduce me to his flavors of the week," she said. "Troy is your brother, yes." The previous thought that this could be a woman he was seeing alongside me dissipated into thin air and was now replaced with the sinking thought that we had been caught, and not only caught, but by his family member. "Oh, I'm his personal assistant," I stammered. "Is that so?" she asked, eyeing me up and down as I looked entirely too comfortable in a house that was most likely partially owned by her. "Yes, I'll go get him for you." I felt my face burn as I turned quickly and strode down the hall, slipping slightly on the marble floors. I could have sworn I heard her chuckle slightly behind me. I flung through the double doors to the bedroom where Troy was still peacefully sleeping. I went to pack my bag, but then remembered it was still outside of the front door, still packed with the clothes I was clearly lacking. I sighed frustratedly as I walked swiftly back through the house, yanking open the front door and grabbing mine and Troy's bags. I carried them quickly back to the bedroom, tossing them on the floor, not caring if the noise woke up Troy. We had to get out of here.
Chapter 22. Troy. I was deep in the midst of a very good dream. I was back in the ocean with Monica's legs wrapped around me, and then we were lying in the sand, listening to the waves crash as our bodies lay bare. I thanked whatever part of my dreams that was in charge of replaying our night together in the water, on the beach, in this bed. But now I was being torn from that dream. I was being shaken awake, breaking me out of a dream I wanted to stay in. I groggily opened my eyes and I groaned as the morning-lit room came into focus. I saw Monica hovering over me, her hands on my arms, pushing and pulling me. Okay, I wasn't so mad anymore now that my dream was now a reality. I gave her a sleepy smile and grabbed her, pulling her on top of me so her legs were on either side of me. I could already feel myself growing hard against the plush robe she had wrapped around her. One slip of the tie, and she would be naked before me. I eagerly reached to untie it, but stopped when I saw the look on her face. Maybe she hadn't woken me up to fuck. She had woken me up because something was wrong. "What is it?" I asked, sitting up, but still clutching her against me so our faces were just inches apart. "We have to leave, right now," she said. I let out a laugh, not understanding why we would ever do such a thing. "What are you talking about? Why do we have to leave?" I asked, running my hands up her sides. I could just remove this sheet and find my way inside her so easily from this position. I leaned in and began kissing her neck, again reaching for the tie of her robe. "Will you stop that?" she hissed, pushing my hand away. She was serious. I reached up and cupped her face with my palms. "What's wrong?" I asked seriously. I had never seen her like this. "Your family knows about us," she whispered. My stomach dropped. I didn't know what she was talking about. We had been as discreet as possible. Well, maybe not always, but mostly careful. Had Kathy brought up her suspicions to my father? I wouldn't know because my phone had been off since yesterday. He had no way of reaching me to chew me out. So how did Monica know this? "How? What are you talking about?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm, but it sounded more panicked than anything. "In the kitchen," she said, putting her flushed face in her hands and burying it. She climbed off me, and I quickly pulled the sheets from my body. I strode to the closet and plucked the matching white robe off the hanger, slipping it on. I noticed Monica had brought our bags in and was now on her knees, digging through her duffel frantically. She was tossing bikinis and lacy things over her shoulder. I tried not to get distracted by what she would look like in them and focused on calming her down. "Calm down," I said softly. I hated seeing her like this. "How can I calm down? How am I supposed to go back out there when everything in this duffel bag screams, 'fuck me'?" she demanded, her voice raising. I let out a soft laugh, trying to ease the situation. "I'm glad you packed for the occasion." I eyed the bikinis and bras strewn across the floor. "This isn't funny," she said, her eyes wide. I could have sworn she was biting back a smile in her panic, but the hint of it soon left her face as she continued digging through her bag. "Let me go see what's going on. You just take your time in getting dressed. Everything will be okay," I said. I didn't know who I was trying to convince, me or her. I leaned down and kissed the top of her head that still smelled of salt water and that hint of jasmine that I loved so much. I heard her let out a long breath as she began looking through her bag in a less manic state. I tied the robe tightly around me and walked out of the room, closing the door behind me. As soon as I was out of the room, I took a deep breath and tried to calm my nerves as I ran through a list of reasons why my parents would be here. This wasn't their normal time of year to visit the Bahamas. They usually came in the early fall, sometimes in the spring. My mother would usually tell me their vacation plans in case anything happened. She was such a worrier, even though I clearly didn't reciprocate the communication. I was sure there was no chance of running into them here. Hell, I hardly ever ran into them in New York City, let alone on an island thousands of miles away. Or maybe my father didn't come for a vacation. Maybe he was alerted that I took the private jet with a beautiful, dark-haired woman, which really could be anyone, since we had left her name off the itinerary. But Kathy would have noticed our absence from the office yesterday and told him. He wasn't an idiot. He could have easily put two and two together. He could have flown here just to prove his point and yank the company out from under me, humiliating me in the process. It would make his "I told you so" that much sweeter for him. My heart rate picked up to a quicker pace as I approached the kitchen down the long, windowed hallway and through the living room where we had enjoyed dinner and finished with dessert on the couch. As I walked through the arched doorway, my eyes quickly scanned the room. I breathed a sigh of relief as I saw Erica sitting at the breakfast nook, sipping a cup of coffee and reading the paper. Jesus, Erica, what are you doing here? I asked, putting my hand to my head. What is it with everyone's warm welcome this morning? She asked, rolling her eyes. You just scared the shit out of my, Monica. Your Monica? My personal assistant. I corrected myself, not realizing what I should call her when it was apparent she was becoming much more than that. Since when do you bring personal assistants along on vacation? Since when do you show up unannounced? I asked, crossing my arms. I actually did call dibs on this place last month. You're the one who is crashing my vacation. Shit, I thought to myself. I knew Erica liked to escape the winter cold and come here most winters. But of all weekends, she had to choose this one. It was just my luck. But then again, it could have been much worse. It could have been my father sitting at that table. Sorry, I muttered, sliding a hand through my hair that was grainy from the salt water. What was that? She asked, cupping her ear and giving me a sarcastic smirk. You heard me, I said. What did you say to Monica? Erica laughed and took a slow sip of coffee, making me wait and enjoying my growing impatience. I didn't have to say anything to make her have the minor heart attack she had right about where you're standing. Erica squinted one eye and tilted her head. Jumpy little thing. She wasn't expecting you, I said. Neither of us were. Well, surprise, Erica shrugged. I like the matching robes, by the way. She took another sip of coffee, eyeing me over the steam that rose against her face. Okay, can you stop now? You've had your fun, I said. If this was how Erica was teasing me, I could only imagine what she said to Monica when she walked in earlier. Poor thing. No wonder she was so panicky. She didn't get my sister's humor. Few people did. But she was actually pretty funny when she wasn't making you want to rip your hair out. Erica let out a dramatic sigh and removed her bare feet from the wooden tabletop. She set her coffee down and walked over to me. She put her hands on my shoulders and looked me in the eye. I'm just messing with you. Chill, she said. Now, I don't know what this thing is that's going on between you two, but she seems to be more than just your personal assistant. Erica, I started. It's okay, she interrupted. I'm not going to say anything to Dad. The tension began to leave my shoulders that felt like they were up to my ears. It was like we were back in high school and she would cover for me if I was out past curfew. I always returned the favor. There were very few times we got caught. I knew I could trust her. Thank you, I said gratefully, pulling her in for a tight hug. Okay, you're suffocating me now, she said against my shoulder. I let her go and let out a laugh. Now, go get your Monica so I can properly meet her. And? Apologize? Said Erica, with a roll of her eyes. I smiled and left the kitchen, eager to make the proper introductions between my sister and Monica. I had a feeling they would actually hit it off when Monica wasn't in a robe and taken so much by surprise. I knocked on the bedroom door softly before entering. I found Monica sitting on the bed in an off-the-shoulder sage beach dress. Her hair was down in beachy waves. She looked stunning. The beach suited her, and we had only been here for the night. But she looked worried, too. Her hands were clenched together in her lap, as if she was bracing herself for what came next. Hey, I said, walking toward her, eager to comfort. I stood in front of her, and she looked up at me, her eyes full of worry. It looked like she might have been crying. I put my hands on her face and gently caressed her cheeks with my thumbs. Hey, it's okay, I said in an almost whisper. How can it be okay? She asked, her brows pulling together. It's just my sister, Erica. Just your sister? She's harmless, I swear, I assured her. I'm sorry if she gave you a hard time. She was just messing around. She does that. Monica chewed on her cheek as if she didn't know what to think. But what about work? Your dad, Kathy. Surely now they'll find out about us. She buried her face in her hands. Stop, I said, gently removing her hands and pulling her to stand. You don't have to worry about all of that. Erica isn't going to say anything. She's one of my best friends. It was true. Erica was one of the very few people who understood me. That is actually astonishing, because Erica and I are completely different. She is anything but rich and works as a journalist at a newspaper. She has a normal job and leads a normal life like many others. She would never accept a favor or anything from her rich brother, even if she has money problems. And I think she does sometimes. But maybe that's exactly what connects us. She never really judged me for my life choices, and there had been a lot of questionable ones, and I am one of the very few people who understood her humor. Sure, she gave me shit a lot of the time, just like she did right now. But deep down, she knew who I was and loved me. I actually felt somewhat relieved that someone knew about Monica and me. It meant I had someone to talk to, someone I could confide in. Okay, said Monica warily as I wrapped my arms around her. I tilted her chin up toward me with the crook of my finger and leaned down to kiss her. She leaned into me and wrapped her arms around me. I pulled away and looked at her beautiful face. Now come on, I want you to meet my sister. Really meet her. A smile formed on her lips and she nodded. But first, let me get dressed.
Chapter 23. Monica. As I tried not to peek at Troy changing out of his robe and into some more suitable clothes to introduce me to his sister, or reintroduce me for that matter, I also tried not to worry about getting caught here on a beach vacation with my boss. He said his sister could be trusted and that it wasn't anything to worry about. I wanted to believe him. I guess I should have been thankful that it wasn't his father sitting in the kitchen. Once Troy had put on a pale blue linen button-down and a pair of khaki shorts, he took my hand and led me through the house. I couldn't help but take in this new look on him. I usually only saw him in the finest suits, so this casual beachy look was different. Good different. I did my best to settle my nerves as I walked back into the kitchen to face his sister, wearing a bit more clothing. She stood by the stove, flipping bacon in a pan. The smell of it made my stomach grumble. When we walked in, she looked up and gave us a big smile. Care for breakfast? She asked, holding up a wooden spatula. That would be great, I said. Thanks, sis, said Troy. Sorry about before, she said, putting the spatula down and leaning against the quartz counter. People say I have a dry sense of humor. I was just giving you a hard time. It's okay, I said. I actually think it's great you're here. I don't think Troy has ever brought anyone here, not since... Troy cleared his throat, and Erica gave him a knowing look. I would bet she was about to say Veronica. Someone we still hadn't talked about. I wondered if he was avoiding it. I guess I was avoiding it too. His sister pushed off the counter and held out her hand. Let's try this again. I'm Erica, she smiled. Monica, I said, shaking her outstretched hand. How'd you like your eggs, Monica? She said, turning back to the stove. Scrambled, please. Kind of how my brain felt right now. Coming right up, she chirped. Troy pulled 2 coffee mugs from a nearby shelf and poured hot coffee to their brims. He carefully handed me one, and we settled in at the breakfast nook. We sipped our coffee and listened to how Erica had arrived late last night, probably long after we had gone to bed, which was a good thing. If she had gotten there any earlier, she would have found me face down on the couch with Troy behind me. I blushed at the thought. We spent breakfast getting to know each other, and I realized I really liked her. Troy could hardly get a word in edgewise between us. I found out that she was a writer too, a journalist for a small startup newspaper who mostly focused on politics. I was surprised to find she wasn't part of the Gunner empire. "What made you decide to write?" I asked. "And not take over the family business?" she asked, understanding what I was really saying. I nodded. "I was never really interested in it, which pissed my father off. But he's so old school, even if I wanted to be a part of his legacy, I doubt he'd find a place for me. A woman." Ouch, I thought. It seemed like Troy wasn't the only one to have a strained relationship with his father. "So, you write romance novels?" she asked, popping a piece of bacon in her mouth. "That's right," I said, waiting for her to write me off as a fluff writer. "That's fucking awesome. Those are my guilty pleasure." "Really?" I asked, surprised that she would dabble in the fantasies of love and sex. "Oh, yeah. Politics can be cutthroat, so it's nice to have an escape." "I can understand that," I said. "I escape my own novels by reading crime or thrillers." "You have to have that break from work while not entirely leaving it. I get that. I read gossip columns too when the political stuff gets too heavy." I was really beginning to like this girl. Troy cleared his throat after being ignored for close to 20 minutes. "Oh, Troy, I forgot you were here," said Erica, feigning surprise. I let out a laugh. I liked her humor when it wasn't at my expense first thing in the morning, of course. "Ha, ha," said Troy. "Sorry to interrupt this," he pointed between us, raising an eyebrow. "Jealous?" asked Erica. "A little." He held up 2 fingers and held them an inch apart. I leaned into him and squeezed his knee. It was a tiny moment of intimacy that was finally being seen by someone else. Not just someone, but someone in his family, someone close to him. It was the smallest thing, but it felt so big, especially because I felt so comfortable doing it in front of her. "What do you girls want to do today?" he asked, looking between us 2. I somehow didn't mind that our getaway as 2 had now become a getaway of 3. "I want to go down to the beach with a plethora of alcoholic beverages and get drunk and tan," said Erica with a nod. Troy looked at me. "I'm game," I said. "All right, it's settled. I'll run to the store," he said. "Not until you help me wash these dishes," said Erica, standing up and clearing the table. "I can help." I stood up and reached for a dish. She waved me away. "You relax, you're a guest." She nodded for Troy to follow her. I watched them walk to the sink with a stack of plates in their hands. I could see their closeness just in how they walked and looked at each other. "I like her," I heard Erica whisper as she began rinsing the dishes. I smiled at her words. They meant more than she knew. An hour later, the 3 of us were out on the white sand beach, lying out on large black and white striped towels with cocktails in hand. Troy had gone to the store and picked up everything we needed for piña coladas. He must have made them extra strong because the almost empty one in my hand had already gone straight to my head. "Refills, anyone?" he asked, propping himself up on the towel and looking over at us. It was hard not to let my mind wander down his tan, muscular stomach toward the V outline that peeked from his black swim trunks. Thankfully, I had dark sunglasses on, so Erica didn't catch me eye-drooling over her brother. "Yes, please," said Monica, holding up her empty glass. "Ditto," I said. "On it." Troy stood up and walked up to the beach house through the French doors. I sighed as I put my hands behind my head and looked up at the sky. This was a vacation I never wanted to leave. The weather was warm, but not too hot. The water felt like the air, the perfect temperature to swim in, or make love in, as we knew from last night. If I spent my whole life on this beach, I would be happy. I dreaded going back to New York tomorrow, back to the cold and sleet, back to hiding whatever this thing was between me and Troy. I didn't know what it was, and there were times I wanted to ask, but I didn't want to ruin a good thing with labels. A label wouldn't change the fact that he was my boss, and a relationship would probably land us both in hot water. For now, I just tried to be happy with the way he looked at me, the way he touched me. It had to be enough. And sometimes it was. It was enough to make my heart stop beating for a split second and then restart, like I was coming back to life. I didn't want to lose that feeling. "I like you," said Erica, looking up at the sky through her gold aviators that probably cost more than my rent. "I like you too," I said, turning toward her. "I mean, you're badass on your own, being a novelist and all, but I like you for my brother too. He's not always this fun." "Thank you," I said. "We have a good time together." "Stick around, okay?" she said. I nodded. "I'll try," I thought to myself. I heard Troy's footsteps approaching and looked up to see him carrying a blender full of piña colada mix and doing a little dance, even though there was no music. I smiled in amusement. "Your drinks, ladies?" he said with a grin. I saw his face was a little red, probably from the rum. "See? Fun," said Erica as she sat up and handed him her glass, which he overflowed with the strong pineapple drink. I laughed as he refilled my glass and then his own. He set the blender down in the sand, and I watched his eyes roll over my body slowly. I may as well have been naked in this teeny hot pink bikini, and under his gaze I wished I was, so I could have him right here in the sand. My breath picked up slightly as his eyes turned a darker, more lustful shade of green. I wondered what he would do if his sister wasn't right there. The thought made something inside me twitch. "I need a snack," said Erica suddenly, pulling herself to her feet. She swayed a little bit in the sand before steadying herself. "Me too," said Troy. "Hey, will you make your famous guacamole?" "Ooh, yes, good idea. I'll be right back." Troy sat on the towel next to me and called over his shoulder, "Take your time." As soon as she had disappeared through the French doors of the house, he rolled over and grabbed my breast through the thin material of my bikini. I gasped at his forwardness, but gladly welcomed it. "I've been waiting to do this since I saw you come out wearing the sexiest bikini I have ever seen," he whispered in my ear as his fingers now circled my nipple, making it peak. His other hand was now traveling down my abdomen until his fingertips were at the waistband of my bottoms. I sucked in a breath as his fingers slipped underneath the material. "Your sister," I said breathlessly. "Is busy," he finished before grazing his teeth against my earlobe. "But she's right through those doors," I said, squirming at his touch. "Then try to be quiet," he whispered before he dipped a finger into me. I let out a whimper of pleasure as he swirled his finger around. "It feels like you've been waiting for this too." His words were gruff against my ear, and I instinctively let my legs fall apart, giving him full access to me. He propped himself up on his elbow and brought his mouth to mine as his finger moved in and out of me, the palm of his hand rubbing against me. My back arched in pleasure, our mouths pressing tightly together as our tongues moved at the same speed of his hand. Any minute, his sister could come out, but I didn't care. I couldn't. I was completely lost at the touch of his hand. He started moving quicker, pumping 2 fingers inside of me. I could hear my wetness against his hand as my orgasm began to build inside of me. I lifted my hips to have more of him. "You're so wet," he whispered hoarsely as he watched the pleasure on my face. He was enjoying this as much as I was. I moaned into his mouth as my body tensed up. Every sensation from his touch shot through me like a firework. I released into his hand, twitching as I lay against the towel in the soft sand. I lay there breathlessly, unable to move, but Troy scooped me up and carried me toward the ocean. At the water's edge, as I was draped over his strong arms, I looked up at him and shook my head in a quiet disbelief. "What are you doing to me?" I whispered. "Giving you everything you deserve," he said, kissing my lips as we waded into the warm water.
Chapter 24. Troy. I watched the snow fall softly against the large windows of my bedroom. The sky was a watercolor of navy and violet as the day welcomed night. The sound of distant traffic floated up, familiar, as if it were welcoming me home. I yawned and stretched my arms out carefully as not to wake Monica, as she lay asleep on my chest. I checked the time on my phone. It was nearing 7 p.m. Knowing I had nowhere to be, I settled back in the warmth of my bed and her body. I ran my fingers through her long, dark hair as it splayed out over my bare skin. It was strange to think we were in the Bahamas just this morning. Yesterday's drunken beach day felt like a distant memory, but also left me with a pounding headache that still lingered right now. I barely remembered anything from the afternoon, except for lying in the sand with Monica and hearing her quiet moans in dangerous earshot of my sister. It had been risky, but I couldn't help myself. The hot pink bikini she wore looked as if it were made for her, its straps hugging the curves of her hips and the little fabric clinging desperately to what it could. It was a real effort to keep my hands off her, and I failed miserably. We ended the night by going into town to grab dinner, the three of us. Somehow we ended up at a sports lounge, eating chicken fingers and French fries, trying to ward off the hangover that was imminent. To our surprise, it was karaoke night, a pleasant surprise for Erica, who clapped giddily at the chance of holding the mic. Less of a pleasant surprise for me, who refused to get up on stage and sing in front of strangers, let alone Monica. Erica ordered us some liquid courage in the form of shots that were lit on fire. Bad ideas in little glass cups. Afterward, she dragged Monica onto the stage to sing a horrible rendition of Whitney Houston's I Want to Dance with Somebody, while the rest of the bar and I cheered them on. They tried, and that was all that mattered. It was a memory I would probably hold on to for a long time. My sister's arm was draped over Monica as they shouted into the shared microphone. I had never laughed so hard. My laughter stopped when Monica put me in the lineup to sing Bruce Springsteen. I tried to refuse, but she gave me puppy dog eyes, and it was impossible to say no. I had to order another one of those flaming shots, and boy, was I feeling it now. I tried to block out that memory on stage. I am not a singer. Still, it felt freeing to be in a different country letting loose and not having to worry about anyone taking my picture and selling it to the press. This morning, we all woke up hungover. It was worth it, though. Monica and I had flown back from the Bahamas mid-morning, leaving Erica to enjoy the solitude she had traveled there for. She said she would fly home the next day, saying she had taken a long weekend off from work. Watching her hug Monica goodbye and set up a happy hour date made me smile. I couldn't remember the last time my sister liked anyone I was seeing. "What are you smiling about?" asked Monica softly, looking up at me. I hadn't realized she had woken up. "About how well you fit in my life," I replied. She smiled before reaching up to give me a quick kiss on the lips. "What time is it?" she asked, blinking slowly as she looked out the window to see the sky had darkened since we had crashed here after our flight. "It's almost 7, I answered. "I should go," she said, lifting herself up slowly and propping herself on her elbows. "What's the rush?" I asked, caressing the sides of her body softly, dangerously close to her bare breasts. "Don't you start, mister," she said sharply. "Start what?" I asked innocently. "I know what you're trying to do, but you can't keep me here forever." "Wanna bet?" I asked, brushing my fingers over her nipples. She let out a breathy laugh. "I really have to go," she groaned. "We work tomorrow. I haven't been home in days." "Fine, if you must." I sighed dramatically. She pulled herself onto me, spreading her legs on either side of me before leaning down and kissing me. I felt her press her body against my growing erection through the sheets as she leaned in and whispered, "I'll see you tomorrow." She climbed off of me and off the bed, sauntering slowly away to pick up her clothes. "You are the worst," I groaned, watching her go. I missed her as soon as I heard the elevator doors close, leaving me in a solitude that had been filled for the last 3 days. I knew I would see her tomorrow, but it wouldn't be like the Bahamas. We would have to go back to pretending I was just her boss and she was just my assistant. I didn't know if I could pretend. As I lay there, still smelling the jasmine that lingered on my sheet, I realized I had let the lines blur between us. This wasn't my normal affair with my personal assistant. Usually, things were so black and white. There was business and fucking. There wasn't anything in between. There were no feelings. There was no relationship. But now, things weren't black and white. They were in living color, and every single shade told me that I had developed feelings for this woman. I groaned as I realized the predicament I was in, and I pulled the sheets over my head. My phone pinged on my nightstand, and I quickly dug myself out of the covers in hopes it was Monica. Maybe she had changed her mind and would stay the night. I grabbed my phone and frowned. It wasn't Monica. It was Veronica. I just realized how similar their names sound. I rolled my eyes as I opened her text. Veronica, I miss you. I was about to toss my phone aside, but 3 bouncing dots appeared. She still had more nonsense to say. A moment later, a photo came through. She stood in front of a mirror completely naked with her legs crossed carefully and her arms draped over her overflowing breasts, so not to show anything. Another photo came through. She was kneeling on the shag carpet of her bedroom, one hand on the mirror and one hand holding the phone, her breasts front and center. Another photo came through. This time she sat in front of the mirror, her knees bent and her legs spread. I quickly deleted them. She would stop at nothing. I wondered when she would ever get the hint. I texted back, "Me, you need to stop. I've moved on. You should too. Please don't contact me again." I didn't wait for a response before turning off my phone. I placed it on my nightstand, settling back under the covers and welcoming sleep. The next morning, I actually got to work on time. Well, almost. 30 minutes late was pretty on time for me. Of course, Monica was already there at her desk in a sharp black blazer and a maroon lip. I smiled at her as I approached, but she didn't return it. Instead, she looked nervous as her eyes quickly darted to my office. My smile fell off my face and felt like it landed on the floor, along with my stomach, as I saw my father sitting in my office. Shit, he knows. That had to be why he was here. I wondered who told him. "Dad," I asked, as I walked into the room. "Close the door," he said. His arms were crossed and his lips were pressed tightly together. I did as he said and closed the door before taking a seat across from him. "What's this about?" I asked casually. "What the hell do you think you're doing taking work off and going to the Bahamas?" His voice rose as he spoke. "I just needed some time away. After Veronica showed up at Aunt Ruth's party, she has been relentless. I couldn't handle it." "Oh, come off it," he said, shaking his head. "A woman is infatuated with you? Boo-hoo? You know how she can be, Dad." He seemed to think about that for a second before laying into me again. "I'm not a fan of your ex-wife either, but you can't just run away when shit gets hard, especially when it's shit that doesn't matter. You're going to drop the ball on your company because you can't handle an annoying woman?" "I didn't drop the ball. There was nothing pressing on Friday, so I thought I would leave early. I haven't been on a vacation in a while." I shrugged. "Big-time businessmen don't take vacations," he said. "At least not on a whim. When I leave, the rare times I do, I make sure everything is in order. If everything cannot run to a T while I'm gone, then I don't go at all. You just left without saying a fucking word." I'm sorry, I started. There are responsibilities to uphold. Responsibilities that I'm not sure you can handle. I can, I said firmly. Showing up 30 minutes late doesn't show me you can handle it. It was one time, I lied. Cut the bullshit. Kathy tells me every time you're late, he snapped. Oh, great. So happy Kathy is keeping tabs on me, I said sarcastically. She is. That's why I hired her. I don't need a babysitter, I said softly, even though I wanted to yell it. My father looked at the door, as if he could see through it to where Monica sat. Clearly, you do, he said, before turning back to me. Because I don't think you're serious about this firm. My ass is on the line if it fails. It wouldn't have to be if you would just let me have something that's my own. And how would you do that? With what money? You think you can create something from the ground up? He laughed as he shook his head. Maybe I can. Well, you just might have to. Because if I don't think you're fit to run this place, there is no way in hell you're taking over my legacy. His words stung, but I didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. I would never be good enough for my father, even if I did try harder. Even if I did show up on time. Even if I did stop making a move on my personal assistants. None of it mattered because he wouldn't let go of what he built. He had too much pride. My father stood from his chair and opened my office door without saying so much as a word before slipping out the door. I could feel my face was flushed and red, as if all my feelings were coiled up inside of me and striking against my skin. The small amount of relief I felt that he didn't come here to talk about my relationship with Monica was outweighed by the anger I had toward him. A moment later, Monica knocked just outside my door. Not now, I said, a little too sharply. Hey, don't be like that, she said softly, taking a step into the room and closing the door behind her. You shouldn't be in here, I said, not with Kathy around and probably more alert than ever. I just wanted to see if everything was okay. Just peachy. Now go. I nodded to the door. She tilted her chin up as if to show me that what I was doing wasn't hurting her, and turned on her heel, leaving my office. I knew I was being an ass, but it seemed better than letting her see me when I was down.
Chapter 25. Monica. I tried to hold back the tears that burned at the backs of my eyes, threatening to fall down my cheeks that were drained of color. I couldn't believe how Troy had just treated me. His words had stung, but it was the way he looked at me that really left me bruised. He had dismissed me so coldly. I wondered what could have possibly happened from when I left him last night to now. My guess was that it had something to do with his father, but my insecurities came out to play. Sitting behind my desk, I blinked back the tears. I wouldn't let him see I was hurt. I reminded myself that I was a professional and this was my job. I also internally scolded myself for letting the lines blur between my work life and my personal life. It was either heaven or hell. There could be no in-between. This morning was proof of that. I opened up my calendar to remind myself of what was on the itinerary for today, but found it empty. I did a double take as I refreshed the page, but as it blinked back to life, it remained empty. It hadn't been this morning when I arrived. The whole day had been full of meetings and calls and a lunch at Ocean Prime that I was looking forward to because it meant alone time with Troy. I looked from my computer screen to Troy, who sat stoically at his desk. He looked serious with his fingertips pressed together. He was a completely different version of the man on the beach, drunk on piña coladas and letting his hands riskily explore my body with that smile that tugged at one side of his lip. He didn't meet my gaze, but he must have felt it because he stood up and closed his door, shutting me out in more ways than one. I breathed in a shaky breath and looked around the office. Everyone was busy on their computers or on the phone. No one noticed as it felt like my world was crashing down around me. I suddenly felt unwelcomed in a place I was expected to show up almost every day. My notification bell dinged on my computer. My eyes darted to the screen to see an email from Troy. I felt a little blip of hope that he had some sort of explanation or apology, but it quickly disappeared as I opened it. It was a list of tasks, much like the lists he emailed me weeks ago when I first started. Menial to-dos like picking up dry cleaning, editing his email drafts, and taking documents to get signed. It felt like déjà vu in the worst way. Every letter that was typed out was just another way of telling me that he was avoiding me. Instead of feeling sadness, I suddenly felt anger. I had proved myself to be better than this. I had proved that I had earned a place beside him in meetings after doing everything he had asked of me, from the small to the impossible. Or was it simply because he was sleeping with me? Maybe I wasn't as good at this job as I had thought. He was just bringing me along so he could have access to me whenever he wanted. And I ate it all up, because I had wanted access to him. I had let my infatuation get the better of my judgment. I felt like a damn fool. I grabbed my purse from my desk and stood suddenly. I had to get out of there, and with this ridiculous list, I had an excuse to. I didn't bother to look through his office window as I passed down the hallway. I avoided Kathy's questioning gaze as I stepped into the elevator and rode down to the lobby and out into the biting cold. The following days were more of the same, braving the cold to-do tasks that I was sure he was making up. I wondered how he could come up with countless ways to keep me out of the office. It must take great effort. All of that just to keep me away. I kept searching his emails for some note of kindness or the adoration he had once shown me, but it had all been sharp, to the point, businesslike. The flirty texts he used to send had stopped, and there were no more invitations back to his place after work. I found my nights to be brutally lonely after I'd spent so many with him, warm in his arms after ravaging each other. As I headed to the dry cleaner for the 5th time that week, braving the cold wind that blew against my black pea coat, I was relieved to know this was my last errand for the day. Then it was the weekend, and I didn't have to worry about seeing him, even though part of me knew I would miss him. Still, being away from him had to be better than enduring the cold few minutes I saw of him each day. As I waited in line at the dry cleaner, my phone buzzed in the pocket of my coat. I pulled it out and saw a text. Heart. Happy hour tonight? Me. Please. Heart. Nobu? Me. I can meet you there at 6. Heart. See you then. I smiled as I slid my phone back in my pocket. At least I had a night with my best friend to look forward to. I hadn't told her what was going on with Troy. I thought it was because I felt like such a fool to get wrapped up in him, just like every other personal assistant before me, if the rumors were true. Had I just been a diversion for him? And now that he had his fun, was he bored of me? It didn't make sense. Not after the night at his place, where he was practically begging me to stay in bed with him. Maybe I should have. Still, if I were just like the rest of them, then why was I the first person he had brought to the beach house? Erica had told me so, and she was another reason that this didn't make sense. We had hit it off so well, and Troy seemed elated by it. She and I texted nearly every day, whether about new book releases or remembering blurry memories from the Bahamas. I didn't bring up what was going on with Troy because I didn't want to overstep this new friendship. After I dropped off Troy's freshly cleaned suits with the front desk attendant at his building, I couldn't help but feel like a foreigner in a building I'd come to know so well. I glanced around quickly before swiftly exiting the building, feeling like the walls were closing in on me. All I wanted was to go upstairs and find my way back into his arms. I wondered if he was even up there. He had been leaving work early each day. Outside, I gasped in a freezing cold breath and hailed a cab. I didn't want to risk running into him when my emotions were at an all-time high. I didn't want to look like more of a fool than I probably already did. I arrived at Nobu 20 minutes later. It was a few minutes until 6 p.m. I walked into the warmth of the restaurant and was met by the dim golden light and the quiet murmur of other diners. I spotted Hart sitting at a cozy booth by the bar. "Well, well, well. I was starting to forget what you looked like," she said, standing up and pulling me in for a hug. I hadn't realized how long it had been since we had last seen each other. It was when we enjoyed wine and bacon cheeseburgers at the tavern, when I told her all about my predicament with Troy being my boss. Since then, we had texted and I gave her bits and pieces of what was going on. But other than that, I had been so consumed by spending every minute with Troy. I suddenly felt guilty for practically disappearing off the face of the planet. "I'm sorry," I said, giving her arms a gentle squeeze as I looked her in the eye. I wanted her to know I was sincere. "Oh, stop. I'm just giving you a hard time. I know you've been busy." She wiggled her eyebrows. I laughed softly and pulled off my coat before sliding into the booth next to her. We ordered a bottle of wine and some appetizers, enjoying small talk about baby Bridget and Daniel. Then the wine came, and the red warmth felt like it soothed all the thoughts in my brain. I welcomed its relief. "So, how's it going with Mr. Billionaire Boss?" "Hey, that's a book title right there," said Hart. I sighed. "Uh-oh," she said, eyeing me worriedly. "I don't know what happened," I answered. "We got back from the Bahamas and—" "The Bahamas?" she asked in surprise. I realized I hadn't talked to her since I got back. "We went last weekend. It was kind of spontaneous. He invited me on Friday morning, and a few hours later, we were there." "Ugh, I'm jealous. You got to escape this bitter winter," she said. It was heaven. "So, what happened?" I filled her in on the romantic getaway and meeting his sister and how everything had seemed perfect. More than perfect. But then I told her what happened Monday morning when we were back at work. "What a dick," she said heatedly as she shook her head. "He's not a dick." "Well, he's acting like one, and you have no idea why?" "Maybe he got bored of me," I shrugged. "No one could get bored of you." "He did have a meeting with his dad right when he arrived to the office," I said thoughtfully. I couldn't hear what they were talking about, but I heard raised voices. "Well, maybe that's it. He just had a bad day." But to shut me out for an entire week? I frowned. "Do you think his dad knows?" she asked, sipping her wine. "If he did, I'm sure I would be fired." Said Hart, as she tried to rack her brain for answers, just like I had been. I popped a piece of yellowtail and jalapeno in my mouth before shrugging. Maybe I should find a new place to work. It's just the money is so good. Hart mused for a second as she swirled the red wine in her glass. "Or," she started. "What?" I asked, raising a brow. "You could get back to writing. I know your fan base probably misses you. I miss you. Doing what you love." I looked down at my hands and thought about what she said. It was what I had been thinking all week, as I wondered if this personal assistant job was the right thing for me. But I was scared, terrified even. I couldn't stand to let down my loyal readers again, even though it felt like the weeks I'd spent with Troy had given me enough material for a whole damn series. Except I would have to make up a happy ending. Deep down, I worried that I had experienced a slice of life that I could never get back again. He had given me everything and ripped it all away. How could I possibly write a happy ending when my heart was breaking? Plus, writing brought up memories of being stalked at the coffee shop when I was lost in writing on my laptop, not aware that someone dangerous was lurking just on the other side of the street. Being out of the spotlight for the past 6 months has felt safe, like no one could find me if they didn't know I existed anymore. Hart reached for my hand on my lap and gave it a squeeze. "Think about it, okay?" she asked softly. I nodded, even though deep down I was already pushing the idea away.
Chapter 26. Troy. After a hellish work week of trying to prove that I took my job seriously to appease my father and the watchful eye of his in-office spy, and giving Monica the cold shoulder, I spent the weekend holed up in my apartment with a bottle of bourbon, and the silence as a reminder that I was once again alone. In reality, I hadn't been giving Monica the cold shoulder. I had put up a barricade of icy walls that she had given up trying to break down the moment I had sent her out of my office. Had I really expected her to keep trying after I had been such an asshole? She was a strong woman, and I knew that. I loved that about her. Maybe she would understand if she knew the whole story, but I hadn't completely opened up to her. She knew nothing that was going on with my father or the threats against me and my firm. I spent most of the week wondering if losing her was worth keeping this job. After spending all those nights alone when I was used to feeling her smooth skin pressed against mine and hearing her laugh beneath the covers, I was starting to realize how badly I had messed up. With my father not on my ass as much and Kathy seemingly giving me the seal of approval after a solid week of work, maybe it was safe to ease back into things with Monica, if she would have me. I knew it wouldn't be easy. Monday morning, I found my iced Americano sitting on my desk. It was the one thing I could count on every morning. And despite knowing that it was Monica's job, I was delusional enough to lie to myself that it meant something more. I took a sip and let the dark caramel liquid run down my throat. Perfect. Just like every other morning. Instead of closing my door this morning, like I had all last week, I left it open. I glanced over at her sitting at her desk. She looked beautiful with her chestnut hair falling past her shoulders and a red lip that complemented her creamy skin. It had been torture last week, forcing myself to not look at the beauty sitting across from me. Closing the door had been my only saving grace, along with lengthy to-do lists of bullshit for her to do out of the office. I had missed her sitting next to me during meetings. The slight brush of our legs, the stolen glances, long lunches with champagne. It had only been a week, but it felt like a lifetime without her. While my work was impeccable, it wasn't nearly as fun without her with me. The notification bell on my computer dinged, bringing my eyes away from her perfect pout that she made when she was focused and to the glare of my computer screen. There was an email from her. I eagerly opened it. There was no greeting, no playfulness. She was just writing to remind me of the charity event at the end of the week that had slipped my mind after the shitty week prior. It was one of the biggest galas of the year, and my attendance was mandatory, as I was one of the largest donors. Plastering a fake smile on my face and making small talk with Manhattan's elite sounded utterly dull. But with Monica there, it could be better. Maybe this was my way of winning her back. Personal assistants weren't normally invited to things like this, so it might be fun for her. A way for us to rekindle what I had blown out. It was settled. Now I just needed to put my plan into motion. After lunch, I had a bouquet of 4 dozen long-stemmed roses delivered to her desk. Her eyes widened as the courier stood before her with the arrangement that was bigger than him. Once he left, I watched as she looked around in confusion before she pulled the card that was tied to the vase of roses that ironically matched her lips. I watched her read the note I had them transcribe, holding my breath as I recited the words in my head. Please join me on Friday evening. I miss you. I hadn't signed it for fear Kathy would snoop around, but I didn't need to. She would know. After reading the card, she set it down on the desk and got back to the paperwork that she had been sifting through before the flowers came. She didn't so much as look in my direction. I sighed and sat back in my chair. I knew this was going to be harder than I thought. Over the next few days leading up to the gala, I arrived to work before her, leaving gifts on the seat of her desk chair. Each day, she would open the boxes to find something she needed for the gala. A diamond necklace and matching pair of earrings from Tiffany's, an appointment card for Timothy John's salon for hair and makeup, a pair of Christian Louboutins, and finally, a red satin strapless gown. With each gift she opened, she never looked at me, never so much as smiled. So when I showed up outside her place in a limo and buzzed her apartment on the intercom, I had no idea whether she would come with me. I waited for a few minutes outside her building, waiting to hear her voice through the speaker. But there was nothing. I let out a slow breath of defeat as I straightened the front of my tuxedo before walking back to the limo. Just as I was about to get inside, the driver who held the door cleared his throat and looked behind me. I turned slowly, following his gaze, and saw her. Monica stood before me in a dress that hung off her shoulders and clung to her ample amount of cleavage before cascading down to the floor in a pool of satiny red. Her neck was adorned with a tasteful diamond necklace that sparkled alongside the teardrop earrings that peeked out from her dark hair that was pulled back in a high bun. My stomach did a backflip, and I wondered if it would ever land on its feet again as I struggled to find the words to say anything to the beautiful woman before me. The driver cleared his throat, bringing me back to earth. I stepped aside, allowing her to slide into the limo. Jealous of the driver who got to hold her hand as he helped her, I slid in after her. Silence enveloped us in the back seat as she refused to look at me. "Monica," I said softly, reaching for her hand. She didn't pull away. "Please, look at me. Please, listen to me." She pulled her gaze from the window and focused it on me, all of its intense anger, sadness, and hurt penetrating me like arrows drawn from a bow. "I'm so sorry. Please, you have to know that." My voice shook, but I didn't care. I pushed aside my usual pride before continuing. "I was just so angry with my father. It's like I came home from a dream and he ruined everything. I don't know why I let him get to me so much. I should never have taken it out on you." She seemed to think about it for a moment. "You have the night to make it up to me," she said quietly before looking back out the window. But I swore I saw a faint smile before she turned. As we pulled up to the Met, I saw the flashing lights and the red carpet filled with Manhattan's wealthiest. Monica's eyes grew wide as the car slowed to a stop. "Before we get out, I just want you to know that you're the most beautiful woman I have ever laid eyes on," I said softly, diverting her nervous gaze from the outside that awaited us. I leaned in and gave her a soft kiss on the cheek. "Thank you for coming," I whispered. The car door opened and the cameras were already snapping photos. I stepped out calmly, even though my nerves were manic and it wasn't from the lights or the shouts coming from photographers. It was because I was here with Monica, and there was a chance tonight wouldn't prove to be enough to win her back. I held my hand out for her, and for a moment I wondered if she would take it. She did, and my fingers closed gently around the hand I had so missed in mine. I helped her out of the limo and heard audible gasps as the crowd took her in. I smiled knowingly as I led her to the red carpet. After a slew of photos, together and separate, we carefully avoided any questions about our relationship status. I knew the photos would be everywhere, but I could easily tell my father that I brought her along for work purposes. It wasn't that far-fetched for one of the biggest events of the year. There was always someone to schmooze in business. We made our way through the doors of the museum and toward the smooth jazz floating from the large ballroom. Inside, the white marble floors were peppered with cocktail tables, with crisp white linens and large bouquets of white roses. From the intricate paneled ceilings hung glittery chandeliers with large white candles, emitting a warm glow throughout the room. "Wow," whispered Monica as she walked beside me, taking it all in. Though I had been here countless times before, it was that much more special seeing it through Monica's eyes. "Wow is right," I whispered back, but I wasn't looking at the surrounding ballroom. Even in the dim light, I could see her cheeks turn a shade darker. Everyone seemed to agree as their eyes, both men and women, followed her through the party. She was the belle of the ball, a new, beautiful face for people to fawn over and ask questions. She seemed blissfully unaware of the nods in her direction, as if she had no idea how beautiful she was. "Well, well, well," said a familiar voice behind us. My stomach sank before I turned around and saw Veronica on the arm of some sap she must have roped into coming with her. She had a glass of almost empty champagne in her hand and a mischievous smile on her face as she looked from me to Monica. I knew those eyes. They had one mission: to destroy. "Veronica," I nodded curtly. "You remember Monica?" "Do I?" she asked. Her eyes blinked as she faked not knowing. "Oh, right. You're the one I had mistaken for the bathroom attendant." She laughed and looked at her date to share in her amusement. He let out a nervous laugh. "Now look at you, a modern-day Cinderella. It's too bad all of this will be gone at midnight, or whenever Troy here gets bored of you. You might have him and these people fooled, but I see the dirty rags underneath all of that." Veronica looked her up and down. She had said it loud enough for people to hear, and now they had stopped and wanted to see more of the show. Monica stood next to me quietly, at a loss for words. Satisfied, Veronica turned on her heel and began walking away. I wasn't about to let her get away with that. I stormed after her, leaving Monica behind so she didn't have to hear any more of Veronica's awful jabs. I grabbed Veronica's arm gently and spun her around to face me. "What the hell, Troy?" she asked, her voice shrill. "You will not speak to her that way just because you're a jealous bitch. I have already told you that you and I are done. More than done. We are nothing." Veronica's date looked from me to her and decided it was safer for him at the bar. "Now look what you've done," said Veronica. "Looks like you'll have to take his place." She reached out and wrapped her hand around my arm, pulling me close. Knowing we had eyes on us, I didn't want to cause more of a scene, even though being this close to her repulsed me. I had to get out of this. Now.
Chapter 27. Monica. I watched in horror of hurt as the man I'd given a second chance to walked after his ex-wife who had just belittled me in front of everyone. I felt like I couldn't move, couldn't speak. The words I couldn't even form in my head escaped as a quiet croak from my lips as I watched her hand wrap around his arm. I suddenly felt everyone's eyes on me as their hushed whispers became the only noise I could hear in this exquisitely large ballroom. A ballroom that I didn't belong in a dress I didn't belong in. I heard muffled laughter as I wrapped my arms around myself, as if trying to shield myself from those who stared. Veronica was right. I was playing dress-up, playing pretend. I could see that clearly now, as I stood in the center of this beautiful room, with everyone who had probably found the magic of this place to have worn off from the mere task of being invited to yet another gala in their wealthy business world. Up until now, before their faces were masking smiles as I had been exposed as not one of them, their faces were adorned with forced, bored smiles. To me, the night had been pure magic. As stubborn as I had tried to be in letting Troy back into my life, I got whisked away by his attention. The velvet ribbon wrapped around the boxes he left each day at my desk. It wasn't what was inside that got me. It was simply the fact that he saw me again. That he wasn't shutting me out, when all week I'd been silently begging for just one glance my way. And then he showed up at my apartment, in a limo that felt like a carriage to take me to the ball, in a black tux that hugged every perfect inch of him. I could hardly breathe as I took him in, and when he looked at me, it was all over. It wasn't a look of lust, a look I was used to and craved. No, this was different. Something else was in his eyes, but I didn't dare let myself venture to guess what it was. When he apologized, I could hear the wobbly desperation in his voice, the quiet pain he never let anyone hear when it came to his father. He gave me a little glimpse into his life, and I instinctively wanted to fix it for him, patch it up. Instead, I listened and I accepted. I forgave. Even though he had a bad day and shut me out, I missed him too much to fault him for what went deeper than letting an argument with his father come between us. But now, I missed him even more as he stood with her, his ex-wife who was obviously flirting with him. And it seems he enjoys. Pain jolted me as I looked at them touching and their heads close. I realized now that between this and his father, he hadn't let me all the way in. I was always kept at an arm's length from the mess of his life. Letting someone see your mess meant you wanted them to be with you as you figured out how to clean it up. It meant you trusted them. It meant you loved them. I couldn't fault him for it. I hadn't let him in on my mess. My failed book, my fear of writing, the fear for my safety with the stalker out in the city. Maybe it was because I was scared he would run from it. Or maybe I was scared to let him fully in because it meant risking heartbreak. A heartbreak I knew in my bones would ruin me. Should I risk it? I took a deep breath as I walked toward Troy, his back turned to me. I swore Veronica's eyes flickered toward me for a second before she went on to ignore my approach. "What exactly is going on between you two?" she asked. "It's nothing," Troy answered firmly. I stopped in my tracks. "She's my personal assistant, for God's sake. It's just business." The coldness in his voice was more biting than the words that left his mouth. It felt like the air was knocked out of me as I stumbled backward, tripping over the train of my dress. I saw Veronica's eyes on me, the pleasure in them as she watched me absorb Troy's words like punches to my gut, the pleasure in seeing me fall. Everyone in the room seemed to suck in a collective breath as I fell to the cold marble floor, people scattering like broken glass. My face turned as red as the satin dress that draped around me. Troy turned slowly, and his eyes fell on me. Before he could even move or utter another word, I quickly pulled myself from the floor and ran. My ears felt like they were burning as a silent scream passed through them, blocking out the music, the clinking of glasses, the hum of voices. I could have sworn I heard Troy call after me, but I wouldn't stop. I wouldn't let these people see me cry. I wouldn't let him see me cry. Tears burned at the back of my eyes and fell down my face in warm streams as I ran through the large hall and out the doors to the harsh, cold evening air. I ran down the steps and down the red carpet to the sidewalk, not looking back. I hailed a cab and clambered inside. A quiet sob escaped me as I pulled away from the fairy tale I had let myself fall for. Back in the reality of my small apartment in Queens, in my dress that felt too big for the space, I struggled to reach the zipper. I felt like I was suffocating in the facade of the dress, the diamond jewelry, the shoes. I turned in a circle, trying to free myself and failing. I crumpled to the floor in a heap as the sobs escaped me. I heard a knock at my door, startling me. I slowly stood from the ground as the knock sounded again. "Who is it?" I called out, my voice shaky. I had a brief moment of panic as I imagined my stalker on the other side of the door. The long blonde hair, the eyes that were so dark they could be black, the smile that was more of a sneer across his dry lips. "It's me." Troy's muffled voice floated through the door, calming my heart that had begun to race. I remained quiet. "Please let me in," he said. "Please, Monica." I took a deep breath before unlatching the top lock and the 3 other locks that lined up beneath it. I opened the door and found his hands on the door frame, his head down in shame. He looked up quickly and his eyes looked frantic. "Thank God. Are you okay?" he asked, taking a step forward, reaching for me. I stepped back, avoiding his touch. He looked taken aback. "Monica." "Don't touch me," I said, every word enunciated, as if it could hold its own in a sentence. I saw him wince as he put his hands down at his sides. "Look, I'm so sorry for what Veronica said back there. It was vile. I don't even know what to say. It was inexcusable." He thought this was about her? She could have launched 100 insults at me, but the weight of what he said would crush me more than her spew of hatred. "Veronica," I said slowly. "Look, I never told you about her. I should have. She is my ex-wife and has made it her mission to make my life a living hell. I can't seem to get her out of my life." I let out a laugh that sounded more angry than amused. He made it sound like he was a weak man who couldn't stand his ground, and it made me feel nothing but pity. "We got married on a whim in Vegas. It feels like a lifetime ago. It was stupid, so stupid. I couldn't risk disappointing my father by ending things. I couldn't risk his reputation. So I tried to see it through. I couldn't, though." I realized then the issues he had ran far deeper than I could have imagined. The man in front of me was actually a boy who was terrified of ever letting his father down. He revolved his world around it, making choices that weren't for him, but for the man who raised him, the man who had inadvertently ruined his son. Troy continued, "We divorced years ago. There's nothing between us." "Just like there's nothing between us?" I asked, narrowing my gaze. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. "I heard you," I said. "Monica, He took a step toward me and reached for my hand. "Don't," I snatched my hand away. "Don't show up here and try to act like you care about me." "I do," he started. "Why? I'm just your personal assistant. It's just business," I said, repeating his own words. "I'm just a little plaything you keep around for when you want to fuck." "That's not true," he stammered. "Isn't it? Am I not just like all your other personal assistants?" He looked taken aback. "You think I didn't know?" "It was the first thing Kathy warned me about when I took the job." "You're different," he said softly. "Ha! Do you think I don't already feel like a joke to you? Now you want to pretend that this time is different. Please." I rolled my eyes. "It is. You know that." "I don't know anything. I don't know you." He shuffled his feet, not saying anything. "I don't want to do this anymore," I said as I reached up and fiddled with the clasp of the diamond necklace that now looked dull. I shoved it at his chest, followed by the diamond earrings. "I don't want any of this," I said. He looked helpless as he stood there, grasping the jewelry. "I don't want anything to do with you outside of you being my boss and me being your personal assistant." I kicked off the strappy shoes from my feet and tossed them toward the door of my apartment. I would have taken the dress off right there if I could figure out the zipper, but then I would just be standing in my undergarments, the ones I had chosen just for him. I would just have to get the dress sent back to him. "Go," I said, looking out the door. He swallowed hard, the lump of his throat bobbing slowly as he studied my face, only to see the coldness that hardened my features. "Fine," he said with a slight shrug. It was as if I could see his walls go right up in my living room. He tucked the diamond necklace and earrings into the inside pocket of his jacket. He barely looked at me as he turned toward the door I had just told him to go out of. He ignored the shoes on the floor as he opened the door and slipped outside of it. The click of the door sounded loudly in my ears, deafening me as I fell to my knees. I let the tears fall, leaving crimson drops on the red satin material of the dress that was a painful reminder of the man who had just left. A part of me wished he had fought harder. It was selfish, stupid really, but I couldn't help it. Him leaving the way he did was just the painful confirmation that I had made the right decision in ending things. As I sat on the hardwood floor of my apartment, I shook my head as I realized Veronica had been right. I was Cinderella, and the clock had just struck midnight.
Chapter 28. Troy. I hesitated outside Monica's apartment door, debating if I should go back inside or leave like she asked. Like a piece of paper, I was being torn in two. I hated to see her like that. She was unrecognizable from the hurt that I had caused. So cold, so angry. It was better than seeing her cry because that would break me even more, although the redness around her eyes suggested I had just missed her tears. I couldn't believe the vile words that had come out of Veronica's mouth. The spew of hatred her brain could weave together as a weapon to hurt someone she didn't even know. I questioned myself on why I would ever be with such a woman, let alone marry her. There was no doubt in my mind that Monica wondered the same thing. I had finally told her about that part of my past, but it had been too little too late. If I had just opened up to her sooner, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation. Maybe she could be better prepared to ward off the insults Veronica threw, rather than be completely taken off guard in front of a room full of fancy strangers. They're all assholes anyways. That much was clear as I ran after Monica tonight, their laughter in my ears, only to find she was already pulling away in a cab. I stood breathless on the sidewalk as I watched her go. "Let her go," I heard Veronica say next to me. I whipped around to face her. "How could you do that? How could you say those things?" I asked, shaking my head in disbelief. "Because she doesn't belong here," said Veronica, with a simple shrug, as if that justified everything. "Good!" I yelled. She looked shocked. "All of this is just for fucking show. Nobody here actually cares about what this event is for. Hell, I don't even know what it's for. But we all show up year after year to dress up and drink fancy champagne and judge anyone new who steps in." Veronica's eyes widened slightly as she took in my words. "Wow," she laughed softly. "She really got to you." Maybe she did. "Come back inside, where you belong," she said, wrapping her long fingers around my arm and pulling gently. I almost did because it would be easier than knowing what I had to do. But I pulled my arm from her grasp and ran down the sidewalk, with Veronica's calls trilling after me. I didn't bother trying to call for the limo. It would take too long, and too much time had been wasted already trying to fend off Veronica. I hailed a cab and gave the driver Monica's address. And now I stood outside her apartment, alone. I could blame Veronica or my father even, but all of this came down to me. I had been the one to cause her pain because of my stupid past choices and my internal battle as a billionaire's son. Why would she want to be a part of the mess that was my life? That was why I left. As much as I wanted to open the door and take her in my arms, I didn't. I wasn't any good for her. That was clear. After a week of treating her like she didn't exist, I thought I could fix it with a fancy party. I thought a dress and jewelry would make things right. But Monica wasn't that kind of woman. She was different from the Veronicas of the world who only cared about money and their image. It made leaving that much harder. When Monday morning welcomed me with the chill of the winter weather nipping at my face as dull sunlight came through my window, I pulled the covers over my head and groaned. I had spent the rest of my weekend either in bed or on the couch with a bottle of bourbon in one hand and my phone in the other, hoping somehow that Monica had changed her mind. She didn't. I lay in the dark of my comforter, warding off the impending headache from too much alcohol and too many thoughts. The last thing I wanted to do was go into the office today. It meant seeing Monica and knowing I couldn't have her. It meant accepting that I was back to being her boss and her being my personal assistant. That it had never just been that. I could have called in sick, but with my father on my ass, that wasn't an option. If I had lost the girl, I couldn't risk losing my job, too. So instead, I pulled the covers off and started getting ready for the day, after popping a few Advil for my headache. Nothing could help the unease in my stomach because I didn't think it was from my hangover. I arrived at the office a few minutes until 9 a.m., walking by a very surprised Kathy, judging by how high her eyebrows were on her head. I gave her a nod, trying to hide my satisfaction, and reminding myself to be early more often just to see that look on her face. But the satisfaction quickly disappeared as I made my way down the hall toward my office, where Monica already sat at her desk. I dared to steal a glance in her direction, but she ignored my presence and continued typing on her computer. She looked different today, more serious. Her hair was pulled back in a low ponytail, and she had simple makeup. She wore a smart pantsuit, which I had never seen before. No more red lips or clingy tops or curve-hugging skirts. She was sending me a message. I swallowed hard as I stepped into my office. My iced Americano was where it always was, the perfect color peeking through the plastic cup. I took a sip. Perfect. If there was one thing about Monica, whether we were together or not, she knew how to do her job. It was that professionalism that almost hurt more. She wasn't trying to make things harder for me out of spite. She was simply doing her job. I couldn't stand it. I had to talk to her. "Monica, can you come in here?" I called through the door. She hardly glanced up from her computer before walking over. "Yes, Mr. Gunner," she asked. Mr. Gunner. I hated the way that sounded coming from her lips. "I just wanted to make sure you looked over the calendar for the day." She nodded. "Just as I do every morning." "Good," I nodded. "Good. Busy day." I offered a weak smile, which she did not return. God, I felt like an idiot. "Mm-hmm. Will that be all?" "Yes, thank you." She turned on her heel and closed the door gently behind her. Another way to shut me out because I usually always left my door open. The following weeks were more of the same. I had stopped giving her daily tasks that would keep her out of the office. She was back to being by my side for most every meeting and business call. Still, she may as well have been across town with how distant she was. It was starting to be more and more painful being close to her, knowing I couldn't have her. And I didn't simply want her because I missed the sex. I missed the way she would look at me. The thrill I would feel run up my spine to find her eyes on me, stealing glances throughout the day when no one was looking. I missed talking to her over lunch, which she now took in the break room. I missed her laugh and the small talk we had in the late evenings in my bed. surrounded by the twinkling lights of the city. It wasn't until I lost her that I realized how much I needed her. But wasn't that how it always went? I wondered if there would be enough time that would make me forget everything we had shared the past few months, even if she served as a constant reminder. It was doubtful. When I wasn't with her, the only way I could try to forget her was getting drunk. I spent most nights out at the bars or at the clubs with colleagues I didn't really like, just so I wouldn't feel so alone. That included Jeremy, who ran in the same circle. I was desperate enough to put up with him, and that was saying something. "What brings you out tonight?" asked Jeremy over the loud music of the club. A smirk was on his face as he loosened his tie from across the booth, a girl on each arm. I wondered how they could stomach him. "Work is being stressful," I said. "Right," he said sarcastically. I raised an eyebrow in question. "What?" he asked innocently. "You're not exactly known for your work ethic." I rolled my eyes and finished the last sip of the cold whiskey that clinked in my glass. "I'm going to get another drink," I said, happy for an excuse to get away from Jeremy. The other guys were fine, but I had already forgotten their names and had no desire to learn them again. I stood from my seat and pushed through the crowd to find a spot at the bar, which was surrounded by other men in suits and women vying for their attention in too short dresses, while slowly batting their lashes to snag a drink and a date for the night. I held my hand up for the bartender, who was dressed in a corset and tiny shorts. Despite the busyness of the bar, she came over immediately. "What can I get you, handsome?" she asked, leaning over the bar casually. "I'll take another one of these. Top shelf, please," I said, holding up my glass. "Coming right up." She turned and reached up to grab a bottle of amber liquid, her shorts riding up to reveal the fleshy cheeks that peeked out. My eyes stayed ahead, ignoring the invitation to look. I was already bored of her. A moment later, she slid over a fresh glass of whiskey filled with a large ice cube. "Anything else I can get you?" she asked, biting her lip as she ignored the others holding up their hands. My eyes fell to her lips, but I didn't see anything but Monica. One of the many things she did that drove me crazy in the best way. I knew I could easily ask for her number, or wait for her to get off work in the early morning hours to invite her to my place. Hell, I could probably pay her to leave right now. Maybe a distraction would be nice. I thought about it for a moment, breathing in the vanilla perfume the bartender wore. It wasn't the jasmine scent I had come to love. Having anything else in my bed to linger on my sheets would feel wrong. Anyone else but Monica would feel wrong. "I'm good. Thanks," I replied, taking my drink and tossing a 50 on the counter. I turned my back and started walking to the booth, which was now filled with more women who had taken my empty space. It wasn't like I wanted to be there anyway. I finished my drink in 2 large gulps and set it on a nearby high-top table. I avoided the dance floor as I made my way toward the exit. My eyes felt heavy and my mind felt blurry. The perfect combination for a deep, dreamless sleep. Something I tried to achieve each night to avoid flashbacks of Monica's lips and creamy skin. Until I had to see her again and be reminded of the things I could no longer touch.
Chapter 29. Monica. A knock sounded at my apartment door. It was nearly 10 p.m. I felt my heart drop to my stomach as I tiptoed to the door in my flannel pajamas and looked out the peephole. I breathed a sigh of relief as I saw Hart standing on the other side. "I know you're in there. Let me in," she said through the door. I unlocked the door, which took a while with all of the locks I had installed, and eventually opened the door to reveal my best friend standing there with a box of pizza in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. "What are you doing here?" I asked as she pushed her way inside. I'm saving you from yourself, she said, setting the pizza and the wine on the white countertop. What are you talking about? I asked, closing the door behind me. I haven't seen you in weeks. You always have some sort of excuse, but I know it's because you're holding yourself up in here and drowning in your sadness over Mr. Billionaire. I rolled my eyes, even though she had read me like a book. Not true. It is, she said, pulling plates from my cabinets. At least start with the glasses. I sighed as I reached for the bottle of wine and began uncorking it. That's my girl, she laughed. I noticed she was in pajamas too. Much nicer ones than my green and black plaid ones. You're in pajamas? Yes, she said, as if it were an obvious choice to cross town in. How did you get here? I asked. Armand, of course. Are you planning on sleeping over? Yes. We haven't had a sleepover in years. What about Bridget? She's with Daniel. She's become a real daddy's girl lately. It's kind of pissing me off. She laughed as she poured a generous serving of wine into each glass. You didn't have to do this. I wanted to. That's what best friends are for. She clinked her glass against mine and took a sip. We both served ourselves a few slices of pepperoni jalapeno pizza and took our plates and wine to the couch. Just having Hart here made me realize how lonely I'd been the past few weeks without Troy. But I'd done it to myself. I had shut myself off from the world, not wanting to drown anyone with my own unhappiness. But here was my best friend, here to wallow with me. I needed her. So, how's work? She asked, taking a bite of pizza. I pushed my pizza around the plate as I thought about how best to answer without sounding so miserable. But the truth was, I had been miserable. It was hell on earth spending so much time with Troy and trying to forget that we were ever anything more than two people who worked together. It was like someone had flipped a switch, just like that, and now I was scrambling in the dark. I couldn't catch my bearings. I couldn't stop thinking about him, even though he was right in front of me. It was like I missed him more when I was next to him than I did when we were apart. It's fine, I said. Hart narrowed her gaze. Come on, Monica. You can tell me. Get it all out there. I felt my eyes welling up with tears. Tears I had refused to let fall for at least a week now, after I'd told myself to toughen up. But I wasn't tough. I was a wreck. I felt the tears stream down my cheeks. Oh, honey. Hart wrapped me in a tight hug. I feel like such a fool, I said into her shoulder. She pushed me back and looked at me sternly. You are not a fool. You followed your heart and you're never at fault for that. But did I really think that this was going to turn into one of my romance novels? I asked, shaking my head. Maybe. Why not think that? You deserve it. Clearly not, because I lost him. Correction, she held up a finger. He lost you. True. He lost me the second he said there was nothing between us, and again right after when he barely fought for me, for us. He gave up so easily when he walked out the door, and it crushed me. I didn't even remember how long it took me to peel myself off of the floor once he had gone, red ball gown and all. I just don't know how to be around him, I said. You just keep doing what you're doing, being the best personal assistant. Make him miss you while taking the money he owes you. It doesn't feel right. Why the hell not? It's your job. You earned it. I guess that's all it really ever was, I said softly. You know it wasn't just that, she said, wiping a tear from my cheek. I just want to forget him, I shrugged. Well, let me help you. Hart lifted her wine glass and signaled for me to do the same. I laughed and took a big gulp, followed by a delicious bite of pizza. There wasn't anything that would make me feel myself again, but pizza and wine and my best friend helped. We ended up watching a rom-com and passing out in my bed after a fit of giggles over something I could hardly remember. Hours later, I groaned as I rolled onto my back and looked at the clock. It was 9 a.m. I couldn't remember the last time I had slept in that late. "Ditto," groaned Hart from next to me. "We probably shouldn't have opened up that second bottle of wine," I said, rubbing my temples. "Probably not, but it was fun." It was. "And the fun is not over yet," she said, sitting up with more energy than I could muster. "What are you talking about?" I asked, looking at her with one eye squinted to avoid the brightness of the morning. "You and I are going on a proper spa day. My treat," she grinned. "Oh, come on, Hart. You've done enough. Just our slumber party has me feeling better. Really. Better isn't good enough. I want you feeling amazing." I rolled my eyes, but smiled. I knew I wasn't getting out of it. There was no arguing with Hart when she had her mind set on something. "Fine," I sighed. "That's better. Now, let's eat some leftover pizza." An hour later, we were pulling up to the Four Seasons Hotel. I looked up at the white stone building that towered over us as Hart tugged me through the revolving glass doors. We rode up the elevator to where the doors opened to a large front desk area with white marble floors and modern wooden tables with orchids sitting in vases on top. I breathed in the floral scent and immediately felt relaxed. Monica checked us in with the smartly dressed woman behind the gray-swirled marble counter. She then led us through the spa, pointing out the steam room, the sauna, the meditation room, and several other rooms we would probably not even get to. The final stop of the tour was the locker room, where we found plush white robes and cloud-like slippers in our oak lockers. I undressed and slid on the robe that felt like a warm hug. I said as I wrapped my arms around myself. "Right?" agreed Hart knowingly. "Thank you," I said. "I'll see you after your massage." She gave my arm a squeeze. The next hour and a half I spent in a delicious heaven of aromatherapy scents, needs, and a scalp massage that could have put me right to sleep. When my massage was done, I sleepily opened my eyes and thanked my masseuse, who I wished I could take home with me. My body felt loose as I walked down the hall toward the locker rooms to meet Hart. She looked just as dreamy as I felt. We walked arm in arm to the steam room as we waited until our next appointment, that was some sort of seaweed wrap. We stepped inside the steamy room and found a seat against the wall, resting our backs against it with our towels wrapped around us. The smell of eucalyptus wafted up toward me, further relaxing me. "Feeling amazing yet?" asked Hart. "Just about there," I sighed. The door to the steam room opened, and another woman stepped inside. My breath caught as I realized I knew that strawberry blonde hair and those long, slim legs. "Oh my God," I whispered as Veronica walked by. She looked right at me as she passed by, but pretended not to see me. Pretended like she didn't just humiliate me in front of that ballroom of people. What is it?" asked Hart a little too loud. I nudged her with my elbow to lower her voice. "Ow," she muttered. "What the hell?" "She's here." "Who?" "Troy's ex-wife." "No way, the bitch?" asked Hart, looking around. "Will you shh?" I asked, holding up a finger. "You have to say something." "What?" I asked, my voice a raised whisper. "Unleash the bulldog I know you can be." She was right. I deserved to say something, to call her out on how she treated me. I remembered what she had said to me and how she had looked at me like I was nothing. I felt all of my feelings from the past few weeks rise to the surface. I stood up, clutching my towel, feeling slightly ridiculous as I walked the few steps to where Veronica sat. "Excuse me," I said. "Can I help you?" she asked, uninterested as she looked up at me. "I know you know who I am. You owe me an apology," I said. She looked me up and down as if I were a cockroach. "I owe you nothing." she deadpanned. I heard Hart clear her throat from behind me and the rustling of her towel as she stood up and walked over beside me. "Oh, is this your little sidekick?" asked Veronica, looking at Hart with amusement. "How cute." "It won't be cute when I slap that smile off your face," said Hart. Veronica's smile left her face. "And I'm the bulldog?" I thought. "You think you're better than everyone else, but you're not," I said. "I can see it in the way you try to put others down to build yourself back up. You couldn't stand that I was at that event with Troy, so you tried to humiliate me." "I couldn't care less what plaything Troy brings anywhere. He will tire of you eventually. I'm the only woman who has ever successfully locked him down. Just watch me do it again." The smile that spread across her lips told me that this was all just a big game to her. She didn't actually care about Troy. She just wanted the satisfaction of knowing she could have him again. It was disgusting. "I feel sorry for the desperate little girl you are," I said coolly. "Troy deserves better." Even if I wasn't with him anymore, I still didn't wish this on him. Hart and I turned on our heels and left the room before Veronica could respond, the steam following us out as the door shut behind us. My hands shook as we walked back toward the locker room. "Oh my God, she's the worst," said Hart in disbelief. "Can we go?" I asked. "I know you had the whole day planned, but—" "Of course we can." I smiled at her gratefully. I couldn't stand the thought of being in the same building as that awful woman any longer. We dressed quickly and left before we had a chance of running into her again.
Chapter 30. Troy. "What are your thoughts, Mr. Gunner?" asked the older gentleman sitting on the other side of the conference table. His name was Mr. Bellevue, and he was one of the most important clients, with millions invested at my firm. I asked, my attention being brought back to this room when my thoughts prior had been floating anywhere but here. "Did you hear what I said?" Mr. Bellevue asked with a slight irritation in his voice. Monica sat across from me, scribbling notes. Kathy cleared her throat, and I looked at her with annoyance that she was even here for this meeting. I wondered if my father had her sit in to babysit because of Mr. Bellevue's status, as if I couldn't handle it. Yet here I was, proving him right. "Mr. Bellevue, if I may," said Monica, giving me a look before turning to him. It was a look that said, "I'm about to save your ass." I didn't know why she did it. I didn't deserve it. I watched as Mr. Bellevue assessed Monica to see if she had any authority to speak with him regarding his investments. He probably wasn't used to a woman running a meeting where his money was concerned, but I had no doubt Monica could handle it. She was smart. She'd been working alongside me for months, sitting in on meetings and going over investment papers. I didn't see it until now just how good at this job she had become. I watched Mr. Bellevue's eyes linger a little too long to where Mr. Bellevue might have something to say about it before giving his full attention to Monica. Old perv, I thought. But could I blame him? She was stunning. A distraction in her cream pantsuit and lace camisole peeking out from under her blazer, her dark hair pulled half up in a clip. Listening, I tried to catch up as she went over the papers that Mr. Bellevue had before him. I wondered if he was even listening as he nodded and watched her stupidly perfect mouth talk numbers. Thanks to her, I figured out where we were in the meeting. I was able to catch my bearings so I could continue without looking like a total idiot. I watched Monica completely steal the show, impressing all of us with her knowledge of his accounts and what his next steps should be. Her assertiveness was sexy as hell. I always admired that about her. How hard of a worker she was. She did it because she had to, while I got to scrape by on my father's tailcoats. The thought made me hate myself. And I already hated myself for hurting the woman who sat before me. Kathy looked at me knowingly, her lips pressed tightly together as she typed out a text, probably to my father. And for the first time, I didn't care. I didn't care about any of this. I hated sitting in this room trying to pretend I was remotely interested in what we were talking about, which was how to make this millionaire richer, like he needed it. All month I had been trying to sort out these feelings of apathy. Apathy toward work, apathy toward my usual nightlife, apathy toward women. I kept telling myself that it was because of Monica and how things had ended between us, that it was leaking into other parts of my life, making everything dull. It was dull. But it wasn't simply because I had lost her. I realized now in this conference room that I hadn't cared about this job in a long time, if ever. I never had a chance to explore my options in life. My schools were picked for me. My university was picked for me. My classes, my degree, my internships, my job. It had all been picked for me by my father with the intention that I would go into the family business. His one pride and joy out of everything in life, including my mother and including his children. It was the sad reality, and one I had tried to fit into for as long as I could remember. I let him dictate my life because he was a man of success and made me think that I wanted that success too. And the only way to get it was to follow in his footsteps. Exploring other paths wasn't an option. They were frivolous and foolish, or so he said. As I watched Erica pursue her own dreams, even though it was a struggle for her sometimes, I couldn't help but feel envious of my little sister. She chose a different path. It might not be earning her billions, or really even thousands, but it was still what she loved. Not that my father had any intention of letting her run his company one day. He was old-fashioned. He believed that spot was only for a man. And I realize now you would have to kill yourself to even get it. Still, she could have had a seat at the table, but she didn't want it. It disappointed my father, but not in the way I disappointed him with every choice I had made in life that wasn't to his liking. The partying, the Vegas wedding, the way I ran his company. I couldn't blame him for the latter. I would never run my company as he did, but it wasn't because I was lazy. I realized that now. It was because my heart wasn't in it. I wondered why it had taken me so long to realize it. Then it hit me. She sat right across from me. The realization in the form of a woman. Monica had come into my life at a time I never even knew I needed it. When I met her at the bar that fateful night, I didn't know that it would lead to what it did. Yes, I had every intention of taking her home, but I didn't know that it would turn into what it did. I didn't even think I would see her again. Then she walked in here, in this very building, and turned my world upside down. I thought I had been happy before her. I thought that this was all that life had to offer. Work, money, sex. I was content with that. I didn't think I would want more than that until I had it. Monica had been a bright spot in my life, casting her warm glow on everything she touched. I had been too stupid to see that, too stupid to let her know it, too stupid to shout it from the rooftops because I thought it would jeopardize this job that I realized now I didn't really want. Scared of what my father might say or think. I lost her because of it. And now, without her, my life felt dark. I was now able to see the mess for what it was. I wasn't happy before. Not truly. I was getting by on things that held temporary happiness. Signing a new client, making another million, taking a woman home just because I could, it all seemed so trivial now. I felt like I was suffocating in that conference room, even though it could easily fill 20 people. I clutched at the tie around my neck, trying to loosen it. "You'll have to excuse me," I said, standing from my seat. Mr. Bellevue looked unimpressed. Kathy looked at me like I had just committed a crime, while Monica looked at me with concern in her eyes. Did she still care? I wouldn't even let myself entertain the idea as I walked out of the room. I headed toward the elevators and rode down to the expansive lobby. The large portrait of my father and me loomed above me. Rushing out to the sidewalk, I sucked in a deep breath. I put my hands on my knees and tried to gather myself. I had just walked out of a meeting that was one of the biggest ones of the quarter. Hell, the year. I knew my father would hear about this, but I couldn't will myself to go back up there. Instead, I walked down the block to the coffee shop. The young barista greeted me with his usual enthusiasm. "Mr. Gunner, long time no see," he said. "Please, call me Troy," I said as I studied the menu. "Can I make your usual?" "How about you surprise me today?" I replied. His eyebrows rose and he looked excited. "Yes, sure thing." He began busying himself with the espresso machine. "How is school?" I asked. "It's good. Almost there. I can see the finish line." "What are you studying?" "Education," he said before quickly adding, "I know it's not as impressive as what you do. It probably won't pay the bills or the debt I've racked up." "It's a worthy choice," I said, soothing his insecurities. "Really?" he asked, giving me a questioning look as he worked the milk frother. "Really?" "It's what I've always wanted to do. I had a teacher when I was young who changed my way of thinking. I want to do that for someone too." "Wow," I said, genuinely impressed. He waved me off as he poured the foam over the latte, the smell of nutmeg and cinnamon wafting toward me. "It's nothing." "It's not nothing. That passion is something I admire, something not a lot of people have because they're so focused on the money." "Well, the money is probably nice to have." He shrugged as he passed me my coffee. "It's not everything," I said. "Remember that. Even when you start to doubt why you chose teaching, don't ever forget your why." "And what's your why, Mr. Gunner?" I gave him a look. "Sorry, Troy." I smiled. "I'm still trying to figure that out," I said, taking the coffee. I took a sip as he eagerly watched to see what I thought. Warm notes of spice and a slight sweetness from the cream ran down my throat. I looked at the cup in my hands. "This is delicious," I said. "Add this to my morning lineup." "You've got it." "What's your name?" I asked, realizing I had never properly introduced myself to him. "Connor." "Thanks again, Connor." I waited as he went to clean the counters behind him, slipping a $100 bill behind the counter for his tip, before walking out the door. I walked back to the office feeling better than I had when I left. When the elevator doors opened, Mr. Bellevue was saying his goodbyes to Kathy and Monica. I had missed the rest of the meeting, but I didn't really care. "Mr. Gunner," he said as we came face to face. "Mr. Bellevue, I'm sorry I had to leave the meeting so abruptly." "It's quite all right. I was in good hands." He glanced at Monica, who stood behind me. "That assistant of yours is really something." "That she is," I said with a single nod. "Good day." The elevator doors closed, making him disappear from view. I turned and saw Monica eyeing me warily. I mouthed a quick thank you to her. I swore I saw the faintest smile cross her lips before Kathy was on the attack. "What the hell were you thinking?" She barked at me as she followed me down the hallway to my office. "Do you know what you could have cost us pulling something like that? Wait until your father hears about this." Her shrill voice was drowned out as I thought about what my next steps might be. I thought about what Connor had said, and laughed to myself about how a kid who was probably barely even 21 was schooling me on life. Whatever my next move was, I knew for damn sure that Kathy wouldn't be there. But what about Monica? This job was the only thing tying me to her now. I wasn't ready to say goodbye yet.
Chapter 31. Monica. I showed up at the coffee shop